Our story begins late one night at the bustling Seoul station, the end of a long journey. Down on the platforms, where countless stories converge, another is about to unfold. For one young man, this specific spot holds the key to a very different kind of ending. He pulls out his phone, carefully taking a picture of a pair of shoes on a bag. He hopes this is the right place, the final piece of a very long and arduous puzzle. A system prompt appears, asking to register his profile, and with a nervous tap, he agrees. A moment later, confirmation flashes across the screen. His profile has been updated. But then, a flood of messages. He's seen the starting a new life ending, and even obtained a new skill. His hands tremble as he reads the final line. He has witnessed the 99th ending. It's finally over. He laughs, boasting that he must be the only person in Korea to see them all. But an old woman nearby seems to think otherwise. The old woman just chuckles to herself, thinking how quaint it is to see kids so absorbed in their phones. But as she watches his manic celebration, a sudden, chilling thought crosses her mind. In his crazed expression, she finally understands her daughter-in-law's fear about her own grandchild's gaming. His victory lap is cut short by a buzzing phone, snapping him out of his fantasy and back to reality. He sees the caller ID as Mom, and the triumphant gamer instantly shrinks into a nervous son. On the other end of the line, his parents are fuming, demanding to know which station he's wandered off to this time. His mother's voice cracks with frustration, praying it's not a homeless shelter like before. They still remember the last incident, when he was so lost in-game he called them Your Majesty at Seoul Station. Her furious lecture screams through the phone, a tidal wave of parental disappointment. With the college entrance exam just 2 days away, she's past caring about his studies, she just wants him home. She screams into the phone that she's had enough of this nonsense for the past 6 years. After he hangs up, she completely melts down, wailing that she can't stand the sight of him anymore. His dad, however, is a bit more composed, wondering if his son even has money for a taxi. He sends a text, and the response is chilling. His mom is so furious she started doing planks. The gamer breaks into a cold sweat. He knows he's in deep, deep trouble. But just as he's about to finally shut the game down, his phone pings with a strange notification. A message glows on the screen, congratulating him for seeing 99 different endings of life. It then declares that his true reset life is about to begin, leaving him utterly stunned. This was from Reset Life, a legendary, location-based AR game that was brutally difficult. A game so obscure and impossible that all its walkthroughs have long since vanished from the internet. He's reminded of his friend, Jinho, constantly mocking him for playing that trash game. His friend would always ask where the next check-in spot was, sarcastically offering to join him at the prosecutor's office. For our gamer, not playing was never an option. He was completely addicted. He'd lived countless lives inside that game, becoming a top prosecutor and even a Billboard charting idol. It was a way to achieve all the things he yearned for but couldn't have in reality. Reset Life wasn't just a game for him, it was everything. So this new message, this true reset, couldn't possibly be the end, could it? His mind races. Is this a secret story? A hidden create mode? A new screen pops up. Download complete. Choose one skill to inherit. He can't believe it. He quickly taps on the one skill he needs most right now, but the screen freezes, the Wi-Fi is down. A flash of light confirms the impossible. He's obtained the secret skill, reality editing. The specific talent he inherited? National top scorer. A power built on the idea that genius is born, not made. Suddenly, he's no longer in his room. A school bell chimes, signaling the start of question 21. He's in the middle of a high-stakes quiz show, with a tough history question on the board. While other students ponder, Jinho, the school's resident game addict, has already written down his answer. The host can't hide his shock, seeing the board flipped almost instantly. He asks if Jinho is really that confident, and our boy just gives a simple, resounding yes. But when break time hits, he immediately retreats to the quiet of the bathroom. This is all too new. He's completely overwhelmed by everyone suddenly wanting to talk to him. Meanwhile, his classmates are already gossiping, with some mocking that even a sloth can have its talents. Alone for a moment, he can't help but feel a little smug. So this is what esteem feels like. But his peace is shattered when his friend bursts in, demanding to know who he really is. The friend yells for the demon to get out of Jinho's body, much to the confusion of another student just trying to wash his hands. Cornering him outside the bathroom, his friend isn't letting this go. He puts it all together, asking if this is because of that god-tier game he memorized to get the national top scorer skill. Jinho just smirks, explaining that getting electrocuted while memorizing 50,000 files was the exact condition to unlock it. He remembers that night, sitting dazed on the pavement as incomprehensible knowledge flooded his mind. It was a powerful, shocking moment of clarity. This skill was about to change everything. We see the proof as he studies himself to the point of a nosebleed, ignoring his mother's calls to sleep. Because while the power had touched his brain, it hadn't magically made him a genius. It just unlocked the potential. For 6 years, he had poured his entire life and passion into that one game. So when it came to studying, he applied that same life-or-death intensity, cramming until he collapsed. It was a tired but satisfying feeling. And now a new opportunity was here. The Challenge Big Bell quiz show. As they walk, his friend wonders if this is a new person, or if this is Jinho's true self finally emerging. But he decides this is the brightest he's ever seen his friend shine in 7 years. He promises to cheer him on, and Jinho, wearing his contestant number, just smiles back confidently. Jinho thanks him, reminding his friend that his own dance performance is coming up soon too. They make plans for a massive celebratory feast once Jinho secures that scholarship money. But as they reach the door, they're suddenly swept up in a chaotic rush of students. An older student grabs Jinho by the shoulders, urgently asking if he's seen his preliminary SAT scores. The student reveals the shocking truth. Jinho might be the only person in the country with a perfect score, and our boy just smirks, saying it wasn't that difficult. News of this academic miracle spreads so fast, the school principal literally faints from joy, vowing to fund Jinho's future himself. Jinho admits he didn't say anything because he figured no one would believe him, not even his own mother. His friend is so stunned he grabs him, jokingly demanding to know what alien has possessed his buddy's body. The scene flashes back to his home, where his mother is joyfully shouting the news to the entire neighborhood. We see the moment he finally showed them, apologizing for all the years he spent as a game-addicted layabout. His father, bursting with pride, tells him he should have said something sooner, and pours a drink to toast his genius son's future. His parents are already planning his next steps, suggesting he could start a lucrative tutoring career before college. But Jinho politely declines, announcing his own plan. He's going to take a solo trip for a while. And we finally see the secret, a bizarre skill called Where There's a Will, There's a Way, acquired through a 7-day ritual of bowing and using purified water. The ritual had one very specific, very strange condition. It had to be done before the wish, granting Buddha statue. Back in his school days, his friend was in disbelief, asking if he actually performed 108 bows for 77 straight days. But Jinho just smirked, revealing his genius-level laziness. He just took one photo and copied it 100 times. That was then, though. Now that this power has become reality, he knows cheap tricks won't cut it anymore. He immediately regrets not building up his stamina first, complaining to a nearby monk about how tough the path is. Just 3 bows into the real ritual, and our hero is already a crying, pathetic mess on the ground. But even on the verge of collapse, he refuses to give up, calling out to a friend for some gym clothes. We flash back to see that same friend explaining the cruel nickname he'd been given, a mashup of glasses, acne, and pig. The bully then asks for a photo, only to accidentally open the camera in selfie mode, mocking Jinho's shocked face. He laughs it off as a self-deprecating joke, but for Jinho, it was just another drop of fuel for the fire. He remembers the genuine shock of seeing his own reflection, a face he couldn't stand. Back then, all he wanted was to be reborn, to have a body that wouldn't betray him. But in a moment of clarity, he realized he didn't want a new life. He wanted to remain the son his parents loved. He thinks back to his mother, pressing an envelope of money into his hands for the temple stay. She confessed her regrets, how she and his father were so busy they let him get lost in games. She thought that as long as he was fed and healthy, that was enough. But her final words echoed in his mind, telling him she loved him and was proud of him. With that memory fueling his resolve, he makes a solemn vow to his parents. 77 long days pass, and a monk finally asks if he's ready to descend the mountain. A completely transformed Jinho emerges, slim and confident, thanking the monk for everything. He steps back into the world, arriving at the bustling Incheon airport. The entire place is in an uproar, with fans screaming for their favorite idol. A celebrity group waves to the cameras, soaking in the adoration of the crowd. But amidst the chaos, a different security team is pushing through, creating a path. Their leader gets a call, trying to make sense of the situation at the departure area. He calmly reports back that the people they're escorting aren't part of the celebrity entourage. His colleague is baffled. How could they mistake a celebrity for an ordinary person? The lead guard turns and apologizes for the misunderstanding, shocking the onlookers. Whispers ripple through the crowd. They were so sure he was a rookie actor. But you can't blame them, because the one they mistook for a star was none other than Jinho. Meanwhile, a phone call comes in for the so-called traitor enjoying Italy alone. Jinho is on the other end, absolutely exasperated, insisting he didn't get plastic surgery. His friend, lounging comfortably at home, complains that Jinho's glow-up is just too unbelievable. It turns out they've been exchanging progress pics, and his friend just can't resist teasing him. But the truth is, his skill isn't some cheap 7/7-day appearance change. It's a power that, like a lotus flower, allows one to bloom brilliantly after striving from the mud. The name of that very skill. Where there's a will, there's a way. With the call over, Jinho is finally in the air, soaring towards his destination. A flight attendant approaches with a radiant smile, asking if he needs anything at all. She even brings him a warm towel for a cough he never had, leaving him slightly baffled by the attention. But she's back again, this time offering him a bottle of water, insisting he must be thirsty. He reluctantly accepts, finding all this sudden, unearned attention a little burdensome. And just as he thought, another note with a phone number is stuck right to the bottle. He's gotten so many of these lately, he could probably fill an entire notebook with them. It brings back a memory of his mom, who was so happy he was finally going on a trip. She just hoped he would have fun and make some new friends his own age for once. And he figures, now that he's handsome and a good student, making friends should be a breeze. The plane finally touches down, bringing him to his destination, Milan, Italy. After a long day, he arrives at his room and just collapses onto the bed, utterly spent. But a chilling realization hits him. Not a single person talked to him. Why on earth not? He'd overlooked one crucial, devastating fact. These weren't just any students, they were the nation's top academic elites. And to them, he wasn't a potential friend, he was a monster disrupting their entire world. He thought showing off his fluent Italian would break the ice, but it only made things worse. They saw him as someone on a completely different level, someone to be feared, not approached. For a former game addict, these complex social rules were baffling, and he dreaded being alone for 2 weeks. The next morning, he sits by himself at an outdoor cafe, his fears seemingly coming true. A kind waiter brings him a croissant, a small gesture in his lonely world. He sighs, figuring that even food tastes bland when you're all by yourself. But he takes a bite, and the incredible taste instantly lifts his spirits, his appetite returning in a rush. He wonders what kind of jam this is, a flavor completely new and utterly delicious. But as he savors the moment, he notices a pair of eyes on him from a nearby table. A well-dressed man sits just a few feet away, seemingly absorbed in his newspaper. Jinho, feeling a little self-conscious, decides to just own the moment. He's a cool guy, enjoying coffee in Milan, the city of fashion, and he takes a confident sip. The taste is absolutely vile, a bitter sludge that makes him want to gag. As he coughs, wondering if he ordered wrong, he hears the sound of steady footsteps approaching him. A smooth voice explains his mistake in Italy. Café means a shot of pure, potent espresso. Jinho turns, completely flustered by the stunningly beautiful stranger who just complimented his Italian. The stranger smiles, intrigued by his dramatic reactions, and asks if he's a model or an actor. The stranger teases him for being shy, sliding a business card across the table as Jinho panics internally. Then, in a flash, she leans in and plants a kiss right on his cheek, completely short-circuiting his brain. She pulls back with a smirk, telling him to call her and to start acting with the confidence his looks deserve. Her gaze lingers for a moment, sharp and calculating. She gently brushes his cheek, musing that if she'd only known what he looked like without his glasses, she would have aimed for his lips instead. With a final, "What a shame," she turns and walks away. Jinho is left reeling, lost in a glorious daydream of being swept away by a foreign prince. He snaps out of it, fumbling for the card with a grin, thinking this is not the time to space out. But as he finally focuses on the text, his romantic fantasy comes to a screeching halt. Italy Model Agency. A memory of his mother's voice chides him not to get ahead of himself. It was just street casting after all. Jinho clutches his head, still reeling from that spicy encounter with the mysterious blonde. A familiar voice cuts through his thoughts, and he snaps back to the present. It's his supervisor, Kim Seung-mi, who playfully reminds him to just call her Nuna. He remembers their flight over, how she'd teased him for being too excited to sleep. Turns out, she was up just as early, neither of them wanting to waste a second in Italy. A thought strikes him maybe she could help him with this whole modeling agency situation. He decides to ask for her advice on a concern he has, just as their food arrives. But what the waiter sets down isn't just breakfast, it's an impossibly decadent feast. Both of them are stunned into silence by the sheer opulence of the meal. Jinho is completely blown away, marveling at the power of an adult's wealth, leaving Seung-mi baffled by his reaction. Seung-mi thinks there's been a mistake and asks Jinho to sort it out with the owner. He flags down the waiter, explaining that his companion didn't order this much food. But the man calmly replies that it's no mistake, which sends a jolt of panic through Jinho. His mind immediately leaps to the worst conclusion, a classic tourist scam to overcharge them. The waiter's actual reason, however, is far from a scam. It's a shockingly smooth compliment. Jinho is left completely speechless, glancing back at a very confused Sungmi. She impatiently asks what was said, her stomach growling as she eyes the food. The world seems to sparkle for a moment as the bizarrely wholesome truth is revealed. Seungmi is absolutely delighted by the attention, graciously thanking the smitten waiter. She then turns to Jin-ho with a sly grin, asking if he's bothered by all this. Jin-ho tries to downplay the waiter's actions, but Seungmi just calls it innocent kindness. She then flips the script, asking if he should be more concerned about the other beautiful woman who hit on him. He freezes, completely busted, realizing she saw the whole exchange with the blonde stranger earlier. Internally, Sumi marvels at him, a man who could have the world yet remain so completely innocent. Or perhaps, she muses, he's like a mighty elephant, still held back by a chain he could have broken long ago. The scene shifts as she offers him some advice, writer to writer. She asks him what he thinks is the most important part of broadcasting, and he gives a simple answer: pretty faces and good cameras. His logic is that you need captivating visuals to pull in viewers and boost ratings. But she counters with a killer question. Is the secret to his show's success also just visuals? The simple question stops him cold, as she prepares to break down the very essence of the industry for him. She explains the core principle: once you've caught someone's eye, you have to deliver a message. She points to the blonde stranger as a perfect example, using stunning looks to get his attention before handing over her business card. Even the cafe owner did the same, using excellent service to capture her attention before delivering his own flirty message. Of course, she admits, it's a gamble that doesn't always pay off. What if your gesture is met with disgust? That thought strikes a nerve, throwing Jinho back to a painful memory of his own confession, one that ended in utter humiliation, the sting of being called gross echoing from his past. But her voice cuts through his dark thoughts, posing a simple, powerful question. You still conveyed your feelings, didn't you? With a knowing smile, she drives her point home. Isn't the attempt itself what truly matters? Her lesson sinks in as their tour bus arrives, signaling the next leg of their journey. And on the ride, Jinho quietly considers her words, his focus shifting to the guidebook for their next stop in Italy. Meanwhile, Seungmi is having her own troubles, finding the Italian pronunciation in her guidebook impossible to crack. She's jolted from her thoughts as Jinho's voice suddenly cuts through the quiet of the bus. His presence throws her into a memory of some advice he once gave her. He'd confidently stated that if someone dislikes you, you should just stop hanging out with them. Simple as that. But even as he spoke, she felt a quiet objection rising within her. Her mind drifted to a different memory, of a gentle classmate who offered help without a second thought. The scene shifts, and on the fourth day of their trip, the group arrives before a grand cathedral. But the architectural marvels can't cure a bad case of homesickness, as two students are practically dying for Korean food. One of them gets a brilliant idea. They should go into the church and pray for a miracle of kimchi stew. And as his friend actually attempts a prayer in broken Italian, Jinho finally catches up with the group. He recalls begging Kim Sung-mi for help, a moment that proved to be a turning point. Meanwhile, one of his other friends is left completely baffled, hearing the problem was solved before he could even weigh in. Seung-mi's advice had apparently unlocked Jinho's latent courage, and people were starting to notice. From their seats on the bus, two girls watch in surprise, realizing the guy they pegged as an arrogant loner was actually talking to people. His sudden confidence is almost inspiring, making them wonder if they should try being a little more outgoing too. And the proof is right there on social media, with Jinho suddenly at the center of a group photo, looking happier than ever. The post immediately blows up, with likes flooding in and his social status skyrocketing. But this newfound popularity with the girls inevitably sparks a bitter jealousy among his male friends. Just 2 hours later, they're already dragging him into awkward photos, their envy turning into petty harassment. 5 hours in, the situation has devolved completely, with Jinho tied up like a human tripod, begging for the sweet release of being left alone. The irony is, his plan worked a little too well, and now the guys are all over him, calling him the real man. Jinho is now their personal model, forced into endless photo shoots, and he's starting to dread seeing new scenery. His friend smugly remarks that being moderately good-looking is the best way to live, a comment that earns a sharp glare. But Jinho has had enough, breaking free and sparking a chase through the plaza as the girls watch in confusion. Meanwhile, his fan club rallies online, demanding the boys stop bullying their Jinho. Just as his viral post ticks over to a staggering 10,000 likes, a sudden jolt of blue energy surges through Jinho's body, catching him completely off guard. He stands frozen as the strange power crackles around him, warping the very air. A bizarre sensation washes over him like his own clothes suddenly feel tight and ill-fitting. He clutches his chest, an overwhelming, uncomfortable power forcing him to straighten his back. A thought suddenly clicks into place as he remembers the business card from the Italian model agency. He whirls around to ask the girls, who excitedly confirmed they uploaded the photos, which just passed 10,000 likes. In that instant, his mind flashes back to a forum he was reading just the other day. It was a guide, a supposed holy grail, detailing how to unlock the legendary skill. I'm the best. The first condition was to get a modeling offer and upload proof, a simple enough task. But the second condition was a wall for most players. Get 10,000 likes on a photo of yourself. It was a skill meant for someone with innate, unrecognized talent, a person born to be a star. And now, standing here in this plaza, he's accidentally fulfilled both impossible conditions. The power settles, remolding him into the living embodiment of that skill, an icon of effortless cool. But as the initial shock wears off, a chilling question arises. What are the limits, and what are the side effects? He can't help but feel like Hez hit the jackpot, getting one massive reward after another. His friends, however, are just watching him act out a cringy gelato ad all by himself. But he snaps out of his daydream, realizing that's not what's actually happening. His attention is drawn to a commotion nearby, a crowd gathering for some reason. It's a professional photo shoot, and the photographer is screaming at his model for being too stiff. Finally, he loses it completely, yelling for the entire shoot to just stop right now. He's immediately on the phone, telling the agency to come and collect their useless model. The writer stands by helplessly, as the photographer declares he's done working with them. Meanwhile, Jinho gets a text from his friends asking about the noise, captivated by the professional drama. But just as they're about to call it a day, the photographer freezes, framing a perfect shot with his hands. He spotted his new muse. A manic grin spreads across his face. He's found him, the perfect subject. His gaze is locked onto Jinho, who's just minding his own business in the crowd. The photographer roars at his staff to bring that man over here by any means necessary. Suddenly, a skill notification pops up for Jinho. I'm the hottest thing. The system explains that some people are just born to be in the spotlight. Meanwhile, the model who just got fired, Leonardo, is absolutely fuming. He can't believe he was just replaced by some random person off the street. As Jinho gets prepped, Leonardo watches from afar, scoffing at the amateur. He even overhears the kid asking what to do if the makeup feels itchy, a total novice. Leonardo glares, thinking the photographer is a fool. Sure, the guy is handsome, but that can't be all there is to it. The photographer knew it instantly. Some people just have an aura that can't be hidden. After a quick call to his supervisor, Sung-mi, who he has to call Nuna, Jinho gets the all clear. He shows the photographer the ended call, confirming he has permission to proceed. But the photographer is still skeptical, asking if he's actually a professional model. With Leonardo still seething in the background, Jinho admits that if he's asking about experience, then no. The studio lights flash on, and the atmosphere instantly changes. But, he continues, adjusting his cuff, if the question is about skill, then yes, he is a professional, revealing a completely transformed, confident look. He's just not famous yet, he says, his eyes burning with an unexpected intensity. The photographer can only stare, his mind completely blown by the sudden shift. In that moment, it felt as though a chain had finally shattered. The clumsy, awkward past was left behind, free to wander off on its own. The photographer could only stare, his mind reeling. What was this? Suddenly, his skepticism melts away into pure professional excitement as the camera flashes begin. He's in the zone now, directing Jinho to be more arrogant, to use the props, to own the space. And watching from the sidelines, even Leonardo can't deny what he's seeing. He can already picture the completed photo spread in the magazine. He imagines readers' hands stopping as they flip through the pages, captivated. But above all else, one simple, undeniable thought cuts through his pride. This guy, he's actually incredibly cool. Leonardo admits to himself he was fully prepared to tear into that photographer. But now, all he can do is acknowledge the sheer, undeniable difference in talent. And with that, the trip comes to an end as we return to Seoul, Korea. Back in the comfort of his own home, Jinho steps into a much-needed shower. Finally, a moment to himself to wash away the journey's fatigue. He towels off, his mind drifting back over the whirlwind of the past few days. As the steam clears, he catches his reflection in the mirror, and he can't help but crack a smile. Yeah, he's definitely handsome. The language trip was full of new experiences, from an impromptu photo shoot that left a pro begging for more, to making a bunch of new friends who gave him a very enthusiastic farewell. But the best part of the trip wasn't the fame or the friends, but the fat envelope of cash he earned. Looking back, he realizes the best thing he did with that money was seeing the genuine happiness on his mother's face. He sits down for a meal, teasing her for wearing her new scarf indoors. She just laughs, saying she has to show it off, and that his dad is even worse about his gift. And she's not wrong. His dad is out there bragging to his own colleagues at the gas station. His coworker notices the flashy new watch, and his dad tries to play it cool. But he can't help himself, immediately boasting about his son who earned it modeling in Italy. The pride is practically radiating from them. It's a wholesome, happy moment for the family. Back at the breakfast table, his mom's voice cuts through his thoughts with another question. She casually asks if he remembers a certain Aunt Jinsuk. Oh, he remembers her all right, the annoying woman who always put him and his mom down. It turns out that same aunt now wants him to tutor her kid, and his mom is barely containing her fury. The mug in her hand cracks under the pressure of her silent rage. Jinho plays it cool, saying he'd love to help, but wouldn't want to burden her with the fees. He knew his mom was looking for an excuse for revenge, and he just handed her the perfect one. With that settled, he pivots, asking about a much kinder relative, Aunt Myung. His memories of her are the complete opposite. She was the one who always fiercely defended them. Not only that, she was incredibly generous, always slipping him extra allowance money. And as it turns out, she wasn't just kind. She was a major shareholder who wouldn't let anyone disrespect them. He explains to his beaming mother that the allowance from Aunt Myung is quite substantial, and he can't help but feel a little smug, thinking how great it is to be a filial son thanks to his new skills. Later, all dressed up, he tells his mom she doesn't need to see him off for a simple entrance ceremony. She recognizes the suit from Italy, and he confirms his friend Jae-jun insisted he wear it. A flashback reveals his friend's dramatic argument that suits are the ultimate symbol of adulthood for college students. Jae-jun's passionate speech had him completely convinced that a suit was the only way to go. His mom just shakes her head, remarking how different things are from her generation. With a confident smile, Jinho waves goodbye, promising to call if he's going to be late. On the bus, he looks out the window, feeling sharp and ready for this new chapter. And just like that, he arrives, taking his first steps onto the bustling university campus. But the moment he steps on campus, the reactions are not what he expected. Every head turns, and whispers immediately start rippling through the crowd. In a sea of casual freshmen, he's the only one wearing a full-blown suit. One student scoffs, thinking there's no way he's a freshman, and decides to post this weirdo online. Feeling the heat, Jinho shoots a text to his friend, only to receive a soul-crushing reply. "I was joking, LOL." The betrayal hits him like a truck, and his face darkens with pure rage. Unbeknownst to him, a frantic search is happening for the School of Business's freshman representative. Two seniors are losing their minds because Lee Jinho is supposed to give the pledge and he's missing. The class president snaps back that he has no idea who this guy is. He never even came to orientation, which of course was because he was on a study trip, a fact that only makes the seniors think he's some arrogant bastard. They're convinced he's some arrogant punk, probably strolling in late with an iced coffee in hand. Meanwhile, two other students are scrolling through the school's social media feed. They stumble upon a viral post about a mysterious, handsome man in a suit on campus. The girls are immediately smitten, hoping this dreamboat is one of their new juniors. But their daydreaming is cut short when a polite voice suddenly calls out to them. It's him, the man from the photo, and he's asking if they're seniors from the business department. The realization hits them like a ton of bricks, leaving them blushing and completely starstruck. He smoothly introduces himself as Lee Jinho, the one in charge of the pledge, and apologizes for his tardiness. But his apology is immediately met with a furious tirade from the senior who's been looking for him. Jinho, however, just flashes a disarming smile, completely unfazed by the verbal assault. The senior's anger completely melts away, replaced by pure, dumbfounded awe. And then, Jinho takes the stage, eloquently delivering the freshman representative's pledge. His friend watches with crossed arms, admitting that the rumors didn't do him justice. But the first senior is already way past impressed. He's completely smitten. His friend is stunned by this sudden change of heart, but the senior just shouts that he likes him, and then some. We flash back just 10 minutes, to the seniors gossiping about the perfect new student. But now, the senior's mind is racing, fixated on the price tag of that high-end suit. A stray memory surfaces a rumor about a Cheeble heir in a tailcoat, and a terrifying idea begins to form. He must be an unknown successor, a hidden heir whose face isn't public knowledge. And with that, sheer panic sets in. If you scold a man like that, you might just disappear without a trace. The senior clenches his fist, deciding it's best to just let this whole thing go. But before he can say a word, the new kid suddenly bows a full 90 degrees. He apologizes profusely for missing orientation, claiming a study trip made him forget. The senior tries to wave it off, but his friend mocks him for being old-fashioned. Jinho then cheerfully admits he only found them because he heard them gossiping so loudly. The senior, flustered, changes the subject. What's with the ridiculously fancy suit? Ah, the suit. A painful memory of being called an attention seeker flashes through his mind. He can't be a loner again. A desperate idea sparks in his head, a perfect excuse. He declares he's going to an interview for Korea, Tomorrow, right after the ceremony. Korea. Tomorrow, the country's top university magazine, the one every successful student is dying to be in. The senior's suspicion melts away. Of course, the school would show off a top scorer like him. He continues that when he got the offer, he fell into deep thought, pondering a serious issue. Jin-ho wonders how he could possibly represent the prestige of the business administration department. For the most intelligent students at the most elite university in the country, there was, in his mind, only one possible conclusion. The only attire worthy of such a department was a suit, of course. But the second the words leave his mouth, he's sweating. Did he overdo it? Suddenly, the senior grabs him by the shoulder, his eyes wide with emotion. Has completely won over, demanding Jin-ho call him Hyung from now on. As he gushes about school spirit, his friend just sighs, calling him hopelessly old-fashioned. Later, at a convenience store, the senior is still hyped up, telling the clerk all about Jin-ho's brilliant suit idea. But the clerk is completely unimpressed, mocking him for falling for such an obvious lie. He tries to change the subject, asking how the senior's photo shoot went yesterday. The scene flashes back, revealing the senior is actually a model, and a very popular one at that. The photographer couldn't get enough, begging for just one more perfect shot. All the while, his friend was in the background, trying to get them to stop so they could interview Jin-ho. Back in the present, the senior says it went great and proudly presents a gift from his friend, a massive stack of papers. Turns out, he had to practically beg his senior to print out this mountain of school information for him. The clerk just stares, deadpan, and says he's thinking of changing his major to guitar playing. Jin-ho asks why, launching into a poetic vision of every young person's dream: jeans, a guitar, and freedom. His friend, Jae-jun, seems to be getting lost in the fantasy, imagining the campus lawn, a guitar, and a cold beer. He admits that he's starting to get a certain vibe from Jin-ho's little speech. But that vibe is terribly outdated, and Jae-jun suddenly starts spraying him, trying to exorcise the ADS ghost from his friend's body. Jin-ho protests the disrespect, but Jae-jun just strikes a pose, retorting that his friend's fashion is the real crime here. He mercilessly roasts the red and white outfit, calling Jin-ho a crazy clown mushroom. Jae-jun declares that if he were Jin-ho's mother, he'd cry just as his own mother appears and smacks him on the head. The store owner, Shin Seo, furiously asks if she's paying him double just to goof off and insult customers. She then reveals that Jin-ho's outfit was a gift from his mom, telling her son to think before he speaks. Jae-jun immediately backpedals, praising the avant-garde style, but Jin-ho just tells him to shut up. Meanwhile, across the world in a high-end French design studio, the entire office is in a state of absolute panic. One of the designers is losing his mind, screaming that their boss, Tim Jones, is leaving for Korea with Paris Fashion Week just around the corner. After they just overcome a massive slump, he was going to chase some unknown Asian model, but the man in question, Tim Jones, simply adjusts his glasses with a confident smirk. He announces that this is precisely why he's going himself. He's flying to the country where his newfound muse resides, holding up a magazine photo of the senior who helped Jin-ho. A quick flashback to 1 week ago shows the team in despair. His staff was convinced he'd finally gone mad, stuck in a creative dead end. But that single photograph had reignited his passion, giving him a reason to slam his fist down with renewed purpose. For over a month, their head designer had been trapped in a creative wasteland, had been chugging endless cups of coffee, searching for a spark that just wouldn't come. Slumped over at his usual cafe, he felt utterly defeated, convinced he was done for. The very coffee that once fueled his genius now felt like a bitter tool just to stay awake. In his desperation, he found himself envying a fellow designer, a Mr. Lockerbelt. And as if on cue, that same man was at a nearby table, practically trembling with ecstasy over his drink. With eyes blazing, Lockerbelt declared that imagining his muse had struck him with inspiration once again. Watching this scene, another designer simply sipped his coffee with a condescending smirk. He found the whole display vulgar, vowing never to become such a pathetic artist reliant on a muse. And now, back in the present, that same man is weeping, absolutely consumed by jealousy. The hypocrisy is staggering as he throws a tantrum, now screaming that he wants a muse of his very own. Even his own daughter can only stare on, calling her dad completely crazy. His misery deepens, overhearing chatter about Lockerbelt's new campaign and the surprising choice of an Asian model. Elsewhere, two women fawn over that very suit in a magazine, admiring how comfortable it looks. And who's that standing nearby? Mr. Lockerbelt himself, soaking in the praise with a smug grin. The jealous designer's hand clenches, his mind reeling as he witnesses his rival's overwhelming success. A spark of frantic determination ignites in his eyes as he storms away with a new, desperate plan. He bursts into his own studio, cutting off his bewildered assistants before they can even greet him. He barks out an order. By tomorrow, he wants a list of every Asian model from that magazine. His staff can only watch, one telling the other to just leave him be. He's always like this when he gets an idea. They know that look all too well, the childlike glint of pure, manic obsession. Once Tim Jones gets that spark in his eye, he becomes an unstoppable force. Day bleeds into a long, sleepless night as he loses himself in his work. The studio is filled with the sound of his frantic sketching and a low, triumphant laugh. He stands amidst a storm of new designs, ecstatic with the sudden rush of inspiration. And at the center of it all is his new muse, the model from the magazine, whom he vows to find. Meanwhile, in a much quieter, sunlit room, a woman sits with an elegant posture, calmly reviewing something on her tablet. She looks up with a knowing smirk, teasingly recalling old advice about her posture. It's our protagonist, here with a bouquet, playfully asking why his Aunt Mi-young is crossing her legs. He presents the flowers as a promotion gift, but she just laughs it off. He keeps the compliments coming, telling her she looks far too young to be in her 40s. She playfully accuses him of buttering her up, but he just gives a knowing little smirk. He thinks back on it, his aunt has always been his #1 supporter. She proudly looks at a picture she just took, gloating that she knew he'd be this handsome. Then, she surprises him with a gift of her own, a luxury brand bag for his school entrance. Hez taken aback, holding the expensive-looking item and feeling it's far too much. His aunt smiles, impressed that he can even recognize high-end fashion brands. He admits he only knows the logo because his mom is always watching dramas featuring it. Seeing his discomfort, she waves it off, revealing it's just a cheap fake, much to his relief. But his aunt's playful smile returns as she reveals she was lying about it being fake, it's genuine, and he's horrified. She smirks, finding the human obsession with brand value to be a truly fascinating thing. A brand can symbolize sincerity, she explains, or it can make something as mundane as masking tape worth a fortune. People no longer buy for performance, they buy simply because it's the brand. She compares it to the Midas touch, where a simple logo can magically turn anything to gold. Jinho laughs at the analogy, but he's confused, asking her why she's suddenly telling him all this. He looks at her expectantly, a bit of sweat on his brow, but her expression turns dead serious as she tells him that she can finally see that Midas touch in him. Her mind reels it's not just a little weight gain. How could she have been so blind to her own nephew's potential? A chill runs down Jinho's spine as he realizes she's seeing more than just his new look. His mind races. Does she know about his reset life? Is his secret completely blown? His aunt clenches her fist, a strange determination in her eyes as she comes to a decision. Then, she drops a bombshell, asking him why he doesn't just quit school and come work for her. She's practically beaming, worried that with his looks and perfect test scores, another company will snatch him up. Jinho deflects, laughing it off and reminding her he just started university, all while silently praying she doesn't know his secret. He quickly changes the subject back to tutoring her daughter, Ji-young, as his aunt jots down some notes. With a weary sigh, she admits that Ji-young has never scored above a 20 inches English. The problem isn't a lack of tutors. It's that none of them have ever lasted more than a single month. She explains that her daughter is lazy, disrespectful, and has grown arrogant from coasting on her family's influence. Jinho is stunned, remembering a sweet, innocent kid who used to play games with him. How could she have changed so much? Jinho puffs out his chest, assuring his aunt she can trust the skills of a perfect scorer. They lightly banter about the tutoring fee, which he insists shouldn't be too high. Later that day, his aunt arrives back at her lavish high-rise apartment. She steps inside and asks the staff where her daughter, Ji-young, is. Receiving her answer, she walks down the hall and knocks gently on Ji-young's door. She wonders aloud if her daughter might already be asleep for the night. But inside the dark room, Ji-young is wide awake, silently scrolling through her phone. A text from her mother pops up, canceling today's tutoring but promising it'll start next week. Her eyes widen as the next message reveals her new tutor is Lee Jin-ho, that older brother from her past. A sudden memory flashes through her mind, a younger, playful Jin-ho she once knew. Back in the apartment, his aunt pauses, a wave of realization washing over her. She turns away, a heavy question weighing on her mind. What kind of mother has she been? With a sudden glint of determination, she resolves to fix things. And just outside the door, Ji-young peeks out, her heart fluttering with excitement. The scene shifts to Saturday, at the bustling Dongdaemun Mall. Shoppers wander by, some sighing at the sheer effort of it all. And there's Jinho, listening to his friend loudly complain about this whole ordeal. But the friend quickly changes his tune, admitting he needs Jinho's unmatched eye for fashion. He throws up a thumbs up, promising to buy him anything to eat as a reward for his help. Jinho just smiles, asking what could have possibly happened to make him want a style change. His friend shoves a phone in his face, revealing the real reason for this desperate plea. has become a viral sensation online, but not in a good way, has the handsome tomato appa, a legend of bad fashion. He frantically explains that he had no idea people were secretly taking pictures of his terrible outfits. Sure, the notoriety helped him make some friends in his department, but he's tired of being a walking joke. Still, he can't help but question Jinho's choice, wondering why they're in a mall known for cheap brands. Jinho just grins, confidently brushing it off by saying anything looks like a luxury brand when he wears it. And as he says it, he remembers his aunt's words, wondering why she's only now seeing the King Midas touch in him. He realizes that if she's right, this is his chance to finally repay a favor from 3 years ago. Meanwhile, a mall owner named Jang Deokjae gets a frantic call. Someone's quitting? He can't believe it, not now. Not when the entire spring collection has just arrived today. He hangs up the phone with a sigh, wondering why he's the only one failing so miserably. Sitting alone in the dark, he watches the bustling crowds outside, feeling completely isolated. He's tried everything he possibly could to make his business succeed. He took out loans, hired expensive models, and even paid brokers to boost his mall's ranking. But all that's left now is debt, with no money to even pay his employees. He stretches, a quiet admission of defeat washing over him. It's time to give up. 3 years in this brutal industry was a long time to last, anyway. Just as he's resigning himself to fate, he hears a commotion nearby. A crowd is gathering, mocking someone's truly atrocious fashion sense. He can't help but laugh, thinking that a disaster of that scale could only be his store. But his forced laugh dies in his throat. Because that walking fashion catastrophe, why does he keep getting closer? The man strides forward with an unnerving confidence, a bright smile on his face. And then he calls out his name, Hyung Deoksha. The memory hits him like a truck, throwing him back 3 years. He was once the confident one, lecturing a subordinate that selling clothes isn't a game. And that subordinate was a younger, chubbier version of the very same kid, sweating bullets. Back then, Do-Kye had praised his hard work, even promising him a manager position. The kid had asked him to film him practicing with some app, and Deokjae thought nothing of it. He just saw a commendable kid, completely oblivious to the app's name, Reset Life. Deokjae just saw him as a kind, if slightly odd, kid back then. Snapping back to reality, he admits he was worried when the boy suddenly stopped showing up. But now, seeing this transformed model before him, he can barely believe it's the same person. The young man apologizes for his sudden departure and asks if he can browse the store. Still flustered, Deokjae quickly grabs one of his newest arrivals. The protagonist calls over his friend, Park Jae-jun, who immediately gives his seal of approval. He then expertly suggests pairing it with white canvas shoes, sending Deokjae scrambling to find a pair. The old store owner watches in a daze as the two effortlessly coordinate a perfect outfit. The shoes are a perfect fit, completing the ensemble. And with a final adjustment of his cuffs, the protagonist reveals a look that leaves his old boss speechless. The protagonist strikes a pose, smugly asking if the clothes don't look like a luxury brand on him now. It all clicks for Deokjae, so that's why he did a model photoshoot. Just as the young man is about to buy the outfit, his old boss grabs his leg, realizing this is his last chance. He looks up from the floor and asks his former employee to grant him just one wish. His request is simple, to be a fitting model for his new line of clothes. Deokjae begs desperately, pleading for just 1 hour. No, even 30 minutes would be enough. Remembering the kindness shown to him years ago, the protagonist happily agrees, leaving Deokjae speechless with gratitude. He then reaches for his wallet to pay for the clothes he's wearing. Deokjae tries to refuse the money, but the protagonist insists on settling the payment properly. The three of them, the protagonist, his friend, and his old boss huddle together to complete the transaction. Deokjae is an absolute mess, crying that he'll even go into debt to repay this kindness. With the deal done, the two friends leave, their hands now full of shopping bags. The protagonist feels a little bad, but Jae-jun reminds him the clothes were just going to an orphanage anyway. Besides, Jae-jun is loving his new look, joking that he feels like a rich madam on a shopping spree. But as they wait to cross the street, he can't help but feel that something is deeply unfair. He complains that only his friend could go out to buy clothes and somehow end up making money. Jae-jun reminds him of their childhood, how he'd always get extra ice cream or free drinks just for being handsome. But the protagonist is genuinely confused. He just thought he was lucky enough to meet generous people. A smug, knowing smile spreads across his face, and Jae-jun realizes his friend is just naturally like this. All this talk of food has made the protagonist hungry, so he asks Jae-jun to buy him a meal, completely missing the point. But just as they're about to go eat, a voice cuts through the air, and a dark memory flashes through his mind. A woman approaches, her face cloaked in shadow, absolutely delighted that she's found him. The two friends turn around, but our protagonist draws a complete blank. Who is this? Jae-jun, however, is immediately disgusted. wondering what nerve she has to even speak to them. She introduces herself with a bright smile. It's Bora, from his middle school class. The name hits him like a lightning bolt, dragging him back to a humiliating memory. He remembers her disgust after he confessed to her, the torn letter, her cruel words. But back in the present, Bora is all smiles, eagerly asking if he remembers her. She gushes about how she recognized him from social media, where he's famous as the common neighborhood appa. Jae-jun just scoffs internally. Oh, so now that he's handsome and famous, she wants to be friends. He remembers it all, how she spread those awful rumors and then just disappeared. How shameless. But Bora just smiles sweetly, suggesting their reunion must be some kind of fate. With a hopeful sparkle in her eye, she asks if he'd like to grab a coffee sometime. For a moment, his expression is unreadable, before a cold, hard smirk settles on his lips, and with one word, he shatters her entire fantasy. Sorry. He gives a polite, dismissive smile, claiming he's a bit too busy right now. Panicked, she calls out, desperately asking if they can at least exchange numbers. His answer is a flat, simple no, leaving her absolutely stunned and demanding to know why. As he and Jae-jun turn their backs on her, he wonders if she really needs an explanation. He glances back with a chillingly polite smile, telling her to take care as he walks away for good. But Bora can't accept it, her hand trembling with rage as she seethes. Her fist clenches tight, the humiliation boiling over into pure fury. She spits insults, accusing him of thinking he's some kind of prince now. Her face twists into a venomous sneer, promising that his handsome looks are only temporary. Our protagonist, however, just glances back, coolly remarking on their bad luck. Jae-jun, ever the dramatic one, declares that Prince Jessimus's tummy is empty and demands to go to the ball. And to Bora's utter disbelief, the protagonist actually picks Jae-jun up and gallops away like a horse. She's left completely speechless, unable to process the sheer absurdity of what she's just witnessed. The two friends head off to their ball, a local barbecue joint called Yeonam Pig House. As he grills the meat, he calmly thinks to himself that after that display, she'll definitely avoid him from now on. Jae-jun praises him for being so cool, but our hero admits it's not that simple. He thinks back, wondering if things would be different if Bora had just apologized back then. He confesses to his friend that he still feels an emptiness inside, calling first love painful. But Jae-jun cuts through the melodrama, declaring the real problem is an empty stomach, not an empty heart. After a huge bite of grilled meat, the protagonist has to agree it wasn't heartbreak, it was just hunger. Riding high on the money from Deokai, he announces they're going to eat as much as they want. An hour later, the bill hits a shocking 140,000 won, and Jae-jun calls him a pig for it. The scene shifts, and we see a hand offering a very strange packet from the ancestors' church. A young woman looks down at the handout, wondering what kind of bizarre cult this is. As the person approaches, she tries to politely turn them away, saying she already has a wet wipe. But it's not a wet wipe, he's offering its unsolicited fashion advice, telling her she'd look better with her hair down. The girl is instantly flustered and charmed, promising she'll take his word for it. As she walks off, the protagonist lets out a weary sigh. He clutches his head, realizing with dawning horror that's the fifth stranger he's restyled today. It all started when promoting Daegse's store unlocked a new skill. Our neighborhood fashionista. The downside? His aesthetic sense is now so high he's compelled to critique everyone's fashion. He tries to snap himself out of it. He can't be acting this way in front of his seniors. Today is club application day, and he needs to get it together as he knocks on a classroom door. He peeks his head in with a polite smile, announcing he's here to apply for a club. His words trail off as he's met with the sight of a guy groaning and passed out on the couch. Another student, a senior named Jin-ho, is passed out cold, looking like he's on death's door. Our protagonist walks in, cautiously asking if the senior is sick or needs help. He just needs a club application form. But the moment he says the word club, Jin-ho's eyes snap open and he launches himself off the couch with a wild shout, startling him. He slams an application onto the table, suddenly a high-energy salesman listing every club on campus. The transformation is complete. He's now sitting with a predatory grin, asking which club our junior will bless with his presence. Completely baffled, our hero just picks one at random tennis. An excellent choice, the senior declares. He can't figure out why this guy is so ridiculously intense. Watching as Jin-ho quickly snaps a photo of the form. With a sly look, the senior reveals the truth. The professors are all watching him. Ever since that magazine shoot, the dean has been so impressed that every department is now competing to recruit him. Our hero is completely lost, asking what competition his senior is even talking about. The competition to recruit him, of course. Jin-ho explains with a grin that the professors have been giving him hell. He can't believe it. He just walked in on his own, but now he's the prize in a campus-wide war between club advisors. Jinho warns him to watch out for the professors he rejects, leaving him to wonder if he's really become that popular. And the subtle recruitment begins immediately in his business class, with the professor pushing the golf club. In economics, the professor accidentally draws a hiking trail on the board, suggesting everyone take up the hobby. It gets worse. Even in the cafeteria, another professor gives him an intense stare, convinced he looks like a soccer player. The whole day is a stressful blur of being watched, just as his senior had warned him. He feels like he's trapped in a dating sim, his every move being judged for affinity points. But when he finally shows up to the tennis club, he's immediately handed a brand new racket, sponsored by alumni. With a confident smirk, his new senior, Gu Younggae, pushes open the door, leading him to his destiny. For a split second, the reflection of a sprawling court flashes across our hero's eyes. And then he sees it a massive, professional-grade tennis facility, bustling with activity. He's immediately drawn to a match in progress, watching a blonde player move with incredible agility. The sound of the ball being struck echoes with a power he wasn't expecting. A player tosses the ball into the air, a perfect arc against the bright sun, and with a flash of motion, unleashes a serve so fast it's just a blur. Lee Jinho can only stare in awe as Younggae proudly explains that was an ace, a serve no one can return. But our boy is a total newbie, confused by even the most basic terms, much to the blonde player's surprise. Just then, a shout rings out across the courts. Gu Younggae has brought the legendary Lee Jinho. Word spreads like wildfire, the top student is on the courts, and the other clubs are seething with jealousy. Meanwhile, a couple of students watch from the sidelines, noting that this Jinho guy has been practicing for an hour straight. With intense focus, Jinho tosses the ball, trying to mimic the pros he just saw. He winds up, channeling all his concentration into a single, powerful swing, only to completely whiff, the ball dropping pathetically to the ground. The onlookers can't hide their disappointment, whispering about how awful he is. Another air swing. He lets out a frustrated sigh, the gap between his brain and his body feeling like a canyon. This just isn't working. He admits to himself the only time he's ever held a racket was for a performance assessment. Making things worse, his seniors keep giving him enthusiastic thumbs-ups, their blind faith just adding to the pressure. Now he's trying to rally with a female student, his form still awkward as he struggles to even make contact. But then, a perfect shot rings out, the ball flying true. Jinho stands frozen, a crucial decision weighing on his mind. Should he just use the system? He could unlock the tennis crown prince skill and instantly become a pro. The first condition is met, but the second requires 100 rallies, an impossible task for him right now. His mind flashes to a simple solution. Just ask someone to lob the ball back and forth. A cheap, easy shortcut. But a wave of unease washes over him. Why does taking the easy way out feel so wrong? He plants his foot, a silent resolve hardening in his eyes. He'll do this the right way. Suddenly, the club's ace, Gu Younggae, is right behind him, asking what has him so lost in thought. Jinho decides to be honest, admitting he's a complete novice who feels like he's just getting in the way. And this humble confession seems to deeply move the ace, whose face lights up with unexpected emotion. Gu Younggae picks up a ball, assuming Jinho was a top student who only studied, while our boy internally admits he was just playing games. But the ace just smiles, telling him club activities aren't about being good or bad, the only thing that matters is having fun. Jinho is stunned by this pure perspective, hearing how today's kids are just too obsessed with competition. And then it clicks, the ace is right. In the end, the ones who enjoy themselves are the ones who truly become the best. Hez so moved that he turns down the ace's offer to rally, determined to practice alone, realizing he almost forgot what was important. The scene then cuts away, shifting to a sleek, expensive-looking modern home. Inside, a plate of expertly cut apples is placed on the table for the new English tutor, who's here for a Miss Jiyoung. We see the tutor is actually Jang Deokjae, who casually asks the housekeeper for a soft drink. He takes a bite, musing to himself he knew his Aunt Myung was successful, but he never imagined she'd have her own housekeeper. Suddenly, the calm is broken as a young woman bursts in, calling out for her auntie and startling everyone in the room. A young woman in a school uniform bursts through the door, cheerfully announcing she's home. Kicking off her shoes, she excitedly asks where her tutor, Teddy Bear Appa, is. Her eyes land on Jang Deokjae, who gives a friendly wave, but she just stares, confused. This isn't the guy. Then, a flash of realization hits her, as she points an accusatory finger right at him. She declares he must be her mom's secret boyfriend, a scandalous claim that leaves Deokjae speechless. To prove it, she pulls up her mom's phone wallpaper, showing her aunt with the real tutor. She demands to know why he's here, when it was supposed to be Teddy Bear Appa's session. Her wild theory? He must have seduced her mom with his handsome face to steal the job, leaving Deokjae horrified. With a huff, She storms upstairs, completely ignoring his attempts to explain the misunderstanding. Fuming in her room, she decides to ditch the lesson until a calm, deep voice from the shadows says, "Hey." Ji-young freezes as the real tutor steps out, his voice cutting through the air as he calls her pink pig. He stares down at her, his tone ice cold, demanding to know where she learned to be so rude. The insult hits a nerve, flashing her back to a time when she was the one yelling, "Hey, piggy!" She remembers being a spoiled child, screaming for attention from a young Diogai who was just trying to play his game. Even the housekeeper's apologies were brushed aside by her aunt, who just chuckled at her bratty behavior. Her aunt always said a child's health was all that mattered, a memory linked to a photo of Daojay, sick in a hospital bed. The flashback continues. A sulking Ji-young tugs at Daojay's shirt, who begs for just a moment to unlock a skill. But she had no patience for that, and in a tantrum, she snatched the phone right from his hands. With a furious toss, she sent the precious device flying straight out the window. The memory ends with the image of a young Daoki, his glasses cracked, his world shattering around him. But instead of scolding Ji-young, her aunt turned on Daojay with fury in her eyes. She smacked him hard, ordering the pink pig to raise his hands in punishment. He had tried to reason with the little brat, telling her she couldn't just throw people's things away, but she just screamed back, calling him a beggar. Pushed past his limit, Daojay finally snapped, delivering a frustrated slap he'd later call the body-fat sonic boom. The adults watched, and while the housekeeper was horrified, his aunt just smirked, deciding to let him teach the girl a lesson for her. Back in the present, Daojay looks down at his own hands, the memory fading. He tells a kneeling Ji-young that those days are over. There's no fat left to make that sound anymore. And in her shocked silence, a sudden realization hits him like a train. She had no idea had lost weight, which could only mean she and her aunt weren't speaking. That's why his aunt looked so worried. He finally understood. She already had no friends, and now she was about to cut off her only family. Daojay finally speaks, telling a tense Ji-young to put her hands down. He reveals that Aunt Mi-young told him everything, questioning her recent rude behavior. Ji-young snaps back like a feral chihuahua, furiously telling him to stay out of her family's business. Her defiance awakens his own inner tiger, shocked that she dare speak to him that way. But seeing her deflate back into a kneeling mess, he changes his approach, saying he's not here to scold her, he came to help. Ji-young looks up, stunned into silence as he acknowledges how hard things must have been for her. He explains that he knows how lonely she is, with her aunt so busy and now barely home after a promotion. The housekeeper watches, utterly astonished, as Daojay promises to visit every single week. In her eyes, he's like a saint, miraculously turning the unruly young miss into a gentle, crying lamb. And the source of all this trouble is confirmed by a nameplate on an executive desk. Vice President Lee Mi-young. On the phone, Vice President Lee Mi-young listens in disbelief to the report. The housekeeper is ecstatic, explaining that Ji-young started studying the second that young man left. Though the housekeeper worries his lessons are too simple, Mi-young is confident in the top university entrant. After hanging up, a rare, satisfied smile graces her lips. But this triggers a memory of a much younger Ji-young, hopefully asking her mom to a school performance. The little girl quickly backtracks, trying to be considerate of how tired her mother must be. Her mother's silhouette, however, simply retreats behind a closing door. Peeking back, Mi-young's face was cold, her thoughts revealing it was the child, not the work, that was tiring. That closed door became a painful memory for Ji-young, who wished for someone who understood her, like Daojay. Staring out at the city lights, Mi-young sighs, wishing she had called her son for help so much sooner. And with that, the first tutoring session comes to a close for the day. But Daojay's talents aren't limited to just academics. On the tennis court, he's a completely different animal, effortlessly returning every single ball. His focus is absolute, his eyes locked on his target with predatory calm. It's no surprise the system has granted him the title of Tennis Crown Prince. The next day, however, it's back to the books on the university campus. Daojay meticulously crafts Ji-young's tutoring plan, trying to understand her 0 points. Hess already figured it out. She's not unintelligent. She's just lost all motivation to even try. But as their next session begins, Ji-young makes a completely unexpected proposal. She tells him to just slack off and do the job half-heartedly, leaving him utterly speechless. Ji-young explains that her mom doesn't really care. A good score just gets a simple good job. Daojay sighs, thinking to himself that most kids would be jealous of a mom that hands off. She recalls how other mothers would cook special meals for high scores, or help study for low ones. But when she got a perfect 100 inches math, her own mother's reaction was cold and distant. Her mom claimed to be busy, simply handing her money to go have fun with her friends. The problem was, she didn't have any friends back then. Daojay winces, knowing the truth about her aunt. He decides to intervene, asking if she remembers the special organic food she always ate at his house. Jiyoung is stunned into silence as he reveals her own mother prepared all those meals due to her health. He even remembers her mom fighting with his own over processed foods, demanding a healthier fridge for her daughter. Deokjae smiles, having just offered her a completely different picture of the mother she thought she knew. Jiyoung is left speechless, trying to reconcile this new image of her aunt with the cold woman she remembers. Deokjae knows that simply explaining the past isn't enough to truly heal her wounds. The story then shifts to a university campus, where a student named Jinho sits in an empty classroom. His phone buzzes with a group chat notification for a friendly tennis match, business administration versus economics. He arrives at the sun-drenched courts, and a voice immediately calls out to him. It's his senior, Gu Youngjae, who playfully accuses him of skipping class for the match. Jinho glances at the packed stands, wondering why so many people are here on a weekday. Youngjae just laughs, comparing Jinho's rare combination of looks and brains to that of an albino gorilla. But their banter is cut short as a voice rings out across the court, calling Youngjae's name. The opposing team has arrived, and their blonde ace smirks, asking if Youngjae finally decided not to run away this time. Youngjae claims he was just hungover, though he secretly admits he chickened out, as his rival mocks the pathetic excuse. Watching the seniors bicker, Jinho can't help but smirk, so the rumors about the department rivalry were true after all. His smile instantly draws the blonde player's attention, who seethes at the perceived disrespect from the top-ranked freshman. Jinho feigns innocence, asking with a slight tilt of his head if this angry guy is the one who came in second place. The jab lands perfectly, and the blonde player demands they settle this on the court, but Youngjae has a better idea. He proposes a special match, their top freshman, Jinho, against the economics department's second-place freshman. One of the seniors worries aloud that Jinho is a total beginner, but the blonde player just grins, saying this is perfect. He boasts that their guy is new too, all while showing off some impressive racket twirling skills. As Jinho ties on a headband, Youngjae gives him some interesting encouragement, telling him no one expects him to win. His only job, his senior says with a dazzling smile, is to go out there and put on a good show for them. Jinho just smirks, thinking to himself that this is the perfect chance to practice some new skills. They meet at the net, where Jae-jun suggests they drop the formalities, though he's been rude from the start. His opponent can't hide his jealousy, sneering that a pretty boy like Jinho must be gotten first place through sheer luck. But Jinho just gives him a dazzling smile, happily agreeing that he must be a very lucky guy. The comeback leaves Jae-jun speechless, as Jinho reflects that these petty insults are nothing compared to what he used to endure. After spinning the racket to decide the server, Jae-jun condescendingly offers the first serve to Jinho. The racket lands on rough, officially giving Jinho the serve, and he's more than ready to begin. He plants his foot, his posture suddenly shifting into that of a seasoned professional. With a fluid motion, he tosses the ball into the air and unleashes a powerful swing. The ball screams across the court, a yellow blur that leaves Jae-jun eating dirt before he could even react. But the ball comes rocketing back, catching Jinho by surprise for just a split second. Jae-jun had actually returned the impossible serve, scoring the first point of the match. He smirks, mocking Jinho for being a beginner who doesn't even know a simple serve and dash. Jinho just smiles it off, admitting he didn't expect such a sneaky play on the very first serve. With the score now 1-5, love, he tosses the ball high into the air for his second attempt. As he prepares his swing, he wonders why Jae-jun has been so hostile from the start. Surely it couldn't be just about grades. He figures it must be some kind of psychological warfare. But one look at Jae-jun's face reveals nothing sophisticated, just pure, unadulterated rage. Or maybe not. Jinho internally apologizes for overestimating his opponent's maturity. With a sharp crack, Jinho sends his second serve flying across the court. The ball lands perfectly, kicking up a cloud of chalk right on the baseline. His supporters roar with excitement, thinking he's just tied the score. But their celebration is cut short when Jae-jun casually calls the ball out. He smugly states that calls on his side are his to make, and Jinho just smiles, agreeing to trust him. One of the sunbaes desperately turns to the fashion students, asking if they saw the blatant miscall, but they couldn't care less about the game, openly admiring Jinho's perfect proportions instead. 10 minutes later, the score is an unbelievable 4-0, love, all thanks to Jae-jun's judgment. Jinho's friend finally snaps, screaming in frustration at the out-obsessed cheater on the court. But while his friend is losing his mind, Jinho just scoffs internally at the pathetic display. He calmly tosses the ball, a quiet confidence settling over him. Turning to his worried sunbaes, he tells them not to worry. With a disarming smile, he reminds them this is just a game between beginners. As long as everyone is having fun, nothing else really matters, right? His expression hardens as he stares down his opponent, his true thoughts surfacing. He was never playing seriously. He was just testing his new skills on a rude, unsportsmanlike player. Meanwhile, completely oblivious, one of the fashion students is furiously sketching away. Hez completely captivated, muttering to himself about how beautiful Jinho's form is. Taking a quick break, Jinho is called out by one of his own sunbaes. The senior confronts him, demanding to know how a complete beginner pulled off such a ridiculous move. Jinho just deflects with a cheeky smile, mentioning something about pen-twirling tricks. He then turns on the charm, asking if his pro-level form is all thanks to Young Jae's amazing teaching. He even pictures them celebrating, selling the lie that his friend is the genius behind his success. Across the court, however, the opposing team is seething, disgusted by the display and vowing to win. With the crowd roaring in anticipation, the game is officially back on. Park Jae-joon smirks from the other side of the net, telling Jinho he might as well just give up. He scoffs that while Jinho may have gotten lucky, he'll never lose a match based on pure skill. But Jinho just prepares his stance, a cold thought crossing his mind. A beginner slaughtering civilians? Park Jae-joon continues his lecture, sneering that feeling embarrassed is a luxury only for losers. He thinks about how people cry foul over cheap tricks and a lack of sportsmanship. But he knows the real reason they're angry isn't because it's cowardly, it's because they're afraid to lose. It's the ultimate hypocrisy. When the other team does it, it's a foul. But when your side does it, it's just a clever play. Jinho listens to this pathetic philosophy, completely disgusted by the win-at-all-costs mentality. He scoffs back, asking what's the point? This is just a hobby, and that kind of mindset makes everything boring. For him, it's not about winning or losing. He grips the tennis ball, ready to show them what real fun looks like. Tossing the ball into the air, he smirks, deciding that just imitating techniques from a manga is entertaining enough. We see a flash of him and his friend trying and failing to copy those moves until now, as the ball meets his racket with incredible force. A brilliant flash of light erupts on impact, the strings straining under the sheer, impossible power of his serve. The ball screams across the court, a green comet aimed right at Park Jae-joon. He smirks, getting into position. It's fast, he admits, but nothing he can't handle. It bounces perfectly. He thinks he's got this in the bag. He's already calculated the return trajectory, moving to a spot he could hit from with his eyes closed. With a mighty swing, he prepares to send the ball flying back with interest. But his racket slices through nothing but air. He freezes, confused. Where did it go? His eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes the ball is now hovering directly in front of his face. Before he can react, it smacks him square in the forehead, sending him stumbling back. Jinho's seniors watch, jaws on the floor, realizing the ball defied physics and bounced sideways. They recognize the legendary move, one calling it an American twist serve, the other naming it after an ultimate anime technique. The senior is still arguing, calling his friend a mega nerd for the ridiculous anime explanation. But the player on the ground is having a full-blown panic attack, realizing that ball could have taken his head off. Jinho casually walks over, mocking him for his Hollywood action. He looms over the terrified player, his shadow falling across the court as he demands he get up. The poor guy is frozen in fear, but Jinho's cold eyes tell him this match is far from over. Suddenly, a loud bravo rings out from the sidelines, and Jinho turns, confused. An eccentric blonde man is being held back, looking absolutely ecstatic about the match. A loud smooch echoes through the air, causing Jinho's fangirls to gasp in disbelief. The senior from before is now beet red, stunned that this strange foreigner just kissed him on the cheek. But two students in the crowd recognize him immediately. It's the famous pro player, Tim Jones. It turns out this man isn't just a pro player. He's the chief designer for the legendary fashion house, Seor Home. Tim Jones is now fawning over the senior, demanding to kiss his other cheek, much to the poor guy's absolute horror. A student from the clothing department films the whole thing, mocking the tennis players for not recognizing a fashion icon. To them, he's a legend, and they want every single pore of his face recorded for posterity. The tennis coach finally snaps, roaring at the crowd to get lost and stop treating his court like a circus. After the chaos dies down, Tim Jones offers a half-hearted apology for the interruption. He gushes to Jinho that his perfect victory pose was like something from a manga and he simply couldn't help himself. Then he dramatically leans back, getting right to the point. He wants Jinho to wear his clothes. With a flourish, he presents a thick, leather-bound book, his personal design portfolio. Jinho smirks, realizing this eccentric designer won't leave until he looks, and decides to humor him. But as Jinho's eyes fall upon the first page, his casual smirk vanishes. Hess completely stunned. These designs are absolutely perfect, unlike any fashion he's ever seen. Meanwhile, Tim Jones is lost in his own world, overcome with the sheer perfection of his creations. He marvels at how something can be both so elegant and yet so practical. To wear such clothes, he declares to the heavens, would be the mark of a truly successful life. Jinho stares, utterly bewildered by the outburst, wondering how the man understood his Korean, but Tim just roars back with pure, unadulterated joy. Suddenly, the sharp click of heels on pavement draws their attention. A new voice explains that sincerity transcends language, just as two impeccably dressed women arrive on the scene. Tim and his assistant Angela freeze in shock as the woman calls out to her son it's his Aunt Myung. Without a word, she pulls her dramatic son into a tight hug, smothering him in kisses. Aunt Myung explains the concept of an air kiss, but Jinho is still horrified because Tim's lips definitely touched his. Tim, completely misreading the room, declares that he likes women too, as if they're now best friends. Jinho silently begs his aunt for help. Desperate to change the subject, he asks why she's here, gesturing towards a very conspicuous luxury car. In the driver's seat, Angela waits patiently, the picture of professionalism. Suddenly, they're all in the back. His aunt drapes an arm over him, casually announcing she's here to hang out with her son. Jinho weakly protests that he still has classes, but her response is chillingly simple. Just drop out. The realization hits him like a truck as he stares at the steering wheel. His aunt is the vice president of Seoul, Korea. She confirms it with a cool smile, revealing that Tim had been searching everywhere for him. Since he wasn't an official model, all the designer had to go on was his face and the fact that he was Asian. Jinho is left stunned, wondering how on earth Tim could have possibly found him with so little information. With a smug grin, his aunt reveals Tim spotted him in the background of one of her video conferences. Jinho suddenly recalls his little cousin's furious accusation that he was her mom's secret boyfriend. Trying to be helpful, he suggests they pick up her daughter Jiyoung, since she should be out of school. But his aunt's response is a cold, immediate no. He presses on, saying he knows things are difficult between them, so this could be a good chance to connect. Still no. The luxury car glides on as Jinho demands to know why she's refusing. The reason becomes clear as they pull up to a place shimmering with neon lights. They're at a club, and she casually reminds him that minors aren't allowed. Jinho freezes, realizing the terrible mistake he's just made. And in that moment, he finally starts to understand his cousin's strange behavior. Inside, his aunt is having a full-blown crisis, lamenting that she's a complete failure as a mother. Jinho tries to reassure her, promising he'll help her mend the relationship with her daughter. But as he takes a sip of his drink, his attention begins to drift. He starts to notice that clubs are kind of amazing. Everywhere he looks, there are impossibly beautiful people, radiating confidence. A single, dazzling smile from across the room is all it takes. Jinho is completely captivated, his heart pounding like a drum. He mutters to himself, wondering where all these gorgeous people have been hiding his whole life. His aunt, however, just gives him a smug, knowing look, completely unimpressed by the spectacle. She explains that these aren't just randoms, they're models and celebrities, all here for one reason. She tells him that while it looks like they're all just dancing, every single person here is desperately trying to catch the eye of one man, Tim Jones. Jinho isn't shocked at all. He understands the game immediately. His aunt explains that in this world, you have to grab their attention first. She then smugly adds that everyone else is wasting their time, since Tim Jonas' lover is right here, much to Jinho's disgust. The conversation shifts, and she asks him again if he's really sure he doesn't want to be a model. He clarifies his stance. It's not about modeling, it's about not wanting to belong to an agency. He confirms his decision, and his aunt taps her fingers, deep in thought. Suddenly, she's on a frantic business call, complaining about someone named Jiyoung and planning for Fashion Week. The call ends, leaving her with a look of genuine regret, calling herself a terrible mother. His aunt pivots, telling him to go have fun and promising to keep it secret, but Jinho isn't buying it, so she makes him an offer he can't refuse. If she spills the beans, she'll buy him a foreign car. She reminds him the vice president of Seoul doesn't make empty threats, but Jinho fires back that he'll sue for her position if she breaks her promise. Her assistant Angela gives a deadpan stare, while his aunt nervously thinks how Jinho's serious jokes are always a little scary. With the deal settled, Jinho finally enters the party, looking a bit overwhelmed by the scene. Before he can even get his bearings, someone bumps hard into his back. A hand quickly grabs his arm to regain balance. He turns around, instinctively apologizing for the collision. But it's not just one person, it's a whole group of women who immediately swarm him. One of them slides her hand down his arm, asking if he's a Seoul model because he's just that handsome. Another woman immediately asks him for a dance, leaving Jinho completely flustered. His mind spirals, imagining her suggestions for after the dance, and then after dinner, and he concludes his only option is to find the nearest exit and escape. He retreats to the restroom, only to be approached by a man who asks why he isn't enjoying the party. Jinho explains that all this attention is for Seoul, not him, and he needs to leave before causing a scene. The man seems genuinely impressed, complimenting Jinho's sharp instincts and self-control. He then asks Jinho what his plans are, now that he's ditching the high-class event. A sly grin spreads across Jinho's face. He has a much better idea for the night. He suggests they go experience some authentic Korean nightlife instead. And that means a toast with soju, over some sizzling grilled pork belly. The night kicks off with a classic Korean staple, a private karaoke room. It's followed by the unbeatable combination of crispy fried chicken and ice-cold beer. The two of them belt out some tunes, with Tim Jones surprisingly passionate about his performance. And to sober up after all the fun, they grab a couple of sugary chocolate lattes. Sitting on a quiet park bench, the mood finally begins to shift. Tim admits he had an incredible time, especially loving the food, and casually asks Jinho where he's from. Jinho, completely caught off guard, stammers out a weak England, a lie he's clearly not good at telling. But Tim cuts right through the awkwardness, getting straight to the point. What does Jinho want for the clothes? He knows a guy like Jinho wouldn't have sought him out just for fun. The game is up. And then, Tim Jones lays his cards on the table. He wants Jinho to walk in his fashion show as his muse. Tim Jones practically leaps off the bench, horrified at the very thought of sharing his muse. Jinho calmly clarifies his proposal. He'll be a secret inspiration, never appearing on a public runway. But the world-famous designer slumps over, completely dejected by that idea. He wants to brag to everyone about his amazing find, but at the same time, he refuses to share him. Jinho can only stare, realizing this grown man is acting like a child with a brand new toy. But to be honest, Jinho knows it's far too late to keep his identity a secret anyway. He simply tells the pouting designer to take a look at his phone for a moment. On the screen is a traffic limit exceeded error from the shopping site selling his outfit. Apparently, ever since that evening, inquiries using the keyword Korea University Lee Jin-ho have been flooding in, and that viral explosion, Jinho explains, started the exact moment they began hanging out together. Jinho lays out the simple truth. If just being seen with him causes this much chaos, imagine the global firestorm that would ignite if he actually wore the designer's clothes. He adds that his conscience won't let him wear such incredible clothes for free, a clever move that has Tim Jones deep in thought. The designer finally relents, agreeing to think it over, but he has something more urgent to say. He looks at Jinho with a sudden seriousness, preparing to drop some news. He's returning to France in just 3 days, a revelation that catches Jinho completely off guard. Jinho asks when he'll be back, only to learn the next visit will be a very, very long time from now, and that's why Tim needs a promise. No matter how long it takes, when the clothes are done, Jinho must come to him. Without a second thought, Jinho agrees, sealing their pact with a firm handshake. He promised he would come right away if called, but the look on his face suggests it might not be that simple. The very next day, Jinho is waiting when he's suddenly startled. It's Tim Jones, pulling up in his car with a manic grin, ready to go. Jinho can't believe it. This man must have stayed up all night working on this. They arrive at the gleaming headquarters of Syor, a titan in the fashion world. Tim immediately presents his initial sketches, having already designed an entire look. Jinho tries on the sample outfit, feeling a bit awkward in the new clothes. But from the shadows, the CEO of Syor himself, Pietro Battari, is watching. And with a satisfied smile, he gives his resounding approval of the perfect fit. Jinho is just numb to it all now. First his aunt, then a world-class designer, and now a CEO. The VP is so impressed he wants to sign Jinho as a model. But Tim fiercely objects he's not a model. He's a muse. The VP tries to argue with the CEO, Pietro, insisting this is a matter of sales. But the big boss isn't having it. Pietro completely ignores him, turning to Jinho and sincerely thanking him for becoming Tim's muse. He explains that Tim is a creative genius with severe wanderlust, often literally escaping to find inspiration. While a free spirit is a nightmare for business partners, the money he makes for them is astronomical. And as a token of gratitude for grounding their star designer, Pietro offers Jinho a small bribe. Syor will sponsor him for the next 3 years, an offer that leaves Jinho completely frozen in place. They'll provide everything from clothes to unreleased items, even a personal stylist if needed. All he has to do is exclusively wear the premium gear they provide for him. Pietro smirks, confident in his power play. They can't risk letting a muse this valuable be seen in another brand. But to everyone's utter disbelief, Jinho quietly says he's sorry, but he has to decline. Pietro leans forward, his voice laced with genuine confusion. He simply asks why. Does Jinho not grasp the golden opportunity he's throwing away? Or is he already loyal to another brand? Jinho's reflection appears in the man's glasses as he calmly states it's neither of those things. He admits that luxury brands are nice, and getting them for free through sponsorships is even better. but the greatest thing he's ever received is the new life that began for him that day. He has absolutely no intention of restricting that precious freedom just to wear a single brand's items. With a confident smile, he declares that beautiful things should be worn and adorned even if they're not from sire. The SIR vice president absolutely loses it, collapsing on the floor in laughter. Tim has found a true muse. Pietro offers a sincere apology, admitting he mistook Jinho for just another brand-obsessed fool. But Jinho's polite and principled response has only made Pietro want him more as he begins to type a message. Pietro's message comes through. He's already instructed Seer Korea to let Jinho take whatever he wants. Jinho just laughs, thinking to himself that the CEO is going to regret making such a bold claim. But then he dismisses the thought, figuring even a man like Pietro must make jokes sometimes. The scene then cuts to the inside of an impossibly luxurious sire boutique. This isn't just a store, it's a private, opulent showroom fit for royalty. A manager greets him with a smile, confirming the absurd offer. He can take everything. Jinho, ever the penny pincher, grabs 2 measly outfits, shocked that they cost 3 million won. That's when it clicks. He whips out his phone, calling his sister to get down here immediately. Soon, his entire family, dad, mom, and aunt are standing in the store, absolutely shell-shocked. The manager simply smiles at his father, reassuring him that when Pietro says everything, he means it. Jinho feels a wave of guilt, admitting he hasn't done a single thing to earn this generosity. The manager simply offers a knowing, almost sly little smile. She explains that his very existence has already guaranteed SIR's sales for the next 3 years. The value he represents is staggering. Even 1 trillion won is nothing compared to what he'll generate. 1 trillion, the number completely short-circuits Jinho's brain. His mind immediately jumps to the only metric that makes sense. How much pork belly is that? She snaps him out of it, grabbing him and insisting that a treasure like him must be protected. He asks again if there's anything he can do for the company, still feeling the need to contribute. But she reminds him once more that he doesn't need to feel indebted. With a confident grin, Jinho clarifies that this isn't about debt, it's about opportunity. His eyes gleam with a newfound fire. This is the confidence that he will succeed. The manager looks him over, hands on her hips, momentarily stunned by this sudden declaration. But her surprise quickly melts into an amused, proud smirk. When did this kid grow up so much? She decides to seize the moment, telling him to follow her as she had a few ideas for him anyway. With that, she leads him into a dazzling, high-end private boutique, a world of pure luxury. A master tailor turns to greet them, his expression sharp and professional. And to Jinho's surprise, his mother is already here, looking around the store in absolute awe. She turns to face him, her smile radiating pure, uncontainable happiness. The tailor watches the family reunion with a calm, discerning eye, but Jinho can only stare, a single bead of sweat rolling down his face as the reality of the situation crashes down on him. His mind flashes back to a painful memory. His wife, kneeling on the floor, completely broken. He remembers coming home to find her asking him why their life had to be so incredibly hard. A framed picture on the cabinet served as a silent witness to their struggles. She lamented that she had never lived lazily, not even for a single day since she was born. But all that hard work had led to a desperate struggle to pay rent and mounting loans. Shed collapsed next to a burst trash bag, wondering if they'd ever see a day where such a small loss didn't matter. Seeing her in such a state had filled Jinho's father with a quiet, aching sorrow. He couldn't help but feel that all of this was his fault. His own father had sold a cow just for his tuition, telling him to focus only on his studies. It was a debt he swore he would repay by supporting his own family until the very end. He remembers his proposal, feeling he had nothing to offer her. She wasn't meant for such a shabby life, yet she chose him. Even after a long day, she'd refused to let him take out the trash, telling him to rest and watch over little Jinho. With a gentle smile, she insisted she never regretted marrying him, so he shouldn't look so sad. That memory brings tears to his eyes, even now, because today, he gets to see his wife trying on clothes he never dreamed they could afford. The pure, unburdened joy on her face is a sight to behold. It's the same beautiful smile she always had, even when they had nothing. Overwhelmed by the moment, he has to take a step back. He turns away, overcome with gratitude, whispering a thank you to his son. Later, at a restaurant, his father slams down a beer, calling himself a sinner. He's drowning in guilt, lamenting how much his wife suffered over things he could never afford. He asks Jinho if he's really allowed to accept these gifts, but his son just tells him it's fine. Jinho explains it's all part of his work now, managing sponsorships and brand deals. But their private conversation is suddenly interrupted. 2 young women approach their table, asking if he's the Korea University handsome guy they've seen online. They gush about being fans since his early days, leaving his father completely dumbfounded by this revelation. After happily getting a photo, they wave goodbye, even complimenting his father on their way out. The dad is still processing, asking what that nickname was all about, as Jinho admits he's a bit famous. A switch flips in his father's mind, who now proudly declares he'll provide the best for his future daughter-in-law. 3 days later, the time has come for the international designer to depart from the airport. He expresses his sincere gratitude, telling Jinho he had a wonderful time all thanks to him. As a sign of their newfound partnership, he gives Jinho a friendly farewell kiss on both cheeks. The designer extends an invitation to France, mentioning his own CEO is eager to have dinner with Jinho. With a final wave, he promises to surprise Jinho with even more incredible clothes next time. Jinho waves back with a cool, knowing smile, his part of the deal flawlessly executed. But just as the designer leaves, his phone chimes, pulling his attention to a new message. He glances down, a confident smirk spreading across his face. It's from his Aunt Mi-young, sending over his packed schedule. He thinks to himself, let's see who's really in for a surprise. And miles away, his aunt looks at her own phone with a satisfied smile, a key player in his grand design. At home, Kim Sung-mi reflects on how her son has truly stepped up since she became vice president. Her thoughts are interrupted by a notification on her phone from someone named Teddy Bear Oppa. She picks it up, her expression laced with suspicion and a hint of annoyance. But as she sees the contact's profile picture, her eyes go wide in disbelief. It's an old, embarrassing photo of her as a baby in a traditional dress. She's completely flustered, looking around as if the culprit might be in the room with her. She can't help but complain, why would he use her first birthday photo of all things? And as she fumes, the scene shifts to a young man with a guitar case, humming a carefree tune. He looks up at the sky, a massive, relieved grin on his face as he soaks in the sunlight. His days as a professor are finally over, and he's ready to embrace this beautiful new beginning. This is Professor Jung Myungjin, who was once a fairly successful guitarist, living the dream on stage. But those days are long gone. Now, he's just a washed-up has-been. Flashing back 2 weeks ago, we see the source of his misery, a pathetic enrollment of only 5 students for his class. His course reviews are an absolute train wreck, with students calling him harsh and outdated, his mental state completely shattered. He was even mistaken for a homeless person while playing his guitar on campus. He knew that if his course got canceled one more time, his contract as a professor would be terminated for good. But as he walks away, he can't even be angry who is there to blame. He admits it to himself. He's the one who failed students for a lack of romance in their playing. Hess always known that what's mainstream eventually fades, just like his own rock band days. Generations change, trends shift, and what goes up must eventually come down. He laments that the university is a place for the new generation, and he's just an old man complaining. Walking the empty halls, a single terrifying thought echoes in his mind. If he gets fired, how will he even survive? He knows his options are bleak. He's not competitive as a professor, and he has no confidence to return to the music industry. Meanwhile, in a classroom somewhere, a cheerful student admits she knows this class is famous for its harsh grading. Her friend is baffled, asking why on earth she would willingly sign up for it. Elsewhere, a male student sheepishly explains that a friend told him he smells like an old man. But that's not the real reason. He grabs the door handle, his heart set on something more. He has a dream, a vision of pure campus romance. His ultimate goal is to play the guitar while sitting on the grass. And as the professor finally enters his lecture hall, bracing for failure, his eyes widen in disbelief at a completely packed room. The very students who sought him out, full of their own strange dreams, all turn to look at him with anticipation. The students stare back, their expressions a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Professor Jung Myungjin can only stand there, utterly dumbfounded by the scene. But the reason for this miracle wasn't him. It was Jinho's schedule getting leaked, causing a 1,000% spike in enrollment. For the professor, this sea of faces triggers a powerful memory of a different crowd. He remembers the roar, the lights, the feeling of being on top of the world. Back in the present, his eyes well up as he wonders if this is all just a dream. Overwhelmed with emotion, he realizes his class is saved, with 65 students officially enrolled. Later, Jinho sits in a car, gently strumming a brand new acoustic guitar. His manager glances at him in the rearview mirror, commenting on the beautiful instrument. He explains it was a gift from the professor, the very guitar from his prime, and she asks for the man's name. Jinho names the professor, Jung Myungjin, and his manager recognizes the name immediately. She jokes that if he ever goes broke, an autographed guitar from the man would fetch a fortune, an idea that genuinely startles him. She smiles, thinking how refreshing it is that Jinho can take a joke, unlike the other scary executives. Changing the subject as they drive, she asks if he's feeling any nerves about the big photo shoot today. He calmly strums the guitar, replying with a simple no. He's done this kind of thing before. But his manager's expression turned serious, warning him that he absolutely should be nervous about this one. This isn't just any magazine, it's a spread in X magazine, the most respected fashion publication in the world. She speaks of its legendary staff, a group known for their immense pride and uncompromising standards. So, she wonders aloud, with what mindset could these high-nosed elites possibly be waiting for someone like him? Her own cynical conclusion cuts through the air. It must be because of sponsorship. And sure enough, on set, the staff is already complaining that putting an amateur on the cover proves SIOR has gone downhill. The photographer grumbles that he swore he'd only shoot family members, not some random nobody. Another staff member chimes in, snickering that since this is SIOR, he can't be just some ordinary person. He leans in to spread the juicy gossip. The new model is supposedly the son of the new vice president's friend. In their eyes, it's all clear. A parachute appointment for an ordinary person using his connections. Back in the car, the manager explains that he's an unlikable, inexperienced kid taking shortcuts in their minds. If he messes this up, it won't just be his embarrassment. It will tarnish the reputation of SIOR Korea itself. Just then, the studio doors swing open, and a figure emerges from a blinding light. The entire crew freezes, their arrogant smirks wiped clean off their faces in an instant. A simple hello echoes through the silent studio as they stare, dumbfounded, at the man who just walked in. He introduces himself as Lee Jin-ho, his aura immediately captivating the entire studio. Later, the very same staff who were just bad-mouthing him are being interviewed about the shoot. Asked for their impression, they can barely contain their newfound respect. They admit that while he might be an ordinary person, his skills were absolutely extraordinary. The others quickly agree, completely won over by his professional charm and personality. But when it's suggested they go talk to him, the photographer immediately shuts the idea down. He explains that right now, Jin-ho is busy with something far more important than the photo shoot. We cut to Jin-ho in his waiting room, diligently practicing guitar for his university's talent show. He's thinking this is the perfect opportunity to unlock a brand new skill before the event. The skill is Rooftop Star, and its conditions are so demanding it's almost impossible on a time crunch. He runs the numbers, and the reality of the grind is staggering. 300 perfect performances. It's a mountain of practice, but he recalls the long hours spent with his professor, honing his craft. He poured every spare moment into this, pushing himself until only one final song stood in his way. But just as he reaches for the finish line, his own body betrays him with a searing jolt of pain. His hand flares up with tendinitis, the agony so intense he's forced to stop completely. He can only stare at his trembling fingers, a harsh lesson that even raw talent has a physical cost. But it's not just the body that can break under the weight of a dream. The mind wears down too, a truth that a certain someone, Kim Sung-mi, understands deeply. She knows all about the kind of exhaustion that makes you want to just put it all down and walk away. Because 3 years ago, she was on stage as the dazzling rookie idol, Lee Seo-ae. At the agency, the vice president groans, wondering how anyone could write such a cheesy article about a pure singer-songwriter. But in a quiet moment, over a cup of instant noodles, Seung-mi remembers that feeling. She once believed that was the romantic, humble beginning for every true artist. Back then, she was so sure of herself, so full of innocent confidence. But that dream shattered against the reality of 2 failed albums, stacked high and collecting dust. Her agency had to step in, telling her to abandon her genre for mainstream dance music. Suddenly, her 3rd album was a massive hit, and the company was buzzing with excitement. She played the part, but inside, a different story was unfolding. Because a dark part of her had hoped it would fail, believing her true identity was lost in that manufactured success. The memory is so sharp she has to excuse herself, needing a moment away from it all. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, a young woman stands alone in a bathroom. The sharp click of her heels echoes as she walks with purpose down the empty hall. But then, she stops, just as Kim Seung-mi herself emerges, trying to escape her own troubled thoughts. Elsewhere, her manager is on the phone, trying to smooth things over. He explains that her pride as a composer must be deeply wounded right now, but as Seung-mi walks, her expression shifts, her head tilting slightly. While her manager frets that she's been gone too long, a hand reaches for the sky, as if pulling a melody from thin air. Her eyes widen as a sound, a beautiful, impossible melody washes over her. And there, standing in a doorway, is the source, a girl bathed in an aura of pure music. The golden melody acts like a beacon, pulling her through the doorway and towards its source. Without a second thought, she breaks into a run, chasing the sound down the empty hallway. It's a song born from fingers that seem to pluck light itself from the strings. And there he is, a lone student, completely lost in the music he's creating. He suddenly looks up, startled, his rhythm broken by her unexpected presence. Tears stream down her face, a profound emotional release triggered by his song. She begs him, her voice trembling, "Please, don't stop playing." His fingers hover for a moment, then press back down onto the fretboard. And so he plays again, this time just for her, a private concert in the quiet room. As the notes wash over her, the constant, gnawing pain she's felt finally disappears. Meanwhile, panic erupts elsewhere in the building. Seole has vanished. It's been 20 minutes since she went to the bathroom, and her manager is starting to lose it. He sprints down the empty hallway, trying to reassure his frantic CEO over the phone. This is exactly what he was afraid of. He'd been feeling anxious all day. He remembers her walking off alone, and his mind races with the worst possibilities. But then, a sound cuts through his panic, a faint, beautiful melody. He stops, turning his head, following the notes that seem to float through the air. And there she is, not in danger, but sitting with a serene smile on her face. The student from before is playing for her, his fingers dancing across the strings. She's completely captivated, clapping her hands and begging for an encore. She's so impressed, she asks if he's also here for an interview with some big agency. But he just laughs it off, claiming to be nothing more than an ordinary person. He explains he's just practicing for a talent show, having only played for less than a week. The words hit her like a lightning bolt. Less than a week with that kind of god-tier skill? She starts to spiral, thinking about this absolute genius while she just whines about her career. The embarrassment is overwhelming. She, a third-year rookie, just got humbled. But her moment of shame is cut short when a familiar voice screams her name. Lee Seol-ae. Her manager storms in, absolutely fuming that she went to the bathroom without her phone. He's mid-lecture about how worried everyone was when he finally freezes, noticing the other person. His eyes widen in disbelief as he recognizes the legendary producer, Lee Jin-ho. The manager's mind races. This is his chance. He asks Jin-ho if he'd consider becoming a celebrity. But the answer is an immediate, cheerful, and absolute no. Rejected. As Jin-ho walks away to his photo shoot, Seola realizes the opportunity has vanished. She turns to her manager, asking just who that person was that he was trying so desperately to recruit. He explains that this isn't just some random student. He's the one every agency in Korea is fighting over. A young, handsome, and brilliant talent who is considered the blue-chip prospect of this era. Seol-ae is still confused, so he drops the bomb. Jin-ho entered Korea University as the top student. The weight of that fact crushes her. She really was a rookie in every single way. Her manager notices her sudden silence, asking why she's been so down lately. But now, something has changed. A new, determined spark ignites in her eyes. She tells him not to worry. Something good just happened, she explains, recalling the pure melody Jin-ho played. With newfound fire, she declares to her stunned manager that she wants to re-record her third album. Feeling truly okay now, she confidently posts about an upcoming music festival. A calm, determined smile graces her lips as she gets back to work. She feels just like she did in her aspiring days, ready to be ambitious again. Her manager watches this transformation, his initial shock melting into a proud, relieved smile. He walks with her to an interview, telling her to own the camera with this newfound brightness. She agrees, even adding that she's ready to film that music video, regardless of the chilly outfits. Meanwhile, as the business department's trip begins, someone else is getting ready. On the bus, the students eagerly apply their sponsored lip balm. The trip is finally underway, and the whole department is buzzing with excitement. A senior smugly explains that this is all part of their marketing project. But his real motivation? The petty joy of making the economics department jealous. As they cruise down the highway, Jin-ho confidently declares he's ready to dominate the talent show. Soon enough, they pull up to a sleek, modern building for their retreat. The senior immediately grabs a mic, announcing dinner and teasing the rowdy freshmen. The freshmen are put in charge of cooking, and it immediately descends into chaos. Their rice is a lumpy, purple mess, and the senior yells that their moms aren't here to save them. The main course is a horrifying purple curry that leaves one student looking like he's about to die. One student is already in despair, realizing his team is doomed and they'll have to mooch off Jin-ho. And what is Jin-ho's team up to? Oh, just casually creating a pillar of fire that reaches for the heavens. The curry girl thanks Jin-ho for starting the fire, announcing she'll now summon an ancestral spirit to cook, much to the horror of a nearby student. Meanwhile, the senior MC smugly reveals his backup plan, a mountain of ramen, because surely no one can mess that up. A second, even more glorious inferno erupts from the ramen pot, proving him spectacularly wrong. Defeated, he begs Jin-ho to just stop touching things, wondering how on earth someone sets instant noodles on fire. In the end, everyone had to beg Jin-ho's team for ramen, trading a picture with the famous model for a single bowl. With everyone finally fed, the senior grabs the mic again, ready to kick off the night's main event. He asks the crowd, now that their stomachs are full, what they should fill up next. The answer, he screams with glee, is alcohol. To get everyone fired up, he reveals the prizes for the talent show. Third place gets a mountain of soju, beer, and chicken. The Feats of Strength team immediately starts flexing, their eyes locked on the promise of all that protein. Another team, a couple in heart-shaped glasses, strikes a pose, feeling the luxurious party vibe. But tension brews between two of the bands. One group worries when they realize Jinho's team is also playing guitar. The senior MC grins, feeling the competitive energy crackling in the air. He grips the back of a chair, building the suspense before announcing the grand prize. The crowd leans in, their faces a mix of shock and pure, unadulterated desire. First place, he declares, gets unlimited booze and 5 bottles of premium, 7-year-old whiskey. With the students now practically foaming at the mouth, he roars for the talent show to begin. The first challenger steps onto the stage, their sandals slapping the floor with a resounding thud. And what a challenger, he is, a mountain of muscle effortlessly hoisting a massive barbell. The MC, stunned, asks how he got so strong, and the guy deadpans that his strength comes from exam stress. His favorite thing about being a management major? The textbook is heavy, and he loves that. For his grand talent, he decides to rip that 500-page management textbook clean in half. A bold move, especially since the author of that very book, Professor Kim, is sitting at the judges' table, absolutely horrified. Without a moment's hesitation, the professor's fist comes crashing down on the big red F button. The MC just laughs it off, unfazed, and immediately calls for the next act to take the stage. A dance duo called We're Thrilling appears, striking a pose like a cheesy, romantic couple. The girl seems a bit confused by the couple dance vibe, but the guy cheerfully clarifies that they're actually siblings. This awkward little reveal sends the audience, including Jinho and his crew, into a fit of laughter. Sungmi leans in, teasing him about how mixed gender groups always cause trouble on retreats. He just laughs it off as she points out he's the only one playing an instrument on his team. The memory of his bandmates comes to mind, a messy lineup of 4 singers and just 1 guitarist. And the worst part? He's only been playing the guitar for less than 2 weeks. But instead of showing any worry, a confident smirk plays on his lips. His bandmate matches his energy, telling him she's figured out the secret to their performance. Jinho's smile widens. Turns out, he got a little expert advice on the side. We flash back 2 weeks, right before the talent show preparations began. He's explaining his dilemma to a mysterious figure, lamenting that his teammates are all bookworms. Desperate to make up for missing orientation, he pleads with this person to help him out. The expert he consulted was none other than Park Jae-jun, a man with a microphone and a whole lot of confidence. Jae-jun agrees to help, but on one condition. Jinho is footing the bill for this karaoke lesson. Without hesitation, he pulls up an old-school trot song, the kind your grandpa would sing. Jinho is absolutely bewildered, wondering if this guy is serious, but Jae-jun seems to be feeling the aura. In fact, Jae-jun strictly forbids him from even looking at songs with modern, 4-digit codes. Jinho is completely lost, but his new mentor insists that he needs to listen closely. The lesson begins. A talent show isn't about playing a song just because you like it. He calls Jinho a socially inept loser before we cut back to the present, where an MC announces the next act. Jae-jun's voiceover continues, explaining that a song you love, one that comforted you, can completely kill the mood if you play that sentimental ballad during a fun and exciting festival. The MC backstage is in a cold sweat, realizing the mood has completely died. Even the judges are getting misty-eyed, with Professor Kim reminiscing about his own father. Jae-jun's voice explains this is like serving soybean stew at a fancy party the audience is just getting homesick. And Jinho, watching from the wings, finally gets it. This guy isn't just a jerk, he's a prophet. He remembers Jae-jun's lesson. Playing a depressing song when the crowd is quiet is just awkward. When Jinho admitted he didn't know any popular songs, Jae-jun told him to just study the top 100 chart. The formula for success is simple. Jinho has the visuals, Jae-jun will pick a popular song, so all Jinho has to do is focus on his skill. But his mentor wasn't done. Jae-jun laid out the real challenge. His competition has 4 members, 2 weeks of practice, and choreography. Back in the present, the crowd groans at the sight of another acoustic guitar, but Seungmi is already cheering Jinho's name. But not everyone is impressed. A rival in the crowd scoffs at the sight of him. He wonders if Jinho really came alone, questioning where his supposed teammates are. Jinho takes his seat, a lone figure against a sea of shadowy, silent faces. He remembers Jae-jun's lesson. True skill is the power to command attention. and as his fingers find the strings, he recalls the second piece of advice. Popularity is the power to make everyone enjoy it. The first notes ring out, and the crowd erupts, recognizing the mega-hit song. The final lesson clicks into place. Visuals are the power to make everything else just fade away. He briefly recalls his old teammates, who admitted they had no talent and only joined to be near him. But that was the past. Now, under the glare of the stage lights, Jin-ho smirks, ready to deliver a performance built on a flawless formula for success. The crowd is completely mesmerized, their phones all pointed at the stage. They're so focused on Jin-ho, they don't see what's right in front of them. He calls it the blindness of ignorance, hiding his backup dancers in plain sight. Then, as the song hits its peak, the black outfits are tossed aside in a flash, and suddenly, a full troupe of dancers appears in brilliant white. The audience erupts in shock, thinking it's some kind of magic trick. But this was all meticulously planned, down to the absurd 10-pack of his muscular friend. Every single beat of this performance was calculated for maximum impact. He had assembled a team of specialists, dancers, a bassist, and pure visual power. And as the plan comes together perfectly, Lee Jin-ho can only smile. With the performance reaching its climax, he points a single finger to the sky. Jin-ho throws out a challenge, asking if anyone in the crowd is confident enough to join him. His stage is already going viral. Elsewhere, an entertainment company VP watches a clip, utterly stunned. He mutters about how insane university students are these days, especially the smart ones. The other performers who joined in were also overflowing with natural, raw talent. But his eyes are locked on the one who stands out from them all, the mastermind behind this perfect storm of a performance, Lee Jin-ho. His manager nervously suggests they have to sign him, even if it means an 8-2 profit split. But the VP has a different number in mind, a 9-1 split, with their company taking the smaller cut. Meanwhile, back on campus, Jin-ho's business major friends are having a much rougher day. A group chat buzzes with bad news. Another team has claimed the company they were researching. One of the girls throws a fit, screaming that all the good topics are being snatched up. But her friend is busy petting a campus cat, scolding her for disrespecting the great senior Gyeongyong. She tries to get them back on track, but every company she suggests has already been taken. Just as they're about to give up hope, a hand raises in a familiar greeting. Jin-ho has arrived, making his grand entrance like the star he's becoming. His friends are thrilled to see him, welcoming him back from his filming break. He gets right down to business, asking what the assignment is, while everyone fawns over the cat. The task is to analyze a company, but their professor is a nightmare who will fail anyone for picking a used topic. As the group despairs, even the cat Gyeongyong has had enough, chomping down on a distracting hand. But Jin-ho, ever the savior, coolly suggests they tackle the mobile game market. His friends are less than thrilled. Mobile games? That sounds like a recipe for failure. They're all still traumatized by their professor's warning, but Jin-ho clarifies he means the big players. A quick search reveals a shocking truth. People spend fortunes on these games, making it a massive industry. With the topic decided, Jin-ho smugly tries to claim the easy job of presenting. Oh, not so fast. His friend reminds him that his low participation means he gets the grunt work. Before he can argue, a voice bellows his full name, stopping him dead in his tracks. It's two suits from BT Entertainment, and Jin-ho immediately makes a run for it, leaving his group behind. Watching him flee, his friends decide on the perfect punishment. He's now the team leader. Hiding out on campus, Jin-ho calls his Aunt Mi-young, complaining that the scouts are so persistent he can't even eat. But she's completely unfazed, coolly explaining that their behavior is just a sign of desperation. She lays out the hard numbers. Every photo he takes boosts sales and sends him to the top of search rankings. And who's the genius behind it all? A smug blush creeps across Jin-ho's face as he starts to feel his own hype. Mi-young continues, explaining that when rumors spread he'd sign with Seoul, other agencies held back. But when he chose to remain unsigned, it was like a prize suddenly becoming attainable. This move triggered a feeding frenzy, with every other agency jumping in before it was too late. Feeling his power, Jin-ho smirks, asking if his management deal could guarantee her a promotion. He's basking in his newfound leverage, ready to make demands, when the call suddenly clicks off. He stares at his screen, confused for a second, before a video call from his aunt pops up. She appears on screen, ready for a serious talk, and Jin-ho is stunned to see she's with the CEO. Mi-young cuts straight to the chase. The Seoul management deal is off because they have no experience. Jin-ho is confused. Why can't they just hire a team? It seems like an easy fix. But the CEO on the screen begins to explain the difference between a simple ambassador and their vision. He's not just talking about hiring a model. He's talking about making Jin-ho the living symbol of Seoul. He uses an analogy. The beauty of the Venus statue is credited to the art itself, not the model. A model is just a vessel, enhancing a brand temporarily. Anyone can wear the clothes. But a star nurtured by the brand becomes its very embodiment, a walking, talking logo. This person would dictate trends, from the food people eat to the clothes they wear. And because of that, every tiny flaw, every past mistake, would become a direct attack on the soul brand itself. Jinho understands perfectly, noting that managing these risks is why entertainment agencies exist. The CEO concedes the point. But as someone responsible for countless investors, he must consider the worst. He even recalls a past incident where a brand was destroyed simply because a serial killer favored it. It's not a matter of doubting Jinho's character. The potential fallout is just too immense for him to risk. Jinho politely ends the call, but his aunt knows deep down that the CEO's offer was deadly serious. She immediately starts in on him again, pushing him to drop out of school and take the scouting offer. The CEO, overhearing her, just laughs, reminding her that Jinho is a 20-year-old adult. He asks what Jinho plans to do, and our protagonist declares he will remain a freelancer. This answer seems to give the powerful CEO pause as he quietly processes the decision. Finally, he speaks up, ready to offer one last piece of cautious advice. As Jinho checks a message from a classmate, the CEO's voice cuts through the silence. He places a cup of hibiscus tea before him, a simple gesture with a hidden meaning. Jinho looks at the crimson liquid, pondering the nature of the flower it came from. The CEO warns him that popularity is just like that flower. Once it wilts, it never blooms again. After a moment of thought, Jinho calmly sets his cup down. He replies with a smirk that the tea is merely good in taste, and if this life fails, he has 98 more waiting. 3 days later, the world has seemingly moved on from the frenzy. Back at school, his classmates are floored by his presentation, which looks like it belongs in a major corporation. They offer to help with the script, but he coolly informs them he's already memorized every single detail. Walking together, his friends note that the talent scouts have finally vanished, and Jinho just smiles, ready for lunch. He ponders the sudden silence from the talent agencies, wondering if they've finally given up on him. But the truth is, the university itself put a stop to it, banning all unregistered visitors from campus. And the cause? A single, bitter anti-fan who got fed up with all the noise surrounding Jinho's name. Blissfully unaware, Jinho celebrates his newfound peace, ready for a celebratory galbi feast with his friends. But just as he's basking in the moment, a voice calls his name, and his smile instantly freezes. His so-called friends see their chance, ditching him as they joke about him skipping out on them. And with that, his beautiful, crowned vision of grilled meat ascends to the heavens, forever out of reach. A hand reaches out, stopping him in his tracks as a student apologizes, but insists they need a moment of his time. Jinho finally snaps, whipping around to demand just who these people are that they can't let him eat in peace. It's two more students, a friendly-looking couple, who seem completely oblivious to his boiling frustration. He's taken aback for a moment, a flash of recognition hitting him as the girl greets him. It's Lee Seola, and he suddenly remembers her, the one with the incredible voice from the waiting room. She gives him a playful wink, acting as if they're already old friends. Now, sitting down over coffee, Jinho cuts to the chase, assuming this must be about a contract. But her friend casually denies it, explaining they backed off once the big agencies showed interest. Jinho's confusion deepens. If they're not here to sign him, then what is this all about? Instead of explaining, the guy switches topics, asking if Jinho has heard Seola's third album. He admits it was fantastic, making Seola swell with pride at the genuine compliment. But the questions don't stop there. Now they want to know if Hez seen the music video. A nervous sweat drips down his face as he asks to be honest, this can't be good. He takes a deep breath and admits that, honestly, he just couldn't get immersed in it. Intrigued, Seola's friend leans in, asking him to explain exactly why. Jinho doesn't hold back, starting with how the coy pretty girl concept felt off for a mature singer, stunning Seola into silence. He adds that the revealing outfits didn't match the song's atmosphere, even if they vaguely fit the lyrics. Her friend cuts in, wondering if maybe the male actor's appearance was the problem. A slight, knowing smile crosses Jinho's face as he prepares to drop the real issue. It wasn't that the actor was unattractive, not at all. The problem was that for a story about desperate, one-sided love, both leads were equally good-looking, which killed the tension. He points out that this was a common sentiment online, with fans calling the video a barrier to entry for an otherwise great song. With a satisfied look, the friend pulls out his phone, saying that since Jinho gets it, the real conversation can finally begin. With a determined look, the friend leans in, ready to make his real pitch. He asks Jinho to please appear in Seola's follow-up music video. And to everyone's shock, Jinho instantly agrees with a brilliant smile. The immediate acceptance leaves the entire table frozen in stunned silence. Later, while scouting locations, Jinho starts digging into their business situation. The friend confesses their agency is tiny and on the brink of bankruptcy. Seola pleads with him not to abandon them just because they're a failing company. But Jinho just smiles, saying he's never forgotten how beautiful her voice was. His sudden, sincere compliment sends a jolt right through her. She's left flustered, wondering why her heart is suddenly racing, as Jinho takes a call. The call is from his aunt, who's already seen the paparazzi photos and is playfully calling him out. But just a few minutes later, his phone is ringing again. It's his aunt, and she's clearly not done teasing him. The news travels fast, reaching his mother, who is absolutely stunned by what she's hearing. She calls him in a fury, accusing him of betrayal for rejecting a huge company like Syor. Next up is Syor's vice president, Angela, who demands to know why he accepted this tiny agency's offer. His answer is simple: he just likes the song. As he says this, Angela presents his mother with Seola's profile. His mother, the powerful head of an entertainment empire, carefully scrutinizes the file on this unknown singer. Angela watches her boss intently, waiting for the final verdict on her son's strange decision. But a sly smile spreads across his mother's face. She sees her son has found a clever way to boost a hidden gem. Jinho simply asks her to listen, confident that the song itself is all the explanation she'll need. His mother listens, and even she has to admit the song is undeniably good. The positive feedback echoes throughout the company. An executive notes the impressive high notes. A cleaning lady even stops to listen, smiling as she asks who the singer is. But for Vice President Lee Myung, the quality of the song was never the issue. Angela voices her professional opinion. The artist is nowhere near the level required for Syor's sponsorship. With a sharp thud, Myung slams the file down, questioning her subordinate's judgment. She leans back with a triumphant smile, declaring her son's instincts and her own are all the justification needed. Brushing off Angela's concerns about the CEO, she cheerfully marches them off to get the final sign-off. And just like that, we jump to the day of the music video shoot, with Jinho and Seola on a lavish set. The professional cameras are ready, the lights are blazing. This project is officially a go. The crew can't believe the budget, nervously asking if there's a penalty for failure, but the director just brushes it off. In fact, he's so confident he suggests blowing up a car, an idea quickly shot down for the theme of unrequited love. With the wild ideas out of the way, the director finally calls for the rehearsal to begin. Jinho is a natural, perfectly capturing the stoic yet gentle look the director wants. But the moment the camera is on Seola, the director is already yelling at her to relax her tense expression. Jinho nails another take, embodying the nation's first love persona with ease. Seola tries to follow suit, but her cute yet vacant stare is completely wrong for the scene. The entire shoot becomes a cycle of praise for Jinho and frustrated corrections for Seola. Overwhelmed and exhausted, she slumps into a chair, completely defeated by her own shortcomings. Muttering that she's trash, she doesn't notice Jinho standing nearby, a small, amused smile on his face. He tries to console her, saying the director is just passionate, but inside, his mind is burning with the weight of this life-changing opportunity. He then points out that she was never criticized for her dancing, a small flex to remind her of her own strengths. Seeing she's still struggling, he leans in, offering a little tip to help her get into character. His grand advice? Just think of him as a delicious, sizzling piece of pork belly. The suggestion lands with a thud, leaving Seola completely baffled and speechless. In fact, it sends her into a spiral of diet-induced agony, and Jinho realizes he's made a terrible mistake. Changing tactics, he praises her talent for immersion and offers up a new, better idea. This time, he tells her to imagine him as something truly precious, a guitar signed by a rock legend. Her eyes instantly light up. A 20 million won guitar? Now that's something she can get excited about. As he takes her hand, the director, seeing the genuine spark, immediately orders the crew to capture the perfect moment for the behind-the-scenes film. And just like that, the cameras are rolling on a completely transformed Lee Seola. The cameraman does a double take, stunned by what he's seeing, while Jinho watches on. Her entire atmosphere has shifted, radiating a soft, melancholic energy that wasn't there before. He turns to Jinho, silently asking what on earth he said to cause such a change. Jinho can only break out in a cold sweat, realizing with grim certainty that he just lost to a guitar. Seola is no longer in the room. She's lost in a world of her own making. Reflected in her longing eyes is the image she's holding on to, the vision of Jinho as a legendary musician, a priceless treasure she can't bear to lose. A wave of emotion washes over her. She's completely doomed, utterly captivated by this feeling. With the perfect mood set, the director moves on to the highlight of the shoot, The final, heartbreaking scene. The SIR manager walks his superior through the storyboard for the final scene. It's a sad take on a Cinderella story, he explains. And their job is to make that sadness look beautiful. But he points out a detail he dislikes. The male lead is supposed to look like he's in love. He scoffs at the idea, questioning if it even makes sense for a muse of Tim Jones to be portrayed that way. After all, you can't just slap the SIR brand on something substandard and call it a day. The vice president's patience, however, has run out, and he cuts him off with a chilling question. The manager's smug confidence shatters in an instant, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. He immediately starts bowing and apologizing, realizing he's just made a career-ending mistake. But the VP simply watches, his silent, unimpressed gaze holding all the power in the room. The manager, still puffed up with his own importance, directly tells the vice president he's against this. Looking at Kim Seung-mi's profile, he declares her unworthy of Sire's prestigious sponsorship. He demands to know the reason for this absurd decision, but the VP just smiles, completely unfazed. The answer, he explains, is quite simple. He's relying on his son's judgment, and, of course, his own impeccable eye for talent, envisioning her inevitable radiance. The manager is struck completely silent, his arrogant arguments turning to ash in his mouth. He can only stand there, processing how thoroughly he's been put in his place. A moment later, he's already texting a full retreat, admitting his eyes were wrong and the VP's judgment was flawless. And the vision becomes reality, a scene of pure, breathtaking beauty that proves the VP right. Jin-ho gazes at his co-star, completely lost in the romantic scene they're creating. And Kim Seung-mi looks back, her eyes filled with an emotion that feels all too real. They come together in a tender, breathtaking embrace against the sunset sky. Behind the camera, the director is so moved he can barely speak, whispering that it's perfect. But inside Jin-ho's head, he's desperately trying to calm his racing heart, reminding himself she's just acting. Seung-mi, on the other hand, is having the time of her life, already plotting how to get another take. The moment the director yells, "Cut," she grabs a stunned Jin-ho, eagerly asking if they need to do it again. A week later, the behind-the-scenes footage goes viral, hilariously exposing Seung-mi's obsession with mistakes. The results are undeniable. The main video is a massive hit, and the making of is a sensation in its own right. Jin-ho calmly reviews the viral clip, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he confirms his plan worked. At the same time, the student he's tutoring stares intently at her own phone, tracking the numbers. Her eyes widen in shock as the view count officially smashes through the 1 million mark. She looks up, completely baffled, demanding to know how he managed to make the views explode like that. With a sly grin, he explains his simple but effective strategy of releasing behind-the-scenes selfies to fuel the hype. She realizes her tutor isn't a teddy bear, but a cunning fox, a thought that sours when he hands back her graded work with a harsh penalty. The fruits of that success are piling up elsewhere, quite literally, in stacks of moving boxes. Kim Seung-mi can hardly believe it, packing up not for eviction, but for a better life, all thanks to Jin-ho and Seola. But that fame comes with a dark side, as the comment section is already flooded with toxic fans attacking Seola. Kim Seung-mi's eyes narrow as she takes in the vicious online chatter. Haters are questioning if someone like Lee Seola is even worthy of being Tim Jones's muse. The consensus is cruel and simple. She's just not up to standard. But instead of despairing, this lights a fire under her. She approaches her CEO with a plan. She's ready to accept any job, no matter how small, to build a career that can stand beside Jin-ho's. Elsewhere, with the Gwanak Festival just 2 weeks away, a different kind of panic is setting in. One of the business students slams his fist on the table, furious about a sudden new rule. He can't believe it, the student council has banned selling alcohol at outdoor stalls. Just as they wonder how they'll ever turn a profit, a cool and familiar face named Young Jae arrives. One of the students immediately starts teasing Young Jae for his celebrity disguise. But they quickly get back to the problem. The new rule bans them from selling any real alcohol. Young Jae scoffs, thinking he'd rather drink fruit juice than some pathetic 1% proof beverage. Then, a brilliant loophole comes to mind, a self-mixing bar where customers bring their own alcohol. He lays out the plan. They'll partner with nearby marts to sell the booze at a slightly higher price. To drive sales, they'll offer food discount coupons to anyone who buys alcohol from their partners. One of the students is still skeptical, wondering if people would really bother mixing their own drinks. But the other one lights up, boasting he knows all the cocktail recipes and can handle the rest. He then bashfully admits he only learned how to make them to impress a girl he once had a crush on. Young Jae consoles his friend, telling him that his sad love story has given them a crucial skill. But the other student points out a major flaw partnering with marts will eat into their profits. Young Jae simply raises a finger, revealing the next phase of his plan. They'll sell non-alcoholic cocktails too. He wants to create an upscale menu, a far cry from the usual festival fare. But his friend asks the obvious question, who's going to cook? The cocktail expert volunteers, but his friend immediately flashes back to a time he nearly burned the kitchen down. He scoffs, reminding him he can't even make ramen. But the other insists he's practiced tirelessly since then. Nearby, a bored-looking student with reddish hair seems completely unimpressed by their conversation. He suddenly gets up, grabbing his jacket as if he's heard enough. But, back with the group, young Jay reveals his final ace. He will be the one to take the lead in the kitchen. As the clock ticks forward, young Jay begins his intense preparation. His friend, however, is reliving a past trauma, ready to call for an ambulance. Young Jay had just told him to trust him and play his game quietly, but the guy can barely focus, wondering if he should just call young Jay's parents and be done with it. In the kitchen, young Jay stands ready, a blindfold wrapped firmly around his eyes. His focus is absolute, his senses heightened to a supernatural degree. He raises the blade, preparing to slice with inhuman speed. A flash of light, a testament to a perfectly executed cut. He takes a sharp breath, a silent check to ensure all his digits are still there. He knows he can't afford a single mistake. One slip and all this training would be wasted. Blindfolded, he fumbles in the dark, trying to remember where he put the knife. His hand finds the handle, a sense of relief washing over him as he grips it. He beams at a horrified Jae-jun, musing that the knife feels like an extension of his own hand, maybe another skill at play. Jae-jun can only watch in abject terror, internally screaming that he did see it, and it was the act of a complete madman. A system window lays out the conditions to unlock the Master of Fire skill. Prepare the ingredients, cut them, and cook. His hands become a blur, feeling the perfect rhythm of the blade striking the cutting board. He breathes in the fresh aroma of the ingredients, a sensation that awakens senses long deadened by processed food. The skill is already taking effect, making even the tedious task of peeling garlic feel effortless. With all the prep done, the system announces the final trial. Only those who master fire can truly master cooking. He finally removes the blindfold, wiping a single bead of sweat from his brow. The ordeal is over. He's succeeded. The prep work is finally done, every ingredient sliced to absolute perfection. A bloodshot Jae-jun asks if the nightmare is finally over, but Jin-ho calmly says, not yet. He just tells the poor guy to wait an hour, leaving him to suffer from the onion fumes alone. And true to his word, an hour later, a magnificent feast materializes on the table. Jae-jun can only stare, drooling, his earlier trauma forgotten in the face of such a glorious sight. He asks in disbelief if Jin-ho really made all this, but our hero just tells him to stop talking and eat. With a hint of lingering suspicion, Jae-jun takes his first, fateful bite. Jin-ho watches with a knowing smirk, just waiting for the inevitable reaction. The flavor completely overwhelms him. It's perfectly balanced, a kick that brings him back to life. He's so impressed he jokes that Jin-ho must have a tiny chef hidden somewhere, a testament to his unbelievable skill. Jae-jun laments that he's ruined. His taste buds are now so refined hell starve without Jin-ho's cooking. And just like that, time passes, and the day of the Gwanak festival arrives. On the court, a tennis ball rockets forward, smacking an opponent with a brutal thud. The crowd of female students erupts in a unified, adoring scream. Of course, the man responsible is none other than Jin-ho, flashing a confident smirk as he scores game point. He adjusts his cap, a little embarrassed, remembering his department is counting on his popularity for sales. He turns to the stands, getting the attention of his many Nuna fans. With a triumphant pose, he declares that if he wins, they'll all have dinner at the Business Administration Department's booth. A few rows over, some rivals from the Economics Department can only watch, cringing at the cheesy lines and seething with jealousy. As night falls over the campus, the festival is in full swing, ready for the departments to rake in some serious cash. Meanwhile, at the Food and Nutrition Department's booth, a perfectly made pancake sits uneaten. A lone figure stews in the silence, a specially invited star chef, Park Kocht. She's furious, demanding to know why her booth is completely empty. Her assistants nervously explain that the problem is a person named Lee Jin-ho. The chef has no clue who that is, but her staff quickly clarifies. He's a super handsome freshman from the business department. She scoffs, finding it utterly ridiculous that good looks alone could tank her sales. It's a defeat so total, it feels like she's been cast out into the cold emptiness of space. She slumps in her chair, ready to give up entirely as her assistants plead with her not to quit. But she shoves them aside, yelling that she can't compete with someone who fills people up just by being handsome. As she despairs, a group of passing students suddenly stops, their attention drawn by the dramatic outburst. And just like that, the students recognize the celebrity chef, Park Kocht, who's come to investigate personally. She couldn't refuse her assistant's desperate pleas to at least scout this handsome rival. Across the way, Lee Jin-ho looks on, cool as ever. He calmly serves a drink and asks for her order. She requests 2 dishes, but not before schooling him on wasting a whole lime in a single mojito. With a smug push of her glasses, she declares that a true chef's nose is as sharp as their tongue. The food arrives, and the renowned chef prepares to deliver her scathing verdict. She takes a single, deliberate bite of the mapo tofu. For a moment, there is only a stunned silence as the flavor washes over her. Then, with a sharp crack, the chopsticks in her hand snap clean in two from the sheer force of her shock. A nearby waiter is just making his rounds, enjoying the usual praise from happy customers. But his pleasant evening is shattered when the renowned chef summons him with a sharp command. The poor guy freezes on the spot, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes who called him. With eyes burning with intensity, Park Kocht orders him to bring out the chef immediately. Her mind flashes to an image of a true culinary artist at work over a fiery pan. She pictures some charismatic genius, the kind of chef who has everyone swooning. She needs to see the face of the person audacious enough to create such a perfect dish. Meanwhile, parked just outside the festival, a very different drama is unfolding. Inside a van, a manager flatly denies his idol's request, seeing right through her flimsy excuse. He knows she just wants to see Lee Jin-ho, and he can already see the scandal headlines. Her mind races. This level of skill is definitely not something a student could possess. No, this was the work of a professional, a true master of the craft. The thought of a pro stooping to a student festival, she finds it insulting, a betrayal of a chef's pride. Just then, a calm voice from behind asks if she was the one who called for him. She spins around, fire in her eyes, ready to verbally tear apart whoever dared to answer. But the person standing before her is just a young man in a simple chef's uniform. Her brain short-circuits Lee Jin-ho, the tennis prodigy. He just gives a knowing smirk. She stares, completely baffled, struggling to believe a student could be responsible for that dish. She needs to see for herself, walking towards his stall for a closer inspection. A silent acknowledgement passes between them, a recognition of true, undeniable talent. The star chef, Park Kocht, scoffs at his methods, thinking even a newborn could peel an apple better. She openly questions if he has sinusitis, wondering how he could miss the obvious, but Jin-ho just smiles back. While onlookers whisper, Jin-ho calmly asks if she happens to be a chef, completely oblivious to her fame. He then flips the script, declaring he can tell she's an incredible person from the scent of ingredients on her. He even correctly identifies her as a fusion chef, pinpointing the salmon and yogurt she used that very day. Absolutely stunned, she asks if he has the nose of a dog, but he just says his senses are a bit heightened. From a nearby table, a disguised girl is completely mesmerized, vowing to find this amazing chef's restaurant. But Park Kocht has already made her move, telling him to quit school right now and come work in her kitchen. The sudden, aggressive recruitment attempt sends a shockwave through the area, knocking the cap right off the mysterious girl. Revealed, the idol rushes forward, shielding Jin-ho and furiously accusing the world-class chef of trying to snatch him up. The crowd stares, confused for a split second by the masked girl who just intervened. Her manager recognizes her instantly. His blood running cold. Isn't that the famous singer, Lee Siola? He screams her name in a panic, realizing her entire disguise just fell apart in public. The name ripples through the onlookers, and the whispers begin. The Lee Siola. Suddenly, the air is filled with the flash of phone cameras as everyone scrambles to capture the moment. Siola freezes, overwhelmed by the sudden attention. Her days of being unknown are truly over, but Jin-ho recalls a key piece of information: her agency's strict policy against her having any male friends. With a calm, almost dismissive look, he decides to take charge of the narrative. Siola looks over, completely caught off guard by his sudden change in demeanor. He crosses his arms, coolly telling her that even if she's a friend, what's not allowed is not allowed. Her manager is absolutely floored. Did he just friend-zone a top idol? The crowd seems almost disappointed by the lack of scandal. Siola quickly plays along, explaining to a curious Park Kocht that Jin-ho is simply too busy for a relationship right now. She corrects the famous chef, insisting it's not an awkward situation, he's just a male friend, that's all. Jin-ho, ever the master of deflection, smoothly changes the subject, asking what brought her all the way out to the festival. With a cheerful tone, she reminds him that she's actually performing today, all thanks to the student council's hard work. He can't help but tease, asking if she really came all this way just for him. She admits it, though she's bummed she can't drink now. He offers her some of his famous gochujapshi instead, asking her to wait while he deals with some unwanted business associates. With a calm and pleasant smile, Jin-ho politely informs the corporate scouts that he's not interested in signing their contract. As the men plead for him to at least hear the terms, Seola's manager quietly notes that it's a surprisingly generous offer. But just as Jinho is about to walk away, one of the scouts raises a hand to stop him. They aren't taking no for an answer. The lead scout steps forward with a confident smile, asking for the reason behind Jinho's refusal. This man carries himself with an air of importance, clearly not used to being told no. As the other scouts stand back, the crowd wonders just who this well-dressed foreigner is. He presents his card, introducing himself as Damien Tommaso, the Asia casting director for HU agency. Damien makes his pitch simple. He came all the way from France with the sole purpose of putting Jinho at the top, but Jinho calmly explains he's declining to avoid a situation where he might have to betray his loyalty. He couldn't, for example, ever advertise for a competitor of Seahole, a statement that makes Park Kocht sigh in frustration. Damien scoffs, suggesting the top he's offering is surely worth more than such a flimsy ideal. He clarifies it's not about sacrificing loyalty, but about converting it into an enormous amount of money. He lays his cards on the table, aware that other countries are offering $2,000 an hour, a rate Seoul Korea just matched. But Damien smirks, revealing he didn't come just to match. He offers a blank check, name your price, or hell double it if Jinho stays silent. The sheer weight of that proposition hangs in the air, a final, massive test of our hero's conviction. Park Kocht and her assistant can only stare, their minds completely blown by the scale of this negotiation. Even Jae-jun, watching the stream, is frozen in shock. An offer like that, it's unheard of. Jinho, however, begins his reply calmly, starting with a specific number. 335 million won. He explains that this is the estimated cost of raising a single child in South Korea, a figure that his own parents managed to raise him on with far, far less. He doesn't deny it, of course. Money is nice, and he wants to earn more for himself. But he draws a firm line in the sand. He will not earn it at the cost of hurting the people he cares about. And with that simple, unshakable principle, Damien feels the entire deal shatter in his grasp. To take this deal, Jinho explains, would be a betrayal to everyone who has supported him. Watching nearby, a disguised idol can't help but reflect on his powerful words. With a calm, unwavering smile, he delivers his final answer, leaving no room for debate. One of Damien's men can't handle the rejection, furiously tossing his cigarette to the ground. He seethes, absolutely livid that some student would dare give them this kind of attitude. The fuming associate turns to his boss, expecting him to be just as insulted by the public dismissal. But Damien simply smirks, his expression turning from shock to a chilling, calculating amusement. He asks his own man who was really the one who got humiliated in this exchange. In his mind, the world is just a barren landscape, covered in worthless rocks. But today, he's found a diamond, and he leaves his card, signaling this hunt has only just begun. In his mind, Damien has handed out countless cards to countless faces. He knows that only 0.01% of people have the potential to be true gems. His entire profession is built on finding those rare stones and polishing them to reveal their brilliance. That is the work of casting director Damien Tommaso, a master of his craft. He's seen it all before: talents with gem-like potential but a mentality as fragile as plastic. But he just smirks at the memory. It's only natural for gems to want special treatment. He thinks back to Jinho's rejection, his claim that he wasn't there for the money. A foolish principle, Damien believes. For someone with that much talent can never stay in one place. For a moment, he thought that's all this was, another simple negotiation to be won. But turning to his confused associate, he asks what their next move should be. His hunt far from over. The scout presses again, demanding to know how Damien will handle that bastard Lee Jinho. He asks if Damien took Jinho's principled stand as some kind of personal insult. Damien scoffs at the man's lack of vision, disgusted by his immediate suggestion to bury Jinho in a scandal. He cuts the conversation short, refusing to stoop to such lowly methods, and wishing his subordinate a good evening. Alone, Damien's true, patient strategy unfolds. He knows Jinho's contract with Seor lasts for 3 years. He'll be a free agent at 23, which means Damien's work to secure him must begin right now. Elsewhere, an executive approaches her superior, Director Joe, asking if she's seen the recent articles. She's referring to a flood of fake news, a malicious campaign trying to bury her son, Jinho. But Director Joe is unbothered, dismissing the stories as a childish, paid-for attack she'd already noticed. Her subordinate then offers to intervene, asking with a sharp gaze if she should pull some strings. But Director Joe waves it off, explaining that a famous YouTuber already posted a fact-check video, getting them all taken down. Still, she can't help but find the timing suspicious. It was almost too fast, as if someone was prepared for this exact attack. That someone, of course, is Damien, who smirks as a payment completed notification appears. He muses that Jinho must have an amazing fan. The video he funded meticulously picks apart the fake photo, highlighting how the shoes are a brand new release. The bare-masked YouTuber openly mocks the forger's incompetence, even questioning their basic common sense. He gives a shout-out to his anonymous sponsor before ending the stream, leaving the smear campaign in absolute tatters. Elsewhere, a broadcast of Jinho plays, where he admits that, of course, he wants to earn good money. He wants to earn much more than he does now, but he pauses with a determined look, because he refuses to do it at the expense of hurting the people he cares about. His friends watch the clip, teasing each other while admiring his unwavering principles, solidifying his image as a true role model. His friend, Young Jae, is in awe, wondering how anyone could have a past so clean, but Jinho knows the secret: a severe gaming addiction. But before he can even crack a joke, Young Jae's expression suddenly shifts to one of pure shock. He frantically points out that Jinho has a nosebleed, a clear sign that he's pushing himself way too hard. Grabbing a tissue, Jinho tries to brush off the concern. Young Jae isn't having it, pointing out the dark circles under his friend's eyes and asking if he's overworking himself. Wiping his nose, Jinho just rattles off his insane schedule, from photo shoots and exams to private lessons with Chef Park Kocht. Later that night, after their day together, it's finally time to head home. Young Jae insists on giving him a ride, telling him to at least travel comfortably for once. With a smirk, he tells Jinho not to die from overwork, a friendly jab between two close friends. As the car pulls away, Jinho waves, his mind already calculating how much he'd need to earn to afford a ride that nice. He thinks back to Young Jae's reaction to his suit, joking about where he could have possibly bought it. And now, it's all making a terrifying amount of sense. Could his friend be the son of some chibol? The clock on his desk ticks past 4 a.m., another sleepless night bleeding into morning. With a final keystroke, his report is done, and Jinho slumps over, utterly drained. He can't let this exhaustion get to him, not with that crucial business trip to Paris looming on the horizon. He rubs his burning eyes, lamenting the lack of time and wishing for a way to cheat sleep itself. And just like that, as he stares into the dim light, an idea sparks in his mind. His solution leads him to the front steps of the massive university hospital. Inside, a familiar doctor spots him, his face lighting up with a warm, welcoming grin. The doctor teases him, saying that handsome face definitely didn't come from his brother, it must be from his mother. Jinho asks his uncle if he can work in the hospital warehouse again, and the doctor is more than happy to oblige. In fact, he's ecstatic, revealing a dark, twisted grin as he explains the last workers got fired for stealing. The stress gave him insomnia, and Jinho can only stare at his uncle's crazed eyes, thinking what a nice guy he is. Elsewhere in the hospital, the daily routine continues at the nurse's station, but a new rumor is already spreading, as two doctors gossip about a handsome new face in the warehouse. Apparently, he's not just good-looking, he's shockingly fast, finding any medicine they need in seconds. They say even his name is handsome, Lee Jinho, who just so happens to be walking past them. A red-haired doctor overhears the chatter, her expression completely unconvinced. Her colleague gushes, wondering if she should ask the new guy to find her heart, but the redhead just gives her a deadpan stare. She coldly suggests asking him to find her sanity instead, sparking a fiery argument between the two colleagues. Suddenly, a small child runs up to the redhead doctor, calling for her teacher. The little girl complains that she wants cola all to herself and demands the doctor scold her sister for it. With a gentle smile, the doctor leans down to her level. She patiently explains that her tummy will hurt, promising they can drink 100 colas once she's all better. But her colleague with the bun just sneers, telling the child to get revenge on the Asura-like bitch for hitting her with facts. The redhead's eyes narrow as the little girl, Jihi, hugs her tightly, whispering a familiar name, Lee Jinho. The name echoes in her mind, a sudden jolt of nostalgia. Her memory flashes back to a time when she sat exhausted in this very warehouse, but she wasn't alone. 3 years ago, she was just Kim Ina, a pediatrics resident at her absolute limit, and as she sat there, defeated, a young man with glasses suddenly appeared right beside her. He asks what's wrong, but she can only manage a single, exhausted word. With her head buried in her arms, she asks if he finds her as annoying as everyone else does, but Jinho isn't having it. This was his quiet place first. Sweating, he musters up the courage to tell the senior resident to just get out. Stunned by his response, she slowly rises and walks right past him. A wave of self-loathing hits her. Did she really just snap at a younger student? Or worse, did she snap precisely because he was an easy target? Was she just looking for an emotional punching bag, just like her own seniors did to her? A sharp, critical voice cuts through her thoughts, telling her to snap out of it. Her composure shatters completely as the voice taunts her for being weak. Her own thoughts become a torment, echoing that she's annoying, she's weak. She stirs from an exhausted sleep, wondering just how long she was out. But as she comes to, her eyes fall on something left beside her. A small, thoughtful gift of candies and lollipops. She unfolds the note, which explains they're lucky chocolates, from someone called Chubby Four Eyes. She chuckles softly to herself. The candies spell out Lucy, not Lucky. It reminds her that whenever she felt down, she'd come to this warehouse. And every single time, a small gift would be waiting for her from this mysterious person. Thanks to these simple acts of kindness, she learned to stop crying. And over time, she learned the name of her secret supporter, a student named Lee Jinho. She wonders what Jinho is up to now, thankful for how his kindness helped her endure. Just then, a colleague approaches, handing her a box she'd been looking for. He just smiles, saying it's his job, a simple moment of workplace courtesy. And as if summoned by her thoughts, we're told the story of a man cursed with fatigue. He dreamed of being a doctor, but his father's accident shattered that dream, leaving him by a hospital bed. He saw it everywhere, the exhaustion plaguing doctors, nurses, and even the patients themselves. A question began to burn in his mind. Why must we be slaves to sleep just to relieve fatigue? He dove into his research, determined to find a way to break this fundamental human limit. Thus began his journey to conquer his curse, creating the skill, faster than anyone, different from others. The conditions were insane. Spend over 6 hours a day in a hospital for a week, and read 20 books on sleep and fatigue. The first two conditions were manageable, but he knew the third one that was the real problem. He sighs, deciding to just put a pin in it for now, and head home for the day. As he walks out, he can't help but wonder if Ina really didn't recognize him, or if he was just that forgettable. But before he can get lost in thought, a tiny hand suddenly grabs onto his shirt. He looks down to see a little girl in a hospital gown, asking him who he is. He kneels down to her level, but she's quick to tell him her daddy said not to talk to strangers. He smirks, pointing out that she's the one who approached him, but she has the perfect comeback. He's handsome like a puppy, so it's fine. Flattered, he puffs out his chest, listing off his many talents: model, chef, guitarist, claiming agencies are begging for him. The little girl just looks at him with pity, assuming he must be a patient here because his head hurts. He quickly clarifies that, no, he's not a patient. He just got stuck here, and now it looks like he's going to miss his bus. He asks if she's waiting for a friend, but she bluntly states she doesn't have any. Trying to cheer her up, he offers some candy, but she quickly refuses. It's because, she explains with a bright smile, she has a digestive cat. This cat, she says, scratches her stomach from the inside if she eats bad food. And just like that, he understands she's talking about a peptic ulcer, and he can't help but find her adorable. But the mood shifts when she says it's okay, because her mommy prays for her every day from heaven. His smile fades, completely caught off guard by the weight of her innocent words. He sits with her, patting her head, and agrees that yes, her mom really is amazing. Suddenly, the sound of a firm footstep breaks the quiet moment. The little girl, Jihai, looks up as a voice calls out her name. Her face lights up as she shouts for her daddy. A tired-looking man arrives, her father, with a doctor by his side. The little girl runs to him, playfully scolding him for being so late as he apologizes to his princess. Later, the doctor asks our guy if he's heading home, but he just shakes his head, saying he'll sleep at the hospital tonight. He settles into a lounge, the tap-tap-tap of his fingers on the keyboard filling the quiet room. Realizing the last bus is long gone, he figures he might as well get some assignments done. But his mind drifts to Jihee, alone in her room, quietly passing the time. His typing comes to a halt. He can't shake the image of her, sitting by herself, so used to waiting, and it hits him just how long she must have been doing this. Pulling out his phone, a new determination settles in his eyes. He has to find a way to help. He searches for something called Catch Tiny Bread on MeTube, hoping this might be the answer. The scene shifts to Jihee's father, standing vigil with her doctor in the quiet, dimly lit room. His voice is heavy with worry as he asks if his little girl is truly going to be all right. The doctor gently touches Jihee's forehead, assuring him that the worst is over and she's recovering well. But then her gaze turns to him, her tone shifting as she points out that he's the one who looks sick. She lists his symptoms plainly: burnout, insomnia, severe weight loss, all signs pointing towards serious depression. He can only listen, the weight of her words pressing down as she begs him to take care of himself. Finally convinced, he heads to his car, the doctor seeing him off into the night. Just before he drives away, she reaches through the window, offering him a small gift. He looks at the candies spelling Lucy, confused, as she explains it's a little lucky spell. She remembers where she first heard that little superstition, from a colleague back in the day. Back in the present, another doctor is stunned, having never seen her personally see a guardian off before. Her colleague even starts teasing her, playfully asking if that tired-looking man is her type. But the doctor just flashes back to a time when a senior warned her that failure meant being kicked out of the hospital for good. Meanwhile, in his car, Jihei's father stares at the simple gift, the name Lucy glowing with a faint light. This small act of kindness seems to reignite his own resolve. He's determined to provide everything for his daughter, so no one can look down on her for not having a mother. His mind drifts to a memory of Jihia at school, her friends marveling at her new designer bag. The little girls are all captivated, trying to figure out what the fancy English word on it even means. And Jihi proudly repeats her father's words. With this bag, no one can look down on her, a 6,000,001 shield against the world. His memory drifts back to a quiet classroom, long after the other kids had gone home. Little Jihi would wait patiently, deciding to draw a picture for her dad who was late once again. He remembers those simple moments, picking her up and heading home together. They'd walk hand in hand, him asking what kind of snack his little princess wanted. She'd excitedly hand over the family portrait she drew just for him while she was waiting. A simple, crayon drawing of the two of them. A perfect little world. For her father, this was everything, the definition of happiness itself. But that peaceful memory suddenly twists into a nightmare. He can still hear her terrified voice calling out for her daddy. Right before she collapsed, her body going limp in the middle of the street. In his mind, he collapses before his late wife's memorial, cradling his daughter's body. He begs her spirit to please protect their little Jihai. Tears stream down his face, a portrait of a man utterly broken by fate. He jolts awake in his bed, the nightmare's apology still lingering on his lips. Meanwhile, in a sterile hospital room, Jihi sits up, clutching a small teddy bear. The ward is quiet, filled with the low hum of machines and a profound sense of loneliness. She hugs her bear tight, whispering to it, wishing her daddy would come visit soon. A staff member's voice echoes nearby, reminding a visitor of the hospital rules. Suddenly, her eyes go wide with shock as a familiar silhouette appears in her doorway. Her excited voice rings out, "You came again," as the scene shifts to a grand department store. It's her father, finally with a day off, holding the rabbit doll his daughter wanted. He pulls out his phone, thinking he should call his Princess Jihei before heading in. But as he walks towards the hospital, the phone just rings and rings with no answer. The call goes to voicemail, and a sudden, chilling premonition makes his hand tremble. Something is wrong. He drops the gift and sprints, his mind screaming Jihi's name. He races towards the towering university hospital, his heart pounding in his chest. Bursting into the ward, he's gasping for air, his face pale with a terrible fear. His eyes land on a group of nurses huddled anxiously right outside Jihi's room. They're whispering amongst themselves, their expressions grave and uncertain. He overhears them mention her age, and his world crumbles as the worst possible thought takes hold. The nurses turn around, startled by the sudden commotion behind them. He shoves right past, his voice raw with terror as he screams Jihei's name. But the scene inside isn't a medical emergency, it's a gentle strum of a guitar. A young man is in the middle of the room, playing a cheerful song for all the children. The doctor can only stare, his mind struggling to process what he's seeing. Even the nurses are just watching, whispering about how young the guitarist is. Jihei's doctor quietly approaches him, offering a warm cup of coffee, and asking if he was surprised. She explains that the young man is just a temp worker who asked to play guitar for Jihei. He'd found out she liked it by checking the search history on a phone the doctor lent him. He only meant to play one song, but soon all the other kids and their parents were begging him not to leave. She let him play because he brought out the one thing she desperately wanted to see, Jihi's genuine smile. It had been so long since she'd heard such pure, pain-free laughter echo through these halls. The uncle listens, his expression hardening with a familiar, deep-seated worry. He finally speaks, his voice low, asking the doctor a question that has been haunting him. What is he supposed to do with Jihei after she's discharged? What if the same thing happens all over again? But the doctor cuts him off, telling him he's asking the wrong question entirely. The problem isn't Jihei, it's him. She explains that Jihei is an incredibly brave little girl, enduring all this pain without complaint. And the reason for her strength is simple. She's watching him. No matter how hard it gets, he always smiles for her, so she believes everything will be okay. As long as her uncle doesn't break down, Jihei won't either, so he needs to stop thinking about working himself to death. The doctor continues, acknowledging his desire to buy Jihei everything, to make up for lost time. But she warns him that this kind of affection can become a poison, creating bad habits for the child. So, to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes, she pulls out her phone. She offers to help him personally, telling him to call her anytime for advice on Jihei's diet. Her colleague overhears this special offer, and can't help but tease her for being so available for him. She then walks away, happily singing about how the hospital kitchen is about to be turned upside down. The sun begins to set, casting a warm glow over the city. A taxi speeds along the road, carrying its passengers away from the hospital. Inside, the guitarist sighs, realizing he just promised to return despite his already packed schedule. But young Jay is brimming with confidence, thinking he just needs to unlock the third condition now. The taxi driver glances back, noticing his passenger looks awfully pale, and asks if he's carsick. But young Jay is just flustered, asking the driver if a full-body oil massage means what he thinks it means. The system confirms his worst fears. He has to experiment with homemade oils and candles on someone's entire body. The driver just laughs, assuming he's doing it for a girlfriend, and calling him a lucky man. With no girlfriend to speak of, a wicked idea begins to brew as young Jay pulls out his phone. He finds the perfect, unsuspecting target in his contacts. He texts his friend Jin Ho, luring him over with the irresistible promise of homemade pork cutlet. The scene shifts to a quiet apartment building, the trap now perfectly set. But instead of a delicious meal, poor Jin Ho finds himself face down on a table, utterly betrayed. The look on his face says it all. He's been had, and there's definitely no pork cutlet on the menu tonight. Young Jay asks how the massage feels, and surprisingly, his friend admits it's actually good. But just 30 minutes earlier, the situation was completely different. Jin Ho was absolutely furious, questioning if his friend had completely lost his mind. Young Jay just gestured to the scented candles, as if that should explain everything. With a creepy smile, he made his simple, insane request. "Let me touch your butt." Jin Ho tried to bolt, but young Jay insisted, saying they had to hurry before his mom came home. He told him to find someone else, but young Jay played his trump card, a free trip to Paris. Suddenly, Jin Ho's resolve melted away, and he found himself on the table, ready to do what was necessary. Young Jay leans in with a smirk, reminding him this ticket only paid for one side, he's saving the other for later. And with his friend successfully bribed, young Jay looks down at the oil with grim determination. It's time, but just as he gets started, the sound of a door creaking open sends a jolt of pure terror through him. His mom is home, and she's just walked in on him vigorously polishing his half-naked friend on the table. Her expression is a perfect blank slate of utter confusion. The gears in her mind are turning, but the scene before her simply does not compute. And that's when young Jay lets out a blood-curdling scream, desperately trying to explain this isn't what it looks like. After that little domestic disaster, the scene shifts to a bustling airport terminal. Young Jay, now reinvented as the streamer Pretty Park, fumbles with his phone before finally getting his live broadcast running. He introduces himself to his handful of viewers, a brand new streamer making his debut. The chat is already asking for girls, but he smoothly deflects, promising them an exclusive tour of France instead. Just then, his friend Jae-Jun shows up, telling BJ Jae-Jun to hurry it up or they're going to miss their flight. But his first ever stream is an absolute train wreck, with the chat mocking him relentlessly. As he tries to sign off, one of the viewers pauses, thinking the guy in the background looks strangely familiar. Suddenly, the chat explodes. Someone recognizes him as the legendary chef, Lee Jin-ho. With that bombshell dropped, the scene cuts away as their flight takes to the skies. On board, Jae-Jun is living the high life in business class, but young Jay reminds him it was his aunt who footed the bill. He then glances over with a sly smile, feeling a bit smug about his connections, because sitting just a few seats away is none other than Damien Tommaso, who casually offers to buy his ticket next time. Jae-Jun leans in, whispering that this is the same refined gentleman who gave them croissants at the festival. And a flashback reveals Damien's new strategy. After the festival, he started visiting young Jay every single week. He wasn't pushy or offering money, but instead shared fascinating, insider-only stories about the fashion industry. And over time, young Jay admits he actually started looking forward to those weekly visits. Back in the present, Damien offers to be their personal guide for Paris, a generous offer that young Jay immediately shuts down. He politely refuses, saying they can't bother a busy man, and Jae-Jun enthusiastically agrees. Though in his head, he's already picturing young Jay as his level 99 trump card to handle any local trouble. Young Jay shoots him a look, asking if he thinks he's some kind of Pokemon, while Damien pretends to be absorbed in his reading. But he's watching them both, thinking how rare it is to find two uncut gems sitting right next to each other. He analyzes Jae-Jun's potential, a natural star who could be the perfect catalyst to influence young Jay. Meanwhile, in a high-rise office in Paris, another executive gets an update. His target, the Muse, is 10 minutes from landing. He asks his aide if there's any other information he needs to be aware of. The reply is chilling. Damien Tommaso just happened to be on the same flight, and the executive's face twists in fury. His rival is already on the move. He seethes, realizing that young hunter Damien isn't even trying to hide his intentions anymore. But sitting at his desk, his fury shifts to strategy. Damien's blatant move is a clear warning to all other rivals. A plan begins to form, a way to use this aggressive play to their own advantage. Still, he lets out a weary sigh, knowing this whole headache is because of Angela's little prank. A video of their muse has been online for 2 weeks, subtitled in 10 languages for the whole world to see. He confronts Angela, reminding her that her job was to control access and hide Jin's value, not advertise it. She just smiles, claiming she only just found out herself and that it's far too late to stop the buzz now. He asks if she really left the video up for 2 weeks just to show off their prize. Angela's smirk is unwavering. She argues that showing off is the essence of luxury. Besides, she adds, now he can see his muse's loyalty firsthand. The executive leans back, exasperated by the troublesome woman. He leans back, sighing about the headaches Angela and the others are causing him. But despite the annoyance, a cunning smile spreads across his face. In fact, he's actually happy about this, giving strict orders to keep rival brands away. The stage for this power play is set. The magnificent Harleton Hotel, and the man of the hour, Jun, lets out a weary sigh as he crashes onto the bed. He's immediately met by a woman named Audrey Floor, flanked by an entourage straight out of a movie. She gets right to work, coolly shutting down a rival scout trying to muscle in on their territory. Inside the suite, Jun, and Jay are floored. This level of treatment feels completely unreal. They've been given a palatial room with unlimited service and bottles of ridiculously expensive whiskey. And what better way to celebrate? He grins, deciding to host a high-class drinking show for his fans. Ho is completely caught off guard by his friend's sudden decision. He turns to Jun, who's already on his phone, asking if he's completely lost his mind. But Jun just shoves the screen in his face, telling him to look at the numbers. Over 1,000 people are watching in real time, and Ho is stunned. His brief appearance must have tipped them off. The chat is already blowing up with his name, and Jun calls him a fool for not realizing his own fame. A serious look crosses Jun's face as he reminds Ho of a favor he was saving. With a sly grin, he declares he's cashing it in right now to film a broadcast together. Ho immediately tries to shut it down, but Jun is not taking no for an answer. He even mocks him, asking if a famous model is really scared of a live stream. But Ho knows the risks. He's seen how many careers have been destroyed by one wrong move on a live broadcast. Jun confidently winks, promising to take full responsibility if things go south. He calls Ho a coward, insisting that live streaming is actually a lot of fun. But Ho's mind drifts to a core principle. To gain something new, you must let go of what you have. It's the very reason he's ignored the flood of offers from the entertainment industry. He's looked at their business cards before, wondering if that life was really worth chasing. After all, what he has now is precious, and he couldn't find a single good reason to become a celebrity. But then he remembers the live stream, the chat exploding with support for him. The viewer count climbed into the thousands, a number he couldn't just ignore. And despite himself, he realizes it was actually fun, a fact made obvious by his beet-red face. Jun smirks, knowing full well that Ho's nervousness wasn't the only reason he was blushing. Ho finally admits it. Covering his blushing face, he had no idea interacting with viewers could be so much fun. But Jun's expression darkens, seeing right through the act. He lunges, accusing Ho of being a natural-born charmer who's been hiding his skills this whole time. All their shouting and chaos finally brings someone stomping down the hall. It's Audrey Floor and her security team, looking less than pleased, while the chat absolutely loses it. The scene then shifts dramatically to a lavish, high-end hotel party. A figure steps onto the red carpet, ready for a night of glamour. It's Jun, looking completely at home, dragging a very uncomfortable-looking Ho along with him. Ho realizes his mistake. When Jun casually suggested dinner, he never imagined it would be this kind of dinner. And Jun just smirks, telling him the guest list tonight is something truly special. Jun begins listing off the guests, starting with an actress known as the reincarnation of Venus. He then points out Vogue's selection for Asia's most beautiful couple. And to top it all off, the undisputed world's #1 model, Robert Blue Smith, is here. For a moment, even Jun looks nervous, muttering that they'll look like squids next to these people. Ho's eyes widen, surprised to see his ever-confident friend falter for even a second. But that impression vanishes as he sees Jun, now looking impossibly cool and perfectly suited for this world. Jun strides down the red carpet with an effortless grace, leaving a stunned Ho in his wake. Dumbfounded, Ho calls out to him, marveling at what kind of monster his friend has become. The sheer opulence of the venue, with its glittering chandeliers, only makes him feel smaller. Suddenly, a cheerful voice cuts through the crowd as Damian Tommaso spots him and calls out his name. Ho strides forward with a confident smile, calling out to his friend using his international name, Pietro. The surrounding guests immediately start whispering, recognizing him as the young man sponsored by the legendary Tim Jones. Damien explains that he's already heard about the recent events back in Korea. He was especially touched by Jinho's humble statement about simply repaying the kindness had received. Seizing the moment, Jinho proudly introduces his friend, Jaejun Park, to the CEO. Damien offers a warm handshake, formally welcoming Jaejun to the prestigious Seoul event. He compliments Jaejun's charm, admitting with a laugh that he used to be quite envious of him back in the day. With that, the CEO wishes them a wonderful time and leaves them to enjoy the party. As they grab a plate, Jaejun casually asks what Damien said about him. Jinho's simple reply, that he's handsome. But when asked what he said back, Jinho smirks and says he called him a gorilla, earning a murderous glare from his friend. As Jaejun walks through the hall, he can feel the jealous glares of the other guests burning into his back. He sits down and points it out to Jinho, noting that everyone's talking badly about him. Jinho wonders how he knows, since they're speaking French, but Jaejun can just tell from their dirty eyes. He explains that working part-time taught him how to read people's intentions, no matter the language, but Jinho just calmly cuts into his steak, completely unbothered by the gossip. He figures it's natural for a rookie who's already met the CEO to attract envy, telling his friend to just eat and ignore them. And so they do, devouring dish after dish with a speed and volume that leaves onlookers utterly speechless. A mountain of empty plates quickly begins to form on their table, a testament to their feast. Leaning back in pure bliss, the two friends agree that this is heaven, truly the land of cuisine. As they head off to find dessert, a man in a white suit glares after them, clearly not finished with our duo just yet. As Jinho stands alone for a moment, he's met with a sneer from a woman who wonders who let a beggar in. She scoffs with her arms crossed, finding his very presence utterly embarrassing. Stepping right up to him, she demands to know why he isn't greeting his senior with the proper respect. Jinho offers a confused hello, but she just gets angrier, demanding he state his full name. Just then, Jaejun arrives with a tray of desserts, feigning ignorance as he asks for her name. He calls out to Jinho, asking why he's wasting time instead of eating. Jaejun then casually compares her to a difficult convenience store customer, which completely rattles her. Pointing a finger, she furiously asks who he thinks he is to interfere in her business. But Jaejun just flashes a confident, almost mocking smile, asking if she truly doesn't recognize him. The woman absolutely explodes, screaming back that there's no way she would know who he is. Jaejun just grins, feigning surprise that she doesn't know him either. He casually turns to Jinho, asking if the culinary world also enforces such a rigid hierarchy. Jinho quietly replies that it's probably not that strict. Then, he points across the room, identifying a real senior in their midst. Lee Yoon, Ju. The arrogant woman's head whips around, her bluster instantly vanishing. Jaejun and Jinho's attention has now completely shifted to this new, far more interesting person. Lee Yoon-ju notices their gaze, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. With a confident smile, she raises her glass, playfully asking if they know who she is. And the answer is a resounding yes, she's a top model, connected enough to walk in Seoul's anniversary show. Her influence is absolute, the gold standard for every aspiring female model in the country. And she's not just a model, she's a rising star in acting, famous for her action roles. Jaejun immediately rats his friend out, telling the top model that Jinho is a massive fan. She playfully asks if she'll get paid for appearing on his stream, and Jinho nearly jumps out of his skin at the opportunity. His ambitious spirit makes her chuckle, clearly amused by his forwardness. But in an instant, her playful demeanor vanishes, replaced by an ice-cold glare. Her eyes lock onto the arrogant woman from before, demanding to know why she wasn't properly greeted. The woman, Park Ji-yoon, immediately folds, bowing deeply in a pathetic apology. But Lee Yoon-ju is merciless, telling her that her name is completely irrelevant and not worth remembering. With a final cutting remark about the party's low-class guests, she leaves the junior model shaking in humiliation. Her attention then snaps back to our boys, curiously asking Jinho if a model should really be eating so many sweets. Jinho explains his bizarre constitution. He literally doesn't gain weight from food. Lee Yoon-ju is floored, her cool facade breaking for a moment of pure shock. The entire party erupts in jealous whispers, realizing they're looking at a man blessed by the gods. Our boys are completely overwhelmed by the sudden fawning attention, wondering if this is all a dream. The next day, Jaejun is back to his usual antics. Firing up a live stream, he teases his audience, bragging about meeting a truckload of celebrities, but his chat isn't buying it. But the moment Jinho enters the frame and confirms it, the chat's skepticism instantly vanishes. Jaejun is left fuming as his own subscribers turn on him, even donating to say Jinho is always right. As his friend does a ridiculous dance for the stream, Jinho thinks about what might have happened differently. He quietly considers the alternative if Jaejun hadn't been broadcasting at that exact moment. But even Jinho can't shake the thrill of the previous night. The attention was intoxicating, far more potent than any social media buzz. He wonders if this is the feeling that drives celebrities to chase the spotlight. And then it clicks, this longing, this sense of purpose. It all comes back to the Madeleine. Jaejun's voice cuts through his reverie, telling him to eat before they get cold. He asks what has him so lost in thought, gesturing with a bag of the golden pastries. Jinho takes one as his friend wishes him luck for the event later today. A determined smile forms on his face. That's right, today is the day. The entire reason he came all the way to Paris is finally at hand. Meanwhile, backstage at a major fashion show, a shocking rumor starts to spread. The word on the floor is that the CEO himself told Tim Jones to leave the main spot empty, personally selecting the model. This mystery person is set to push aside the legendary Robert Smith Blue, who's currently getting prepped for the show. Robert, however, is completely unbothered, basking in what he assumes is just another day of petty jealousy. It's so hard being this good-looking. He strikes a confident pose, figuring this new main model must be another transcendent talent, just like him. Meanwhile, the other models exchange nervous glances, the tension in the room growing thicker by the second. Robert just smirks at their pathetic worries, telling them to shut it with a flick of his wrist. He finds the whole situation thrilling, but then, Tim Jones bursts in, his face a mask of shock as he lays eyes on Jinho, demanding to know if he's the secret model. He grabs his friend, shaking him violently and calling him a traitor for not telling him something so huge. Jinho just laughs it off, completely at ease even as he's being rattled like a maraca. He apologizes, explaining he wanted to keep it secret until he felt truly qualified, leaving Tim utterly confused. He wanted to earn the minimum qualification to walk in Tim's show without being criticized. Through this stage, he declares, "Hell, show the world what Tim Jonas Muse truly is." The heartfelt confession hits Tim like a ton of bricks, leaving him utterly stunned. Composing himself, Tim instructs a man named Verdun to guide his muse backstage. He then gives Jinho a very stern warning, flashing 5 fingers. With only 3 days until the show, any mistakes would damage the brand's honor, so he's only allowed 2. But Jinho just smiles, coolly holding up 2 fingers as if to say that's all hell need. 3 days later, the massive outdoor venue for the Seoul fashion show is ready. In the crowd, a vlogger shushes his audience, signaling that the main event is about to begin. Nearby, a sharp executive in a red suit sits with a critical eye, clearly someone important. A top executive from HOM watches with a knowing smile, recalling the events leading up to this. Backstage, one of the other models grumbles, remembering his plan to tear down that monster-like Asian guy. He was ready to expose any flaw, but Jinho's work was perfect, memorizing every measurement in just 5 minutes. But then, his mind flashes back to a strange incident just before the show. He remembers approaching Jinho, holding up a shoe with its heel snapped clean off. Jinho had been immediately suspicious, wondering why it broke then and not during the rehearsal. The model insisted it was broken the entire time, a claim Jinho challenged as impossible. Because when a heel is broken, your foot naturally keeps it in place, hiding the damage. But the moment you know, your gait changes, exposing the flaw for all to see. And in a flash of insight, the rival finally understands that was it. Jinho's impossibly elegant walk. Tim Jones's muse, a walk that perfectly embodied that concept. The entire audience, even the designer himself, is completely stunned into silence. Every camera and phone in the room is pointed at him, capturing the moment. And for Jinho, a strange sense of déjà vu washes over him. He's felt this intense focus before, this electrifying energy from a crowd. This is the feeling of becoming the center of everyone's attention. He recognizes the sensation instantly. It's pure euphoria, a feeling as magnificent and overwhelming as the city of Paris itself. The aftermath is immediate, with headlines questioning Tim Jones's bold choice of an Asian model, and footage of his revolutionary walk instantly goes viral across the globe. The fashion world was in an uproar. A move like this was unheard of in men's clothing, but with his work done, Jinho's whirlwind trip to Paris was already coming to an end. At the airport, Tim Jones sadly shakes his hand, lamenting how quickly the time has passed. He playfully accuses Jinho of trying to run away from the media storm he created. Just then, Jaejun arrives, catching them before they part ways for good. He points to the departure board. It's time for them to head to their gate. With a final farewell, Jinho and his friend turn to leave. Tim Jones watches them go, while his assistant Verdun comically breaks down in tears. As the plane ascends into the sky, Tim can only think of all the things he still wanted to show him. But for Jinho, looking out the window, the trip was already perfect: the food, the scenery, and the success. Aboard the plane, Jae-jun boasts about his biggest win, getting Lee Yunju's number, but Jinho dryly reminds him she's married. Not only that, he adds, she has 3 kids, prompting an indignant outburst from Jae-jun, who insists it's just fan appreciation. He fires back, asking about Jinho following the famous Blue Smith on social media, a fact Jinho can't believe became a news story. But as he glances at the paper, his attention is suddenly snagged by an article. It's about a tennis tournament, and the winner has already been crowned. He sighs, realizing he missed it by just 3 days. A sharp voice cuts in from a nearby seat. It's Damien Tommaso, mockingly suggesting he should have finished his assignment sooner. Damien watches him, wondering how Jinho can still be so concerned with school after the euphoria of the fashion world. He adjusts his glasses, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. He was certain they'd approach him with a contract. Was his prediction wrong? Or was his appeal simply not enough to convince them? He resolves to rethink his strategy. The scene then shifts, returning us to Korea, focusing on the familiar sight of the university gymnasium. Back on the tennis court, one of his club seniors calls out, absolutely buzzing that he saw the newspaper. The senior is practically glowing with pride, calling him a national treasure for his recent fame. Jinho offers a humble smile, simply thanking him for the enthusiastic welcome home. His senior even admits he almost plastered a giant banner of Jinho's modeling shots at the club entrance. He asks if Jinho is here for a serious league practice or just a vacation day, and Jinho says it's a bit of both, but his thoughts drift to his mother, who stubbornly refuses to accept any of his money. She insists that no matter how many billions he earns, a son is still a son. He grounds himself, planting his foot firmly on the familiar court. He has to admit she has a point, as he gets into his stance, racket raised, and with a sharp crack, he channels all his focus back into the game. The ball smashes against the court, a testament to his newfound power. Jinho can feel it. His control is far more refined than before. He realizes it must be the synergy between his tennis prince talent and the heightened senses from his master of fire skill. Stepping into the professional indoor court, he decides he'll have to test his theory. Just then, another group arrives, their leader loudly praising the facility as the one frequented by the famous player, Park Hyun. A woman on his team agrees, but pointedly reminds him to be careful with his words in a members-only club. The man, Park Hyun, is left confused, wondering if he'd already said something wrong. He runs a hand through his hair, worrying that he sounded too sharp when he was just trying to be serious for the filming. He knows entertainment shows need to be fun, but his real goal here is to promote the sport of tennis properly. Park Hyun thinks to himself that at least one person on the team seems to be taking this seriously. The woman winds up, putting all her focus into a powerful serve. But her form is a mess, and the ball smacks her right in the head as he cringes. It's painfully obvious she's a complete beginner. She groans in frustration, wondering why her skills just aren't improving. A calm voice from behind her suggests it's because her method is all wrong. She turns, surprised to see Jinho, who greets her with a confident smile. He glances over at the cameras, noting that the production scale seems a bit modest for a show. She explains this is just a pre-shoot, a short segment to show them improving as beginners. She argues that for the camera, it's better to just look good from the start. After all, she needs to build a reputation as someone worthy of being on Jinho's level. He cuts through her excuses, simply offering her the ball. With a dazzling smile, Jinho declares that he'll teach her himself. The other club members, including her actual coach, can only stare in utter disbelief. A moment later, her swing is flawless, her form perfect, shocking the other players. Even the cameraman is stunned. Wasn't this the same girl who couldn't even hit the ball? Her coach, Park Hyun, grits his teeth as his friend asks if this is his doing. He has to admit it's not. The senior player smirks, revealing the truth. The man in the hat is Lee Jinho, and he transformed her skill in minutes. The female player is still trying to process this, wondering how a model could possibly be better than their own coach. The senior's explanation is simple. Because Jinho is playing on the level of a professional. The proof is in the overwhelming force of his swing, which completely shatters his racket upon impact. Jinho sighs, looking down at the broken frame. That's the second one today. He realizes his strength is far beyond what it should be. It must be the "I'm the best" skill refining his form. Meanwhile, Park Hyun tells the others it's useless to ask Jinho to be on a broadcast, as he was already rejected. The other senior gets a greedy glint in his eye, suggesting they accidentally film him and air it anyway. Their scheming is cut short, however, as Jinho himself walks right up to the coach. He looks Park Hyun in the eye and asks if he'd be his rally partner for a moment. But as that challenge is laid down on the court, we cut to a different kind of battle entirely, a culinary one. A judge thoughtfully considers his bite, admitting it tastes good but feels like it's missing a crucial point. He addresses the chef, Myung-moon, with a critical eye. He questions the dish's simplicity, almost mockingly asking why he'd serve something akin to a hot pack. Out of all the participants, the judge notes, Myung-moon was the only one to prepare such a humble meal. He presses for an explanation, asking if there's some special reason behind this choice. Myung-moon's gaze turns inward, beginning a story that started on his first sports day in Seoul. We flash back to him as a child, excitedly holding his father's hand, full of hope for the day. But the memory sours, showing him sitting all alone while other families enjoy their time together. He watched other kids complain about simple discomforts, things he could only dream of having. A kind stranger had approached him then, a man whom Myung-moon offered his spot to without a second thought. He simply said the spot was too big for him, hiding the text from his parents saying they weren't coming. As the couple walked away, smiling, young Myung-moon was left to sit on the bench all by himself. He finally opened the lunchbox his mother had prepared for him that morning. Inside was a simple, steaming meal, the original hot pack that held all the warmth he had that day. That memory forged the chef he is today, a man standing proud among his peers. But back in the present, the rules for the final round leave Myung-moon completely stunned. He learns his opponent is a gold chef, a professor, and a student of the legendary Chef Park. We see a glimpse of this mentor's terrifying intensity, warning her student that losing means death. Then, the lottery results seal his fate. Chef Myung-moon is going up against the fearsome Park Kokt herself. The threat still echoes in his mind, a terrifying promise from his opponent, Park Kokt. But the battle between Gold Chef Park and Black Chef Myung-moon has begun, and there's no turning back. He immediately gets to work, his knife moving with a blur of practiced, professional skill. From the sidelines, other chefs watch, with one remarking that his deboning is so good, you'd think he was a pro. Another mentor proudly claims Myung-moon as his student, already planning to scout him, but Park Kokt just smirks. Then Myung-moon does something unexpected, slamming his knife down with a brutal chop that seems almost unethical. The pieces fly into a simmering stew, the rich aroma already starting to fill the air. The observers on the balcony are confused, wondering why he'd cut the radish diagonally like that. But Edward Jang understands immediately it's a deliberate move to create a variety of textures in the final dish. The mentor has to admit, while Myung-moon is excellent, some techniques can only be learned through raw, real-world experience. The time for judgment has arrived, and the panel is completely blindfolded for a pure test of taste. Park Kokt's elegant, refined dish is presented against Myung-moon's rustic, yet aromatic creation. The first judge takes a bite, his expression calm, expecting an obvious winner. But a sudden jolt of flavor electrifies his senses, a shock he clearly wasn't prepared for. The entire panel is thrown into disarray, unable to believe how close the competition is. In the end, it's a stunning 2-2 tie, forcing the judges into a heated 1-0 minute deliberation. Watching from the side, Park Kokt can't help but smile, impressed by her student's remarkable growth. The other mentor is so impressed he offers her a head chef position, but she playfully tells him she's busy. He then turns the conversation to her dish, asking why she chose to make a simple chow mein. Her reason was simple and pure. She'd tried it recently, and just wanted to share that same feeling of delicious shock. But his mentor, Park Kokt, cuts through the praise with a sharp reality check for Myung-moon. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him that, in the context of this competition, his dish was a failure. Sure, it was new to him, but for world-class judges, it was just another Tuesday. The shock he wanted to deliver never landed, and she asks if he's truly okay with that. She reminds him of the preliminaries, of the unique spark he showed when he truly made a dish his own. As the verdict is announced, her words echo, "The goal isn't just delicious food, but your food." The weight of his loss crashes down on him, and Myung-moon sits alone, completely defeated. He obsesses over the words "my own dish" as the other match's winner is announced, Edward Jang. Fear creeps in the fear of being eliminated before he can even discover his own identity as a chef. But then, the winner himself, Edward, sits down next to him and starts sobbing. Myung-moon can only stare as the winning chef, Rio, breaks down in a fit of sobs right next to him. He tries to offer some comfort, telling him he can just do better next time. But Rio chokes out the devastating truth. For him, there is no next time. He confesses he's an underground idol whose career was destroyed by the pandemic, here only because his fans pooled their money for him. Yet through his tears, he says it was worth it just to meet a friend like Myung-moon. Watching this heartfelt moment are the round's other winners, the veteran Edward Jang and his partner. Edward finds their bond touching, but his colleague just smirks, ominously stating those two will regret it later. As the first round officially concludes, the two newfound friends stand together, having found some solace in their shared failure. But then, a sudden announcement cuts through the air. The judges are awarding a superpass. Myung-moon and the ramen master are advancing after all. leaving the judges to mock their utter shock. The judges explain it's a classic audition show cliché. Their skills were just too outstanding to let go. Myungmoon and Ryo are still just frozen in place, the emotional whiplash hitting them like a truck. Edward Jang smirks from the sidelines, completely unsurprised. He knew they'd regret that tearful goodbye. With Myungmoon now in the top 11, the second round's mission is finally announced. A restaurant challenge. The goal is simple but brutal. Captivate the tastes of a wide variety of modern gourmets. From athletes to celebrities and office workers, they must appeal to everyone and achieve the highest sales. The judges will act as team captains, and Park Kocht immediately tries to recruit her top pick. But to her complete shock, Myungmoon gives a polite smile and turns her down flat. She's furious, but he stands firm with Ryo and their other friend, refusing to abandon them to join a stronger team. Another judge just smirks, telling her to give up. He already tried recruiting the kid and failed, too. The rival judge scoffs at their little display, sarcastically mocking their power of friendship. But then another chef steps forward, declaring he'll join Myungmoon's team and stunning Park Kocht. This is no random cook, it's the renowned gold badge chef, Hwang Jae-sang. Park Kocht can only see him as a handicap, but Jae-sang just smiles, completely unfazed by her silent judgment. He glances over at the trio of outcasts, admitting their team just seems far more interesting. This unexpected turn of events forces Park Kocht to pause, a flicker of calculation in her eyes. With a surprising shift, she waves him off, claiming she's actually grateful for his decision. Now free, Jae-sang can go all out without holding back, happily joining Myungmoon's side. And with that final, shocking transfer, the teams for the restaurant challenge are locked in. Wasting no time, Park Kocht gathers her own hand-picked chefs to begin their strategy meeting. Meanwhile, Myungmoon rallies his own team of misfits, confidently declaring that it's time to begin. But as he speaks, a subtle glance to the side reveals something that doesn't add up. He silently counts the cooking stations set up for the challenge. 1, 2, 3, and then a fourth. Why would there be 4 stations for a 3-person team? Ryo notices his leader's sudden pause, asking him what's wrong. Myungmoon quickly dismisses it, wondering if he's just being too sensitive as he sees the other teams preparing. But from a control room, a shadowy organizer smirks, knowing full well that Myungmoon's team is headed for defeat. With the stage perfectly set, the judges finally decide it's time to make their grand entrance. And who should be waiting but Hwang Jae-sang, mockingly asking if Myungmoon truly believed he could win with the power of friendship. Myungmoon simply states that he had no other choice. Abandoning his friends to win wouldn't have sat right with him anyway. Hwang Jae-sang scoffs at the idea of trying their best, saying they would have all just failed together. He lays out the cold, hard math. The combined careers of Myungmoon's team don't even equal half of his own. On top of that, the other 2 teams are stacked with chefs whose experience rivals or exceeds his. But Myungmoon cuts in with a smirk, reminding everyone that he's already beaten a gold badge chef before. Unfazed, Hwang Jae-sang declares that their team has a secret weapon that no one else possesses. Their faces. That's right, their greatest asset is that they're all ridiculously handsome. Myungmoon is baffled, arguing this is a competition about taste, not a beauty pageant. But Hwang Jae-sang counters, asking why they bother with plating if only taste matters. He reveals the truth. This isn't a taste competition at all. It's a sales competition. With a newfound understanding, Myungmoon confidently accepts his role in charming the customers. With their new strategy set, the team unites, ready to charm their way to victory. The competition begins, and the restaurant is immediately packed with hungry customers. Their first target is a brilliant one, a famous mukbang YouTuber sitting right at their table. The influencer, Yamu, is completely caught off guard, blushing at being recognized. Hwang Jae-sang seizes the moment, smoothly offering to personally guide her dining experience. Meanwhile, a rival team's head chef looks on, determined to win through pure culinary skill alone. He reflects on the true purpose of a restaurant: to heal the weary, not just to entertain. But Hwang Jae-sang argues that their team, with great food and handsome waiters, is the ultimate form of healing. And back in the kitchen, Myungmoon is ready to deliver the culinary half of their 1-2 punch. He puts on a show, adding the final touches with a flourish. Because after all, food is art. The crowd goes wild for the 100,000-like salt splash, instantly demanding 10 orders. But the rival head chef scoffs at the display, dismissing it as superficial style over substance. Still, he rallies his team, knowing they can't lose and must prove their worth by chef standards. 1 hour later, a spoon clatters onto a plate. Someone is completely tapped out. It's Hwang Jae-sang, who stumbles away feeling so full he could compete in a new weight class. But their sacrifice was worth it. The scoreboard shows Team F4 in a commanding first place. The second-place Park trio, however, remains smug, confident their after-meal dessert will be the real game-changer. Suddenly, an announcement declares that the first hour has passed, and a hidden rule is now active. Huang Jaesong's smile fades as the announcer calls for a hidden team to enter. A polished dress shoe steps forward, signaling the arrival of an unknown challenger. And through the doors walks the hidden team, a group of seasoned chefs ready for business. Huang Jaesong freezes, a dawning horror on his face. These aren't just competitors, they're the judges. The Park Trio's leader curses his luck, realizing he wasted his entire dessert strategy for nothing. An announcement raises the stakes. Defeat this team, and you get a free pass to the finals. But Huang Jaesong sees the fatal flaw in this plan, staring at the tables of empty plates. The judges, who are also the customers, are already completely stuffed and can't eat another bite. On top of that, the scoreboard shows Team F4 with a massive, almost insurmountable, sales lead. Desperate, Huang Jaesong turns to his leader, calling out Myungmoon's name. Myungmoon, however, is the picture of calm, telling his team that this is no longer a competition. It's time for a lesson, he says, as he picks up a knife and tells them all to simply watch. He's going to show them exactly why these people are the judges, as his knife begins to move with effortless grace. Myungmoon doesn't even break his rhythm, simply calling for pepper as he works. Watching from the side, Huang Jaesong is completely stunned by his leader's sheer presence. The entire team moves as one, a blur of motion plating a new dish with incredible speed and skill. In an instant, an entire course is prepared and ready to go out. But there's a fatal flaw in this plan. A cold sweat breaks out on Huang Jaesong's face as he remembers the grim reality of their situation. The judges are already past their limit. Yamu is slumped over the table, and another diner looks physically ill. Suddenly, a new dish is placed right in front of that very same nauseated customer. He insists he didn't order it, but the chef just smiles, telling him it's complimentary. Well, free is free. He reluctantly reaches for the lid, but as he lifts it, his pained expression vanishes. Inside the bowl is a simple, unassuming tomato soup. He takes a hesitant sip, not expecting much from this strange offering. But the moment the liquid touches his tongue, something changes. A jolt runs through him, his eyes widening in pure, unadulterated shock. The agonizing pressure in his stomach vanishes, replaced by a warm, soothing sensation. He leaps to his feet, screaming for everyone to try this miracle digestive, leaving Huang Jaesong speechless. Myungmoon calmly hands another waiter a dessert, explaining this was all thanks to the soup. He knew the warm, sour dish would relax their stomachs and restore their appetites. While desserts are usually served cold to enhance sweetness, he has a different plan. He likens it to how a sour tangerine can cut through anything, a simple truth he's known his whole life. He explains to his waiter that simple bread or snacks could never have this kind of effect. With the diner's appetites fully restored, his special dessert is finally served. The entire restaurant explodes with newfound hunger, hands shooting up as everyone demands another order. Myungmoon, already back in the kitchen, calmly accepts the flood of requests. He was more than prepared, revealing a long counter filled with his perfectly plated creations. Each dish is a masterpiece of precision, so identical they look like they came from a factory assembly line. Yamu, who was completely stuffed just moments ago, cautiously brings a piece to her lips. She takes a small, hesitant bite, and her face immediately lights up in pure, unadulterated bliss. It's absolutely delicious. Even a distinguished older gentleman closes his eyes, savoring the perfect harmony of every ingredient. The entire restaurant is a chaotic symphony of shouts, demanding more of his food. And as the official announcement declares the hidden team victorious, Myungmoon simply smirks, soaking in his absolute triumph. The scene cuts to a broadcast of the show, where his friends are watching the heartwarming aftermath. Jaejun slumps on the couch, groaning in agony. He wants to try that food so badly. He begs someone to go buy it, but his friend scoffs. It's not like you can just grab it from the local market. The girl then turns to Jinho, playfully asking why he's never cooked for his mom if he's so skilled. As the next mission, Egg Hell, is announced on screen, she challenges him to peel an apple to prove his knife work. Jaejun leans in, a flicker of interest in his eyes as Jinho confidently accepts the challenge. While the show praises Myungmoon's incredible stamina in the kitchen, Jinho casually presents his own work, an apple peel carved into a perfect tower, a testament to his unique skill. Jaejun stares at the apple peel, completely baffled, wondering just how Jinho pulled that off. His friends are buzzing with excitement for the finale, having even quit social media to avoid spoilers. With the remote in hand, they eagerly start the final episode. The show introduces the two culinary titans, the seasoned veteran Edward Jang versus the Neapolitan mafia, Myungmoon, and the final theme is revealed: a life dish, where they must pour their entire existence onto a plate. A memory flashes in Jinho's mind. Park Koch's voice, asking him to remember the true meaning of his cooking. She reminded him how the simple hot pack from the prelims had given him a crucial boost. He realizes his life's dish shouldn't be defined by just being tasty. It has to tell his story. On screen, Myungmoon begins his final performance, his knife moving with calm, practiced elegance. But Jinho's thoughts drift to a much lonelier time, a past where he walked completely alone. As Myungmoon works, his thoughts turn inward, to a past he's long since buried, a time when he was just a powerless kid with glasses, completely ostracized by his peers. Even now, the sting of that loneliness is sharp enough to draw a single, pained tear. He remembers the suffocating misery, the feeling of being utterly abandoned by the world. But in that darkness, a new beginning appeared on a screen, a chance to start the game. It was a promise that he could evolve, a simple hope that became his entire world. Snapping back to the present, everything clicks. He finally understands what his life's dish must be. He channels that entire journey, from misery to mastery, onto a single plate. With a calm confidence born from his past, he wheels his creation out for the final judgment, and waiting for him is a panel of stern-faced judges, their expressions completely unreadable. He places a single, unassuming pouch before the judges. One of them is immediately confused, questioning why he isn't making Chinese food. Myungmoon simply calls this his life dish, revealing seeds nestled in sliced tomato. The concept is to eat the seeds, the future wrapped in the present. The judge takes a bite, and the flavor is a peculiar harmony that makes him wonder what the seedlings will become. He has to ask, is this dish truly the story of Chef Myungmoon's life? With a confident smirk, Myungmoon confirms that it is. He explains that his life has always been one where tomorrow is more exciting than today. And with that profound statement, the memory blurs, fast-forwarding to the moment of truth. The three finalists stand on stage, the tension unbearable, as the announcer prepares to name the final winner. The third finalist throws his hands up in celebration, joyfully accepting his defeat to the Neapolitan Mafia. And the winner is Myungmoon, with the legendary Edward Jang taking second place in what he calls a perfect defeat. Watching from afar, one of Myungmoon's friends sighs, thinking he threw it all away with some pretentious stunt. But the sponsors see it differently. Damien Tommaso is ecstatic, calculating the millions in sales already pouring in. Professor Park Koch, however, just stands there with her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. Myungmoon braces himself, imagining her fury, her chasing him with a flaming pan for having lost. But instead of a slap, a gentle hand rests on his shoulder. She looks at him, not with anger, but with profound pride in his cooking. Her only question is a quiet request for him to serve her that dish personally next time. Overcome with emotion, Myungmoon can only blush and agree, his heart soaring at his professor's approval. Back at home, Jinho gently takes the sponge from his mother, insisting she should rest now. The kitchen, he declares, is now the domain of Chef Myungmoon, as his proud parents rewatch his victory. His mom teases his dad about how many times he's seen it, joking that you'd think it was Jinho's first time on TV. He just smiles, remembering that incredible moment of triumph on screen. But even after such a monumental win, his gaze is already fixed on what's next. That feeling of victory was sweet, but for him, it was only the start. After washing up and clearing his head, a new resolve begins to form. Looking at the pristine dishes, he wonders what other cooking skills he should learn to push himself even further. And far away, across the sea in the bustling streets of Tokyo, Japan, the ripples of his success are creating waves, as a man joyfully exclaims that his schedule is packed for half a year, all thanks to Jinho. The man on the phone is absolutely ecstatic, showing off a viral clip of the eliminated chef's tearful embrace. He jokes that thanks to Jinho hogging all the cameras, even he got some precious screen time. With his followers now in the tens of thousands, he suggests it's time for some fan service. But Jinho is one step ahead, coolly replying that he's already on it. Hess arrived at the HU Jin's agency, a sleek, modern building ready for business. Stepping inside, he finds the office is far more impressive than the rumors suggested. He remembers Damien's almost unbelievable offer. Rent, staff, salaries all taken care of. The financial burden must be huge, and Jinho can't help but feel a little concerned. He pushes open the door to the meeting room, not quite sure what to expect, and finds a full team already assembled, forcing him to jokingly ask Damien if he's trying to go bankrupt. Damien greets him with a calm smile, inviting him to take a seat. He then begins to introduce the new members, starting with Jang Kyung-ah, a former planning head from PJY. The impressive resumes keep coming, and Jinho is left speechless. Every single one of them is an industry ace. He can't help but blurt out his confusion. Why would such incredible people agree to work with a rookie? Damien's answer is shockingly simple. He bribed them with money, explaining that salaries in their industry are appallingly low. Jinho tries to understand, asking if it's a situation where you do 100 worth of work but only get paid for 80. Oh, it's much worse than that. Damien clarifies they were doing 100 worth of work and getting paid for 50, a reality that stuns Jin-ho. But with this new team, he promises, their pay and incentives will finally match their effort, placing a heavy sense of responsibility on Jin-ho's shoulders. The team's friendly smiles turn into an intense, unified glare, telling him not to feel pressured, but if he causes a scandal, they'll all starve together. As Damien suggests ordering food to celebrate, a terrified Jin-ho quickly offers to cook himself, desperate to do anything right. And so, Jin-ho whips up a simple but delicious-looking bowl of black bean noodles for the team. As they eat, he quietly leans over to Damien, offering to increase his own profit share if money ever gets tight. Damien just laughs it off, saying not to worry if he goes bankrupt. It's all on him, a response that only makes Jin-ho more anxious. Changing tactics, Jin-ho offers to at least cook one meal a day for the staff, an idea that Damien finds much more appealing. True to his word, our star gets to work, tackling the mountain of dishes himself. He's startled, however, to find director Jang Kyung-ah suddenly there, filming the entire scene. When he asks how long she plans on recording, she coolly replies, until there's enough content to satisfy the fans. She explains that his fan sites are practically barren, and Jin-ho can only weakly defend that he sometimes posts selfies. That's not enough, she says, telling him to meet her in the conference room after he's finished. As he leaves, she watches with a thoughtful expression. A star who cooks and does dishes, this peculiar company might just grow on her. In the conference room, director Jang lays it out for him. He has exactly two paths to choose from. He can either become a broadcaster on variety shows, or take a break to debut as a serious actor. Jin-ho immediately asks if the broadcaster route would limit his future, and she confirms his fears. She explains that once an image is solidified through comedy, it's almost impossible to shake. He asks for time to think, and she advises him to choose carefully to avoid future regrets. With that settled, she moves on to a new revenue stream, and he assumes she means modeling. But she immediately shatters that idea. That's not what she has in mind at all. No, she's talking about merchandise, fan goods, things like mugs and photo cards. Jin-ho's eyes light up, but his mind comically misinterprets goods as shamanistic ritual items. She has to clarify again, not that kind of goods, but things like light sticks for fans, and he finally gets it. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the agency's pristine halls, Jang Kyung-ah walks with her superior, Damien Tommaso, who asks for her assessment of the new jewel she's managing. She admits she's never encountered someone like Jin-ho, a strange mix of mainstream appeal and niche specialty. Damien smiles, agreeing that this exact paradox, being both exclusive and accessible, is the mark of a true star. But for Kyung-ah, beyond all the business talk, she just wants to work with him because his food was absolutely incredible. As night falls over the city, the weight of these new expectations begins to settle. Jin-ho lies awake in his apartment, scrolling through his phone as the day's events replay in his mind. He recalls Damien's speech, how the entire team's salary and incentives are tied to his hard work. Then it clicks, those bonuses for his new team would be paid out from Damien's own 20% share. A wave of regret washes over him. Had he known, he might not have pushed so hard for that 8-2 profit split. To clear his head, he calls his aunt, who greets her famous nephew with a warm smile. She proudly tells him she spent the entire day binging his show, Three Kingdoms Chef. But she's also surprisingly up to date, asking about the merchandise he's planning. They share a laugh about how fast gossip spreads, but then her tone shifts to the real news. She tells him the final results of the competition just aired, and Myungmoon was declared the winner. The words hit Jin-ho like a physical blow, forcing him bolt upright in his bed. Hes completely stunned, barely able to process what Hes just heard. He stammers out, asking his aunt if she's absolutely certain about this. The next morning, at precisely 9 o'clock, the gears of his new career begin to turn. Jang Kyung-ah stands before the new team, ready to dissect his brand and potential. She lays out the facts. His viral dishwashing video has already built a fandom of over 30,000 people. Jin-ho tries to interject with the news from his aunt, but Jang Kyung-ah quickly shuts him down, telling him to wait until the meeting is over. The agenda is packed, covering everything from his cooking content to a potential performance channel. One of the team members excitedly presents the merchandise drafts, which are already looking good. The meeting has already run late, but Damien Tommaso smiles, knowing the best part is yet to come. He prompts Jin-ho, asking if he had something important to say, but our guy just sheepishly waves it off. Damien decides to drop the real bombshell. The luxury brand Sior has sent a collaboration proposal for clothing. The news is staggering. Even Tim Jones, the chief designer of Sior Home, personally sent over the drafts. But as Jang Kyung-ah reads the fine print, her expression darkens, and with a roar of fury, She screams for them to scrap it all. She rips the proposal to shreds right in front of a stunned Jinho, declaring the entire draft is absolute trash. Damien breaks the heavy silence, dryly noting that Jinho must be thrilled to be working with Seor. Jang Kyung-ah sarcastically thanks him for his talent for surprises, forcing them to redo all their plans. As Jinho meekly apologizes, a sudden thought seems to strike him. He hesitantly speaks up, saying that if they're starting the merchandise from scratch anyway, he actually has a few ideas he's already thought of. He proudly presents his concept, Ji-young's English curriculum notebook. The scene suddenly shifts as a young girl frantically rushes home, yelling for her package. She bursts through the front door, announcing her return with breathless excitement. Her mother, looking thoroughly unimpressed, tells her the box is waiting in her room. And there it is, the girl hugs the parcel with pure joy. Her Jinho premium merchandise package has finally arrived. Her mother storms in, arms crossed, demanding to see what trash those scammers sold her this time. She calls them con artists for taking kids' money, but her daughter, Kyungmi, just yells back that she doesn't get it. Kyungmi proudly shows off a tumbler, already planning to buy a second one for actual use as her mother's anger visibly boils over. The woman finally explodes, threatening to cut her allowance, but Kyungmi desperately presents another item, sure this will win her over. It's a simple CD case, nothing special at first glance. Her mother scoffs at the outdated tech, but Kyungmi ignores her, popping the disc into her computer. With a click of the mouse, a video lecture begins to play. On screen, Jinho appears as a charismatic teacher, ready to help his geniuses ace their English exams. Kyungmi is absolutely captivated, but her mom just mutters from behind, wondering how smart a celebrity could really be. That's when Kyungmi drops the bomb. Her appa was the top student at a top university with a perfect CSAT score, leaving her mom utterly stunned. But Kyungmi isn't finished, digging back into the box as her mother charges in, absolutely furious. She triumphantly reveals a Seor Ham collaboration t-shirt, making her mom's eyes bulge at the luxury brand. With a sly smile, Kyungmi explains it's not what she thinks. This piece only cost 50,000 won. Since her oppa is the designer's personal muse, it was a special gift. She then lays out the rest: a photo book, a calendar, and even a cookbook. Her mother is left utterly speechless, the gears in her head turning as she calculates the incredible value of this fan package. And just like that, a new fan is born. Her mom eagerly tells her to buy the next merchandise set, especially if it includes more of those lectures. Elsewhere, Jinho sits with a friend from university, who gives him some sobering news. Honestly, the lectures aren't very good. Jinho quietly pours a drink, bracing himself for the rest of the critique. His friend clarifies that they're not bad, just not top tier, maybe third tier, and other classmates seem to agree. For students used to elite academy instructors, his self-taught methods just feel lacking, and Jinho slumps, realizing he let a little success go to his head. But his friend isn't just here to tear him down. He admits he's still incredibly grateful. He tearfully recalls his own brother, a gorilla who never studied, suddenly hitting the books just to hear Jinho's voice. That, he says, is an accomplishment that even the top-tier instructors couldn't manage, leaving Jinho touched. Then comes the punchline. Despite that, he needs to fix the lectures because his friend literally fell asleep watching them. A few days later, Jinho is already putting a new plan into motion. He pulls up with Jae-jun, who looks around nervously, asking if this is really the right place. It's definitely not an acting academy. Jinho just smiles confidently, telling him to have a look around as he recalls his friend's crucial advice. Back at the restaurant, his friend had been trying to find the right words to describe the core issue. He noted that even as simple fan service, the lecture itself just wasn't engaging. And then it hit him. It felt less like a teacher giving a lesson and more like an idol, filming a variety show, a realization that sparks an idea for Jinho. And with a confident smirk, Jinho knows exactly what he needs to do. If he can't be a teacher, he'll simply learn how to act like one. This new path leads him to an unexpected offer, which his new manager eagerly accepts. Jinho's deadpan reaction, however, leaves the man completely baffled. The manager playfully asks if he even had the option to refuse, only for Jinho to get flustered. When offered details about the script, Jinho waves it off, claiming he trusts the team's decision completely. This simple statement of faith leaves the manager utterly speechless. He's genuinely moved, thinking Jinho has placed his absolute trust in their hands. That profound belief sends a jolt of inspiration through the entire office. Of course, the reality is Jinho knows nothing and just hopes they'll handle it all for him. He remembers his friend's advice: to lecture with the mindset of an actor playing a teacher. Jinho can't help but smirk. It feels like the entire world is conspiring to make him act. His manager is ready to whisk him off to an acting academy, but Jinho just wants to know the schedule. The meeting is in 20 days. The manager informs him with a bright smile. Perfect. Jinho thinks to himself that's more than enough time as he arrives at his personal training ground. It's an old video store, its shelves lined with countless films. His idea of acting lessons is simply binge-watching movies in a private viewing room. He pulls out a familiar stash of chocolate bars, thinking how this place hasn't changed a bit. Even the part-timer is the same, recognizing the old Reset Life course Jinho used to take. Munching on a chocolate bar, Jinho feels a wave of relief that his favorite video store is still in business. He recalls the lore behind the legendary skill, Acting Lord, Acting King. It was said that the skill's icon, a laughing mask, was mocking the players who tried to unlock it, because the first condition was absolutely insane. Watch 200 movies with 0 overlapping actors. The strategy forums exploded in rage, with most players quitting on the spot. But as the saying goes, a hero always emerges in troubled times. A former actor, now a humble video store owner, was so moved by the purity of the challenge that he created the perfect movie playlist, the Reset Life course, making this very store a legend. But even with stamina skills, Jinho finds the marathon viewing session exhausting. By day 15, he's completely immersed, absorbing a gritty noir film and its hard-boiled lessons. He watches intently as a character explains the brutal calculus of survival, a lesson etched in gunpowder. The final gunshot rings out, and the noir film's grim lesson hangs in the air. With a click of the remote, the credits stop rolling. The marathon is finally over. After 200 movies, Jinho is a complete wreck, but a notification confirms his success. He tries mimicking the actor's cool delivery, finger pointed like a gun, but it feels hollow. Flopping onto his bed, he realizes he needs to unlock the next stage, the audition. He stumbles out of the video store, mission complete, with nothing but a good night's sleep on his mind. The very next day, he approaches his manager with a surprising request to audition. Jinho is practically glowing with renewed energy, confidently asking if it can be arranged. His manager can't help but notice his refreshed aura, and Jinho jokes it's all thanks to some quality sleep. The manager agrees it's possible, but he's confused why audition when Jinho's role is already secured. Jinho puts on his best, most earnest face, feigning a bit of nervousness. He explains that as a total newcomer, he just thought it would be polite to audition and properly greet everyone. The manager completely buys it, touched by his supposed thoughtfulness, and agrees to set it up immediately. With that, the second unlock is complete, and the day of the big meeting finally arrives. But behind the scenes, a debate is already raging, with someone questioning if they really have to use that kid. A man, the show's producer, complains that there are plenty of other lively, handsome actors they could choose from. But the writer, Kim Suk-kyung, calmly sips her drink, countering that none of them are quite as handsome as him. The producer, Kang Chan-sung, is baffled. The kid has no experience, and his audition was apparently a disaster. He argues that an actor from a proper agency would be a safer bet, especially for bringing in sponsorships. Suk-kyung playfully asks if he's being lobbied, which sends the flustered producer into a sputtering rage. She coolly asks why he's opposing something that would clearly improve the show's image. The producer absolutely loses it, screaming that the kid lacks the most fundamental basics of acting. His furious tirade is cut short just a moment later, when Jinho himself walks in, looking so handsome he's practically glowing. The producer immediately scoffs, remembering all the other pretty boys with zero talent who've ruined his projects in the past. But Suk-kyung has her own methods, admitting she did indeed cast Jinho purely for his face, as it matches her vision. She acknowledges that, according to the official judges, his acting skills were far from promising. Jinho, however, remains completely calm. This was inevitable, as his second condition only unlocked after the audition. That's when the writer reveals her true intentions, stating she only trusts what she sees with her own eyes. The sole purpose of this entire meeting is to witness his raw, impromptu acting ability, right here and now. The producer grumbles to himself, already convinced this is a pointless waste of his valuable time. He fully expects the rookie to be frozen with fear, a deer in the headlights. But his cynical train of thought comes to a screeching halt, because Jinho isn't scared at all. He's meeting their gaze with a calm, confident smile. The scene then cuts away to a man named Young Jae walking through a bustling street at night. He hears his name called out, spotting the person he was meant to meet. A figure in a black hoodie and mask waves him over, keeping their identity hidden. Later in a quiet cafe, the masked man asks if Young Jae's sibling is still enjoying his lectures. As a gift for the dedicated fan, he hands over a special edition CD with a handwritten signature. This is a top-secret video, he explains, so exclusive that if it leaks, he'll have to drop out of university. The masked man reminds him of their promise, tapping the video file on his phone. Young Jae smirks, confirming his mission, to watch the new lecture and give an honest evaluation. He jokes that the bribe won't buy him a better review, but the masked man says that's exactly what he's counting on. With that, young Jae gets to work, diligently taking notes as he watches the lecture on his tablet. He slams his hand down as the video ends, completely finished. Young Jae is genuinely impressed, exclaiming that the teaching is so good, it's a guaranteed top grade. But the masked man just smiles behind his mask, calmly asking him to take another look at the notes he just took. Confused, young Jae picks up his notebook, wondering what his notes have to do with anything. His eyes widen in complete and utter shock, because every single line is just nonsensical doodles and facts about Kiwis. Young Jae's mind races in panic. Has he actually become an idiot? But the masked man just smirks. No, it simply means his acting was a complete success. He is, after all, a top-tier acting instructor. He explains that most drama plots are pure fiction. A poor girl accidentally punches a chaebol and they fall in love. It's ridiculous on paper. And audiences get bored easily, always looking for something, anything, to watch. But with a truly convincing performance, those same viewers are suddenly screaming at their TVs, completely lost in the story. The masked man's eyes curve into a smile. If he could so easily fool an elite student like young Jae, then that's a certified success. Young Jae can only seethe. He was promised a path to become a top instructor, not get played by some back-alley con artist. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a black van speeds down the road. Inside, Damian Tommaso casually warns his actor that the writer they're about to meet is famous for firing people on a whim. The actor's smile is stretched thin, sweat beading on his brow as he realizes he might be the next one on the chopping block. Damian begins to bring up the actor's skills, but the actor quickly cuts him off, insisting that wasn't the problem at all. In fact, as we see the writer herself, she's completely overwhelmed, declaring his performance was nothing short of perfect. She remembers it vividly, that relaxed, confident smile, the swagger in his step. He was playing a tough guy, but she saw right through the act to the coward underneath, desperately hiding his fear. The producer sitting with her admits the performance was so real, he found the character genuinely infuriating. The writer is practically giddy with excitement, wondering where on earth a talent like this has been hiding. She gushes over his bad boy charm, but the best part was his dazed expression after the scene, as if he'd been possessed. She turns to the producer, wagging a finger with a sudden intensity. If he wants her to keep finding treasures like this actor, he's to never question her methods again. The producer can only sulk and agree, completely defeated by her logic. And we cut to a completely different scene, this time on a film set. A young actress, completely engrossed in her script, is being asked the price of some cabbage. An older woman playing the vendor patiently gives her the price. 1 for 51, 2 for 100. Across from them, the male lead, looking effortlessly cool in a tracksuit, offers to buy some, but the actress tries to haggle, claiming they don't look sweet enough for the price. She argues that if 1 is 50, then 2 should still be 100, completely missing the point of a discount. Flustered, she clutches her book and declares that this simple math is her justice. The director immediately yells, "Cut," ordering a reshoot as the actress shrinks in embarrassment. But on the monitor, the male actor's take was perfect, a picture of handsome confidence. Watching from the side, a young man blushes, completely captivated, as his companion playfully teases him for being envious. The rookie actor sighs, wishing he could borrow the lead's face for a day, but his companion warns him that such talk is just asking for trouble. The drama they're filming is a year-end special, a romance titled You've Worked Hard. It's a sweeping love story, beginning with a young couple standing together in a field of golden flowers. The tale of a spirited literature girl named Hae-soon and an iron-willed swimming prospect, Gwon-sok. A story of how they sacrificed their own ambitions to build a new dream together, starting a family. It follows their eventful lives through all 4 seasons, right into their peaceful golden years. Back on set, however, opinions on the cast are divided. As the rookie walks past, a woman gushes over how cute he is, but her friend is completely unimpressed, muttering that they should have cast someone else. She can't believe it. What's wrong with him being handsome? He scoffs at the idea of this baby-faced rookie playing the most hated character in the entire drama. It's a disaster waiting to happen for a kid 10 years too young for the part. But she sees it differently, suggesting it might be a clever marketing ploy. After all, a dark history is still history, isn't it? The rookie actor pinches the bridge of his nose, exhausted by the constant retakes. On set, the actress playing Hae-soon sits alone, perfectly capturing the character's quiet despair. He steels his resolve, determined to nail this scene and overcome the pressure. To get into the right headspace, he immerses himself completely, thinking, "I am Hae-soon." He recalls the script, a woman tired of her life, forced into a blind date, leaving her love behind. The actress takes a sip of her tea, her expression perfectly conveying that she's sick of it all. Behind the camera, the crew murmurs in approval. That's it, they finally captured the feeling. Just then, the bell on the shop door jingles, signaling an entrance. The cameraman's eyes widen in disbelief as he sees who just walked in. It's the rookie, who has just stumbled onto the set, ruining the perfect take. The shopkeeper actor lays into him, yelling that he can't just bring a dog inside the cafe. But the rookie doesn't flinch. He's no longer himself. He's become the character, Jay. He scoffs at the woman, asking if she thinks she can afford to replace his expensive dog. The entire set is stunned as this arrogant, sleazy persona completely takes over. Even the little dog seems to be in on the act, lapping up its milk. He pops a sugar cube into his mouth, his smirk oozing a repulsive confidence. Leaning back, he declares himself the perfect man for her, practically a man of soul. The cameraman can't help but recoil. Wow. This guy is genuinely disgusting. The actor's portrayal is so perfectly greasy, so convincingly vile, it's a masterpiece. He leans in, telling her age is just a number, and everyone finally understands. This is why the writer chose him. His co-star, however, is at a complete loss for words. She's frozen in place, the unexpected lines short-circuiting her brain. Behind the monitor, the director breaks into a cold sweat. Oh no, not again. He knew it was all going too well, already debating whether to yell cut. He slams his fist down in frustration. Yep, this take is a wash. But the rookie actor leans in further, improvising to cover her silence, demanding a response. The crew glances at each other, confused. This definitely wasn't in the script. They realize he's buying time, ad-libbing with a level of sense unheard of for a first shoot. The director can only watch, his jaw practically on the floor. But the actress is still trapped, completely overwhelmed by his raw performance. And just like that, the scene dies. The actress, completely outclassed, can only offer a weak apology. There's no salvaging this take. The only option is to reset and shoot it all over again. But while she walks off in shame, Jinho is already being mobbed by his friends, soaking in the praise for his explosive ad-lib. The writer, however, watches with a look of sudden, sharp clarity. She turns away, a silent decision made. That raw, unscripted moment, that's the one they'll use. And her instincts were dead on. The show premieres to an explosive 9.3% rating, all thanks to that one scene. The internet is on fire, with viewers saying his acting was so infuriatingly good it raised their blood pressure. In the car, Jinho just smirks at the comments, as his manager calls the reverse charm a massive success. With a smug grin, the manager warns him to get ready. The floodgates are open, and offers are about to pour in. He then gestures to a pile of expensive-looking gift bags, curious about where they came from. Jinho explains they're not just gifts, but supplies for the crew. He smirks, jokingly calling them bribes to keep everyone happy. And what bribes they are, exquisite, handcrafted sweets, shimmering like jewels. The manager and another staff member are blown away, asking if he really made them all himself. Of course he did. He explains that for long shoots, a sugar rush is essential for morale. Besides, for the legendary Myungmoon chef, feeding 100 staff members is just a light warm-up. But the light-hearted mood vanishes when the manager brings up the actress, Kim Hae-rim. A dark look crosses Jinho's face as he suggests they go and see how she's doing. The scene flashes back to a furious hand slamming a table, someone screaming at her to just quit. We see her, broken and in tears, being told her acting is worse than a dog's. And this is the person they have to deal with. A writer absolutely losing her mind, screaming that managing a slump is a basic skill. Nearby, two actors watch the meltdown. One shivers, recalling how he was torn to shreds by her when he was a rookie. His friend casually mentions that she's never been harsh with him, but that's only because his acting has been flawless from the start. A sudden, cold realization hits our protagonist. If he hadn't received his special skill, he would be the one breaking down in her place right now. He shudders, feeling an immense wave of relief for possessing the cheat-like skill. Acting God. Trying to lighten the mood, he suggests that maybe the writer's tough love is a strategy to unlock hidden talent. But even he can't deny the truth. Actress Kim Hae-rim's slump was a disaster that just wouldn't end. During the filming for episode 5, she was so lost that her co-star had to mouth her own lines in frustration. The veteran actress looks completely defeated, too exhausted to even feel angry anymore. But as soon as the scene wraps, the on-set atmosphere turns icy cold. The struggling actress, Kim Hae-rim, gives a weary but polite farewell to the crew. They offer some empty words of encouragement, telling her they'll fix her performance in editing. She turns to leave, the weight of the day heavy on her shoulders. But the moment her back is turned, the staff's whispers begin. They mock her for being so busy, completely careless that their voices might carry. The whispers turn venomous, questioning how long she can ride her lucky debut. They even stoop to suggesting she's sleeping with the director, and that's the only reason she was cast. The cruel words strike her like a physical blow, and she can't take it anymore. She flees, slamming a door shut behind her, desperate for a moment of escape. She wants to scream at them, to tell them how wrong they are. But in her mind's eye, the scene shifts, and the two men are just brushing their teeth, oblivious. One of them even asks what's wrong, as she stands frozen by the sheer, mundane cruelty of it all. She blinks, the vivid memory fading as she forces herself back to the present. With a practiced smile, she apologizes, pretending she must have misheard something. Her mind drifts back again, this time to a happier moment, raising a glass to their success. The entire team was there, celebrating the incredible ratings their drama was pulling in. One of her colleagues was ecstatic, dreaming of 100% ratings by the final episode. Even then, she had watched quietly from the side, a small smile on her face. But like all parties, that one had to end. A bittersweet memory of a time before everything soured. Back at the after-party, one of the actors is completely wasted, and our protagonist needs a moment to clear his head. But his friends decide a trip to the convenience store is a better idea. Anything to escape the drunken rambling. They grab some hangover cures, hoping to bring themselves back to reality. Sitting outside, the cool night air finally starts to sober them up. That's when one of them turns to our hero, his words slurring as he asks how he acts so well for a rookie. He gives the standard answer about immersing himself in the role, but his friend scoffs at the simple explanation. They grab him, shaking him playfully but insistently, demanding to know what he does when immersion isn't enough. Feeling sick, he finally gives in, agreeing to tell them his secret if they'll just stop. With a knowing smile, he leans in and asks if they've ever heard of a game called Reset Life. And from the shadows, the hooded actress watches intently, her expression hardening at the mention of that name. The memory of last night cracks and fades, giving way to a painfully bright morning. Our hero groans, stretching as the full force of a killer hangover hits him. He definitely should have exercised some moderation, but the memory of a second round is a little too vivid. His thoughts drift to his colleague, actress Kim Hyrim, hoping she got home safely. But a sudden jolt of anxiety hits him as he tries to piece together the night. And just then, he sees her down the hall, her expression dark and unapproachable. He freezes, his mind racing. He can't remember a thing. Did he say something he shouldn't have? She walks right past him without a single word, ignoring his very existence. He's left stunned, completely thrown by her icy demeanor. He calls out after her, asking if something's wrong, confused by her unusual silence. His mind flashes to her face, shadowed and cold, a dreadful thought taking root. He can't help but wonder, is her anger truly because of him? The scene suddenly shifts, throwing him back to a snowy night from their shared past. He remembers Hyrim screaming at her mother, desperate and furious. Her mother could only sit in silence, crushed by the weight of their hopeless situation. But in that moment of despair, the front door slid open. It was him, standing in the freezing cold, holding an envelope thick with cash. The memory is so clear, he can almost hear the kettle whistling in the tense quiet that followed. Her mother had asked him, her voice trembling, where he could have possibly gotten that money, and he had simply told her not to worry, to just use it to settle the debt. His own story left unsaid. Her mother begs him, her voice laced with fear, pleading for him to return the money if he borrowed it. He simply tells her that as the eldest daughter, she shouldn't be tied down by this kind of trouble. But her mother's desperation suddenly erupts into a furious shout, not at him, but at her own daughter. She lays out their family's utter ruin, a sick father, an ailing mother, and asks who else could possibly take responsibility. And the actress, channeling all her character's pain, roars back, asking if they truly thought she would run away like a coward. She's sick of the title, sick of the burden of being the eldest daughter, her rage boiling over just like the kettle on the stove. The mother's anger finally breaks, her voice softening as she looks at her daughter, while the actor's hand trembles with emotion. With tears streaming down her face, the actress makes a heartbreaking plea to just be called daughter for once. The two women are frozen in a powerful standoff, one standing in defiance, the other kneeling in despair. And just as the tension reaches its peak, a voice yells "cut," revealing the entire memory was a perfectly executed scene. The entire film crew erupts in applause. Some even move to tears by the raw performance. The veteran actress gives her a rare compliment, noting that she really can act when she tries. But Jin-ho and his colleague are just stunned, wondering how she suddenly overcame her slump. He remembers her fumbling lines just last week, and a terrifying thought connects in his mind to the Reset Life app. It couldn't be, right? Surely he wasn't the only one with this power. Overwhelmed, Jin-ho turns and quickly walks away from the set. He steps outside into the cool night air, trying to clear his head. But there she is, the actress Kim Hyrim, standing right in front of him. A jolt of recognition hits him. He's seen her before, in a moment that now feels deeply significant. He tries to play it cool and leave, but she calls out, stopping him in his tracks. She calmly tells him she was waiting, and Jinho is completely caught off guard. He remembers praising her just moments ago for her flawless, perfect performance. But then she drops the two words that make his blood run cold. Reset life. He stammers, pretending not to understand, but he already knows her secret skill. The absurd unlock condition flashes in his mind, watching 200 unique movies. Then comes the gut punch. She reminds him that he's the one who drunkenly told her everything. She steps closer, explaining that his talent had made her incredibly curious. He's frozen, realizing she actually took his drunken ramblings to heart. She looks him dead in the eye, confirming he's a Reset Life user, and she thinks he's amazing. His mind reels as she explains she went home and did exactly what he said. She actually watched all 200 movies. She continues, admitting she knew it was absurd, but she was desperate enough to try anything. The marathon began, but after just 5 movies, the exhaustion and headaches were already setting in. Surrounded by empty energy drinks, she started thinking about him, a rookie who worked so hard. It hit her then she'd just been passively wishing for her slump to end, without putting in any real effort. That moment of clarity hardened her resolve. A new fire lit in her eyes. She didn't just watch the films, she picked up her script, ready to truly analyze her craft. If he could work that hard, then she decided she would too, pouring everything she had into her role. Back in the present, she gives him a warm, genuine smile. She thanks him from the bottom of her heart, telling him this was all thanks to him. Jinho is completely speechless, his mind short-circuiting at the revelation. He's still trying to process it, asking if she actually copied a skill from him, but she just laughs, dismissing the word skill as just some gaming terminology she picked up. Before he can respond, a heavy beat suddenly drops from the party speakers. The crowd is already moving, his most dedicated fans bobbing their heads in unison. And then it hits a full-blown remix of his iconic "Damn" line, with his own staff dancing like a madman. Jinho just sits there, a look of pure, unadulterated smugness plastered on his face. The foreign executive, Damien, is completely lost, turning to ask what in the world this song is. His manager proudly explains that this is Korean fan culture. They remix popular lines into fan anthems. He then gets right up in Jinho's face, whispering that in Korea, popularity means you become a musical instrument, so he better play along. Seeing no way out, Jinho leans into the absurdity, striking a pose and delivering a perfectly timed "damn" for his adoring fans. The party transitions into a genius fan meeting quiz, starting with an incredibly embarrassing baby photo of Jinho. He buries his face in his hands, begging for it to stop as the MC, Jae-jun, playfully fields wrong answers from the crowd. Completely mortified, Jinho demands to know how on earth he even got that picture. Jae-jun grins, revealing his source with a flashback. Jinho's own mother happily handed it over to his manager. He then smugly asks what secrets could possibly exist between a celebrity and his fans, and Jinho realizes he's just being trolled on a live broadcast. Watching from offstage, the producer and writer smirk, remarking that Jae-jun's genius for trolling is exactly why they hired him. After the quiz, the fan meeting moves on to the Q&A segment, with Jinho reaching into a box to draw a fan's number. He calls out number 137, and a young high school girl in the crowd eagerly identifies herself. She asks for advice on her upcoming college entrance exams, a serious question in the middle of all this chaos. But before Jinho can answer, Jae-jun cuts in, cheekily suggesting she should be studying instead of attending fan meetings. Jinho leans into the mic with a confident smile, offering the most unhelpful advice ever. Just memorize all your textbooks. But he quickly laughs it off, giving her actual study tips, and even promising to post memory tricks from his classmates online. The young fan is completely starstruck, her heart pounding at the thought of him going to such lengths just for her. The Q&A moves on, and another fan jumps up to ask about the dating rumors with Lee Seola, which Jinho flatly denies. Next, number 7 is called, and a sharp-looking woman with glasses stands, identifying herself as a reporter. Instead of a question, however, she makes a bold promise. If anyone ever gives him trouble, just email her, and she'll destroy them. From the sidelines, Jinho's manager watches with a satisfied smile, impressed with how well the sold-out event is going. He was ready to scold Jinho for going overboard, but he has to admit the kid is handling everything with surprising sense. Nearby, however, a more senior figure isn't so relaxed, noting that a smooth process doesn't mean problems won't arise. His voice turns grim as he muses on the dangers of immature people forming groups, the scene cutting to a mindless horde of lemmings stampeding forward. The senior manager's words hang in the air. When fans group together, the end is always madness. And just like that, the madness begins online with a cute moments compilation from the fan meeting. The clip of a flustered Jinho vehemently denying he's dating Liciola goes viral. Immediately, the fan forums explode into a war zone, with toxic comments targeting the actress getting swiftly deleted. But we cut away from the digital chaos to a quiet, personal moment, as Jinho arrives to visit his family. His grandmother's face lights up with pure joy, welcoming her precious grandson home. As his mother watches warmly, he gets a huge hug, his grandma assuring him it's okay he was busy with work. After the warm reunion, Jinho asks where his grandpa is, and she points towards the house. There he is, lying on the wooden porch, seemingly resting in the afternoon sun. But the old man's thoughts are anything but peaceful, simmering with resentment that his grandson finally showed up after skipping the holidays. Jinho looks on awkwardly, as his grandma explains that the old man is sulking because he greeted her first. She reveals that Grandpa had been waiting outside all day in the cold, and they even had to stop him from trying to pick Jinho up on the tractor. He tries to smooth things over, calling out to his grandpa to come inside and mentioning he brought gifts, but the old man stubbornly refuses. But when Jinho adds that he picked the gifts out himself, that gets a reaction. And just like that, Grandpa is transformed into a fashion icon, parading around the living room in his new gear, much to his family's amusement. His grandma watches him for a moment, a mischievous plan clearly forming in her mind. Fully dressed, Grandpa declares his new mission, to go crush his rival, Old Man Park next door, with his superior style. Jinho just smiles warmly at the familiar family chaos, as his grandma tells the old man to hurry back. In the kitchen, however, there's a slight problem as one of his aunts tastes the soup and finds it far too salty. She quickly shoos Jinho out, insisting he relax while they take care of all the cooking. Watching them, Jinho can't help but think his mom is the true queen of this household. His aunt explains that they can't just sit by, not after his father paid off all their family debts. A warm smile spreads across Jinho's face, understanding the complex but loving family dynamic. Suddenly, he's spotted by his younger cousins, who peek around the corner in utter disbelief. They whisper amongst themselves, wondering if this is really their appa. He looks like half the person he used to be. Jinho feigns a bit of annoyance, playfully asking if the kids want to follow him. He then reveals his trump card, brand new gaming consoles and designer bags for everyone. The kids' eyes light up as he tells them to grab the gifts before their uncle sees them. It makes him think back on all the tough times they had, and how his family was able to help. The next day, his visit comes to an end, and he drives off as his family waves goodbye. But it seems not everyone is happy, as Grandpa complains about his son leaving right after the service. The uncle calmly explains he has to visit his in-laws, but his sister's face suddenly turns to stone. He tells his father there's a reason for her mood, and oh boy, is there ever. The scene shifts to her parents' apartment, where a storm is clearly brewing. The aunt slams her hand down, demanding to know why her brother is pretending to forget everything. Her parents can only watch in dismay as she reminds them of their doubts about her marriage. Her brother tries to calm her down, but she explodes, calling him the absolute worst. She brings up old wounds, accusing him of taking Jinho out only to eat burgers by himself. He stammers that it was for Jinho's diet, but she's not done, recalling how he belittled her life choices. If you think him so lowly, she seethes, then why do you call me when you're bored on the holidays? For 2 straight hours, the aunt's fury echoes a storm of resentment 40 years in the making. Later that night, the family finally heads home, leaving the holiday drama behind in the city traffic. His father smiles, gently suggesting they should have at least stayed for a meal, but his mother coolly brushes it off. She only came to say a quick hello, nothing more. She turns to Jinho, thanking him, admitting his success is what finally gave her a voice in that house. His father glances back, filled with pride, remarking on what a fine son they've raised. His mother agrees, a quiet, shared moment of victory between them. She then begins to tell Jinho a story of how they met and fell in love, despite all the opposition. The sudden romantic confession leaves a much younger Jinho absolutely speechless in the back seat, his eyes wide with shock. He can only ask, wait, are mom and dad dating? And to top it all off, his grandpa secretly slips him a little holiday bonus. A crisp 200,000 won. Jinho can't help but feel a little giddy. He flashes back to his mother trying to stop the exchange, telling his grandpa not to spoil him. But even as an adult, who's going to say no to free cash? He feels a bit immature, but hell take it. He already knows what he's doing tonight, a little shopping spree with Jae-jun. Bouncing with energy, he's already thinking about what to buy, maybe some traditional clothes. But when he arrives at the office, the atmosphere is dead. The holiday seems to have sucked the life out of everyone. They all look like zombies. Even the director is completely passed out at his desk, a paper stuck to his face. Suddenly, the director's eyes snap open, his gaze locking onto our hero as he calls out his name. The director holds up a printout, telling Jin-ho he did something truly remarkable over the break. He reveals an old photo. Jin-ho in full clown makeup and traditional dress, playing house with his little cousin. Jin-ho's blood runs cold, his mind racing to the massive penalties celebrities pay for damaging their image. Could a silly childhood photo of him cross-dressing actually get him in trouble? But the director explains that, thanks to that photo, they were absolutely buried in offers related to traditional clothing. Another staff member chimes in from her desk, declaring she'll gladly work holidays for that sweet incentive pay. He hands Jin-ho the folder packed with offers, telling him to take his time looking through them. As he flips through the pages, one particular offer catches his eye. He thinks he recognizes it from a month ago. The director suddenly panics, realizing that's the one director Damien specifically told them to hide from him. But instead of being upset, Jin-ho's face lights up with pure, undiluted excitement, asking if he can take it. Jin-ho looks up, a bead of sweat on his face, but his smile is unshakably determined. The director, Damien, appears with a menacing glint in his glasses, sarcastically giving his blessing. He paints a grim picture of the show: frostbite, dehydration, and 100 mosquito bites. But his scare tactics don't work, as Jin-ho slams his hands on the table, begging for the chance. Damien sighs, his tone softening as he explains that Jin-ho's desire for new experiences is what makes him shine. But as a manager, he can't allow his model to undertake such a dangerous job that could harm his body. Jin-ho, however, has already grabbed the contract and a pen, cheekily reminding Damien he said to do it if he wanted to. A wave of cosmic defeat washes over the director. He's been completely outmaneuvered. And so, Jin-ho signs on for the notoriously difficult Friday variety show, Real. Going to the Jungle. It's a program famous for taking celebrities in at their best and spitting them out looking like absolute beggars. To keep the show spicy, the production team often throws its members absurd surprise missions, and Jin-ho's mission begins with nothing but a campfire and a walkie-talkie. His task: survive alone for 3 days. His response: get some quality sleep. Meanwhile, back at base, the production crew is starting to panic. His tracker hasn't moved an inch. The director and his staff stare at the map, their minds racing. Is he hurt? Did he fall? Their anxiety spikes as they wonder if the isolation drove him mad, regretting their little surprise. But just as they're about to send a search party, a lazy yawn crackles over the radio. They grab the walkie-talkie, frantically calling out his name, asking if he's okay. Jin-ho, however, is just annoyed by the noise, thinking this was the perfect chance to unlock a new skill. And boom, I am nature's prince, a skill that makes him the ultimate survival expert. His tracker zips across the map, convincing the crew he's gone completely mad. The director, unable to watch any longer, grabs the radio in a panic. But Jin-ho's voice comes through, perfectly calm and clear. The director tries to reason with him, explaining that his movements are a textbook sign of panic. Jin-ho just laughs, saying he was just exploring and is heading back now. With a final warning not to eat anything weird, the director signs off, completely unaware of Jin-ho's mischievous grin, because the souvenirs he's collected are radiating a dark, murderous aura. His brilliant plan? To gather every single thing on this island that looked like it could kill him. These ingredients aren't just poisonous. They're practically demonic entities screaming for his demise. But for Jin-ho, failing to get the skill is a fate worse than death, so he prepares to take a bite. With no hesitation, Jin-ho shoves the murderous-looking ingredient into his mouth. An immediate, violent cough racks his body as the poison courses through him. The director hears the struggle over the comms, screaming Jin-ho's name in a panic. But just as quickly he recovers, telling the frantic director it was nothing, in fact. It was better than he expected. While he's busy poisoning himself, the other contestants are training normally, one practicing his spear by the ocean. Another contestant, Samuel, is simply getting in a good workout. The actor Kim Se-yeon is also doing just fine, gracefully swimming through the water. But our boy Jin-ho is already back on the hunt, hiding in the bushes, looking for his next meal. His eyes lock onto a new target, a large, aggressive-looking black snake. He analyzes its venomous properties, not with fear, but with a chilling, calculating curiosity. Back in the control room, a crew member lets out a blood-curdling scream. On the island, the massive snake strikes, its fangs bared and ready for the kill. But the epic struggle the crew imagines is far from the reality of the situation. As the sun dips below the horizon, the brief, one-sided conflict comes to an end. The once vicious predator is now completely docile, its aggression mysteriously vanished. For on this day, the snake would remember the feeling of a human grip. It would remember the sheer terror of meeting the island's true apex predator, and the absolute humiliation of being told it was now on the menu. Later that night, Jin-ho calmly roasts his prize over a crackling campfire. He takes a satisfying bite, the venomous beast, now nothing more than a delicious meal. But just as he's about to dig in, he pauses, a sudden thought striking him. He picks up a perfectly grilled piece of octopus, its texture still springy. Tearing off a bite, the rich, smoky flavor fills his senses. It's delicious, but his inner chef can't help but critique a little soy sauce would elevate this to perfection. With his hunger finally satisfied, his mind shifts to the real problem at hand. The final mission of this survival game hangs in the air: escape the island. The producers had been cruel, providing only the most basic gear, with no boat or raft in sight. He briefly entertains the obvious idea: are they supposed to build their own way out? But he immediately dismisses it. He knows the trees here aren't buoyant enough to support a person. The other contestants probably wasted their time on that futile effort. But as a drone buzzes overhead, a new idea begins to spark. He realizes the producer's intended scenario was for contestants to fail. They'd have them give up over the radio, broken and defeated. And once they forfeited, the staff would have to guide them out. A smug grin spreads across Jin-ho's face as the final piece clicks into place. They would have revealed the location of hidden buoys and escape route for quitters. Bingo. So, using the producer's own safety net, he builds a raft and sets sail. Under the bright morning sun, he glides across the open water. A true survivor. And just like that, a massive yacht appears on the horizon, his finish line. He steps onto the deck, mission complete, a perfect victory. But his celebration is cut short by a frantic medical team, horrified that he ate the island's entire toxic ecosystem. Jin-ho is dragged away, kicking and screaming that he's perfectly healthy, while the director stares at a report on the deadly devil's apple. He wakes up on the yacht, hooked up to an IV drip. Two other contestants, actor Kim Se-yeon and athlete Samuel Kang, rush to his bedside, asking if he's okay. They can't believe he's fine after eating so many poisonous things, but he just keeps insisting he's perfectly healthy. Se-yeon explains that for their family-friendly show, they can't air a segment where someone eats poison and is fine, so he needs to act sick for the cameras. Just then, the show's MC-in-chief, Seo Jong-moon, walks in. He greets them, mentioning how lucky it is that the radio didn't break while Jin-ho was supposedly ill. The chief asks if Jin-ho completed the mission, and he confidently confirms it, assuming they did too. But Samuel gives a thumbs up, admitting that he and Se-yeon gave up halfway through. For them, the lack of protein was too much. They were stuck with nothing but coconuts and conches. Samuel admits the mission felt impossible, kicking himself for not looking harder. Jin-ho keeps it to himself that even he only found the objective thanks to his new skill: I am nature's prince. When asked what's making his sleeping bag so puffy, he just smiles and says they'll find out later. With a clap of his hands, the show's director, Seo Jong-moon, gathers everyone's attention. He announces that since the team is all back together, it's time to head to their accommodations. And for all their hard work, they're being rewarded with a stay on a luxurious yacht. Aboard the vessel, a spectacular feast is waiting for them, a welcome sight after surviving on the island. The other cast members dig in, marveling at how delicious the fresh, all-natural ingredients are. Se-yeon praises Jin-ho for his brilliant idea to bring food ingredients in his sleeping bag. He just plays it off like it was nothing, but a quick flashback reveals he just picked up a trash bag. That night, after the feast, the luxurious villa settles into a quiet calm. While the others are knocked out cold, exhausted from their ordeal, Jin-ho is wide awake. He finds himself in the pool, staring up at the starry sky, unable to settle down. The meal was good, but his body still craves something more primal. He's actually thinking he could go for a snake right about now, fresh from the jungle, but a sudden voice cuts through his thoughts, asking why he isn't sleeping yet. It's Se-yeon, who tells him to drop the formalities since they're the same age. Jin-ho stammers, how could a rookie like him speak casually to a 1-4-year industry veteran? But she just laughs it off, pushing him until he awkwardly addresses her informally. The ice broken, they chat under the stars, with Jin-ho hoping they can act in a drama together someday. The next day, the cast learns the cruel truth behind their comfortable night at the resort. Their second mission is a brutal, unforgiving trek through a dense jungle. The director, Seo Jong-moon, smugly reminds them he gave them a map and some water, as if that's a luxury. Jin-ho studies the so-called map, which is little more than a crude sketch. With no compass and not even halfway to their destination, the group realizes they'll have to camp out. But while others worry, Jin-ho and Jong-moon seem completely at home, one a skill user, the other a natural survivor. As Se-yeon admires their composure, a massive black snake silently slithers onto her shoulder. Samuel shouts for her to stay still, but someone comically mishears his warning, thinking he's talking about protein. This is the handiwork of Seo Jong-moon, the director of the infamous survival show, Real, Going to the Jungle. His entire brand is built on making celebrities suffer, a twisted form of entertainment he delivers with pride. The director's most popular show, Extreme Survival, was designed with one simple, sadistic premise: isolate celebrities and watch them break. He envisioned them hungry, exhausted, and begging to go home. But the suffering he's witnessing is not what he planned. Instead of misery, the cast is having a picnic, happily sipping from coconuts and grilling snake meat. The director can only stare in utter disbelief. What is this? His perfect scenario has completely crumbled. The cast looks healthier and happier than his own starving film crew. Instead of helpless fools, he got a guy who can spot poisonous mushrooms and a modern-day Tarzan who scales trees for fruit. This simply will not do. His reputation for brutality is on the line. But Jin-ho is already one step ahead, casually suggesting they build a shelter for the coming squall. The others are confused by the clear blue sky, but he just smiles, attributing it to a simple wilderness instinct. Just then, the director approaches with a grim shadow cast over his face, asking for a private word. Jin-ho is completely bewildered. The director's inner monologue is boiling over. He just can't take it anymore. He glares down, thinking this kid must have done something truly unforgivable to warrant this kind of attention. With a heavy tone, the director finally says his name. Jin-ho braces himself, already running through a list of potential apologies in his head. But instead of a scolding, the director bows deeply, begging him to become a regular cast member. The sudden 180 leaves Jin-ho utterly speechless. As the predicted rain begins to pour, the director's voiceover admits he's never seen anyone so perfectly suited for the jungle. He pleads for Jin-ho to consider the offer, as our boy just chills in the very shelter he predicted they'd need. The offer echoes in his mind while the storm rages outside. A regular on the show. Lying in the shelter, Jin-ho calmly considers the offer. On paper, it sounds perfect. He'd be a regular on a major show, working with people he actually respects. Best of all, it would satisfy the wanderlust constantly nagging at him from his skill. As the sun rises, he gets up, leaving the exhausted Seo Jong-mun to his slumber. He steps out into the vibrant jungle, thinking this might be the perfect life for him. The moment he emerges, the chattering animals fall silent, watching him intently. Every step he takes seems to deepen the hush across the forest floor. A profound sense of peace washes over him, a feeling of finally being home. He spreads his arms wide, embracing the warm sunlight filtering through the canopy. The creatures of the jungle simply watch, their fear replaced by a quiet awe. It wasn't some newfound power to speak with animals, nor was it fear that silenced the jungle. The creatures simply accepted him, recognizing him as a part of their world. Lost in the thrill of becoming one with nature, Jin-ho finally returns to his senses. He turns to the silent onlookers of the forest, a quiet understanding in his eyes. As much as he loves it here, he knows he has other responsibilities. It's time to go back. 2 months later, his legend is already spreading, starting with clips from the show, like when Seo Jong-mun panicked over a surprise mission. The production team had tried to raise the difficulty with a ridiculous rule, a desperate move from the director. But Jin-ho, unfazed, had simply crafted an eco-friendly bag on the spot, effortlessly solving their challenge. And now, students are watching that very clip, completely captivated by his ingenuity. One girl sighs, amazed by Jin-ho's talent, though her mind still wanders to the identity of Teddy Bear Oppa. But her friend scoffs, insisting that her favorite, Leo Appa, is way better. This triggers the girl, who whips around demanding to know her reasoning. The friend argues that no real celebrity would be sent to roll around in the dirt, but she counters fiercely, pointing out it's the most popular show, and is preparing for a drama. Her friend just imagines him getting pampered, probably having his nails done like a prince. The reality, however, is Jin-ho getting absolutely thrashed by martial arts director Kim Hong-joon. The director stresses that in action scenes, breakfalls must be second nature to avoid injury. This is especially true for the role Jin-ho is playing, a character named Mui. He helps Jin-ho up, only to immediately throw him again for not getting up fast enough. Inside the studio, the grueling, repetitive, and painful training continues without end. In the car ride home, Jin-ho is completely and utterly spent. His manager sighs, complaining that the director is just too much, only teaching breakfalls for days on end. But Jin-ho understands the necessity. The character he's playing, Mui, is a deadly assassin. The manager had questioned why he didn't aim for the lead, but Jin-ho was adamant Mui was the role that captured his heart. He's a cold-blooded killer on the surface, but there's a hidden depth to him, a complexity Jin-ho would have chosen even for a one-line role. Even so, his manager can't help but feel the training is far too harsh. Jin-ho just shrugs it off, mentioning he got some candy from the female staff, prompting his manager to sarcastically tell him to suffer more. He laughs, saying any more suffering would kill him, as he's already doing 300 breakfalls a day. But then his smile fades as a sudden, serious thought cuts through his exhaustion. A shocking thought hits him: 300 breakfalls a day for a week. Isn't that the unlock condition for a martial arts skill? He turns to his manager, asking if his years of experience have taught him anything about this kind of training. Jin-ho probes deeper, wanting to know the real reason actors learn martial arts, beyond just avoiding injury. His manager explains that he once had the same question, since most actors just learn choreography and are far too busy for the real thing. But then he recalls the words of a wise instructor he once met. He was told there's a certain line to action that appears on camera, and true quality comes from how perfectly an actor can follow it. With that, Jin-ho's mind is made up. He thanks his manager, his resolve now harder than steel. The very next day, the junior instructor who was hazing him nervously approaches the head of the school. He puts on a show, claiming he was just being petty and that Jin-ho has clearly practiced enough. The master, likely seeing right through the lie, simply tells him to go easy on Jin-ho from now on. Jin-ho daydreams of a future where being a top star is just so troublesome, but his current reality is a lot more painful after 300 grueling breakfalls. Back in the quiet of his own home, he takes a deep, centering breath. He plants his hands firmly on the floor, preparing for a different kind of training. And with perfect control, he kicks up into a flawless, unwavering handstand. As he holds the pose, his mind drifts back to his youth, complaining to his master that he couldn't possibly endure. His master simply asked how he'd managed to live his whole life on his two legs. He promised that one day, Jin-ho would reach a point where he could fall asleep in this very position. And now, holding perfectly still, he realizes his master was telling the absolute truth. It's a sight so unbelievable his manager can only stare, phone out, completely stunned. And just as Jae-jun is filming, Jin-ho's eyes snap open, sending his manager into a full-blown panic. A master's teaching echoes in his mind, a skill born from a life of discipline, making him the strongest disciple in history. Elsewhere, a young fan is called to dinner, her room adorned with posters of her favorite celebrity. But as she eats, she notices her phone buzzing. The Genius Fan Cafe is absolutely exploding. Her mother tells her to eat, but she can't look away from a new video post. Its thumbnail showing an intense-looking Jin-ho. She taps play, her meal completely forgotten as she stares at the screen. A moment later, she's blushing, completely stunned by what she's just witnessed. She leaps from her chair, shouting that food can wait. She needs to save this video immediately. Because what the manager accidentally captured and uploaded was a perfect shot of Jin-ho's chiseled abs. And just like that, the handstand abs challenge goes viral, flooding his official fan cafe with thirsty comments. The fan cafe is in an uproar, with memes popping up declaring Jin-ho a household necessity. Meanwhile, Jin-ho sees a text from his manager, Jae-jun, who's both apologizing and celebrating the new viral record. As he gets his makeup done, the stylist asks if he maintained those abs just for this drama, and he just plays it cool. But then she snaps at him, saying he should have managed his skin too, which catches him completely off guard. He suddenly remembers his skill. Where there's a will, there's a way, and wonders if these things have an expiration date. The makeup artist clarifies her complaint. His skin is just too perfect, so smooth that the makeup won't even stick properly. She launches into a passionate lecture, telling him he needs to make an effort to rough up his flawless complexion. Utterly done with this nonsense, Jin-ho just sighs and asks his manager for earplugs to block her out. Just then, a man walks in, calling his name. It's the director. The director rushes forward, grabbing Jin-ho's hands with overwhelming gratitude and excitement. He gushes that Jin-ho's handstand challenge single-handedly promoted the drama, securing viewers before it even aired. The director confesses he was drowning in pressure, haunted by the show's top 10 historical budget. In an era where billion-won productions can crash with zero ratings, the stakes were terrifyingly high. He remembers the moment he saw the viral video, a glimmer of hope amidst all the anxiety. And now, we get a glimpse of the drama itself, a historical epic where a prophecy is spreading. It speaks of a mythical prize, the jewel of a 1,000-year-old nine-tailed fox, which grants control of the nation. The show, titled Song of a Thousand Years, is the unfortunate story of this fox's search for a bride. The scene opens with a tense knock on a heavy wooden door. A woman in traditional dress arrives at a grand estate, boldly demanding to know who stands in her way. And inside, a man with a bloodied lip is addressed as Lord Baekhyun. Our protagonist has made his entrance. Two of his servants try to play gatekeeper, smugly explaining that their lord is currently sleeping. But that confidence evaporates when a blood-soaked hand appears, and the servant's words die in his throat. The mysterious woman, her face hidden by a veil, glides past, leaving a trail of death in her wake. The guards finally react, screaming that Mew has arrived and they must protect Lord Baekhyun at all costs. But from the shadows, a pair of eyes snap open, glowing with an intense, chilling blue light. Before the guards can even form a line, a phantom blur tears through the courtyard. One guard can only watch in disbelief as a dark figure, his own lord, cuts down one of his comrades. The body hits the ground with a sickening thud, and the reality of the situation crashes down on him. He looks up just in time to see Lord Baekhyun, a demon in the dark, raising his blade for the final strike. Under the silent gaze of the full moon, the estate's rooftop is painted crimson. His blood-soaked hand calmly adjusts his hat, the deed now done. He stands as the lone figure in a courtyard of carnage, a silent reaper. And as Lord Baekhyun looks up, a chillingly satisfied smile graces his lips. Suddenly, a voice yells, "Cut!" shattering the illusion of the past. The director is ecstatic, praising the terrifyingly real scene and asking if Jinho secretly used wires. But from the sidelines, the drama's actual protagonist watches in stunned silence. His expression is a mixture of awe and a healthy dose of professional jealousy. He approaches, questioning Jinho's sword grip, trying to find some flaw in the stuntman's form. But the tables turn as Jinho begins coaching the main actor on how to properly swing a sword. And soon, he's swamped by the entire cast, all begging for lessons from the new action master on set. The staff tries to intervene, telling the actors to stop bothering Jinho, but they'd rather learn from him. Jinho just smiles, saying it's fine since it will only improve the drama's quality. He even gives the main actor some pointers on his sword swing, who can only apologize sheepishly. The protagonist is stunned by this generosity. Most actors would never share their techniques. But elsewhere, industry insiders are already gossiping, questioning how a rookie like Jinho is even here. Looking at the drama's massive budget, they jump to a cynical conclusion. There's no way he got this role on merit. It must be lobbying. They call him a fake, and the protagonist actor overhears it all. Jinho, however, remains blissfully unaware, still smiling from his impromptu lesson. Hearing the insults, the protagonist's hand clenches on his sword hilt, a new resolve hardening his expression. He won't be outshined, especially not by someone they're calling a fraud. And so, the scene begins. Under the pale moonlight, Lord Baekhyun makes his slow, deliberate approach. The protagonist's character turns with a smirk, coolly demanding the identity of the intruder. But he recoils slightly, wrinkling his nose at the foul stench of blood and fox that clings to this man. For the first time in his life, his hand moves to his sword hilt, not by order, but by pure, primal instinct. Baekhyun sneers, wondering if this noble is also a beast in disguise, but the actor retorts, telling the lowly creature not to dare compare them. With that, the pleasantries are over. The two combatants leap into the night sky, their blades a blur of light. Their swords crash together, the protagonist's character just barely managing to parry the devastating strike. Steel grinds on steel as they lock blades, a brutal test of raw power. A grimace forms on the protagonist's face. He's shocked, straining against a force far greater than he anticipated. Sparks erupt from the clash as he finds himself being slowly, undeniably, overpowered. The protagonist's eyes widen in disbelief, the reflection showing the overwhelming force bearing down on him. But it's Jinho's character, Lord Baekhyun, who lets out a guttural cry, his body screaming under the immense pressure. The sheer force of the blow sends a shockwave through the protagonist, his neck snapping back from the impact. And just like that, the scene cuts. The actor collapses to the ground as Jinho and his manager rush to his side. The director is absolutely livid, screaming at Jinho, asking if he's lost his mind swinging a prop sword with that much force. Jinho can only offer a grim apology, the adrenaline of the scene fading into cold reality. But the director isn't having it, yelling that if Jinho's shoulder is broken, the entire drama is finished because he's irreplaceable. The injured actor, clutching his shoulder, weakly instructs his manager to call for an ambulance. Sirens wail in the distance as an ambulance speeds toward the now chaotic film set. With their lead actor injured, the crew has no choice but to call it a day, rescheduling the shoot. The supposedly injured actor quietly confers with his manager, who assures him he knows exactly what to do. But away from the chaos, it's Jinho who's in real agony, a sharp, grinding pain shooting through his shoulder. The manager is already spinning the narrative, imagining how the public will see this little on-set confrontation. Jinho, meanwhile, is just trying to process what happened, his face pale as he insists it was a complete accident. On the phone, the actor's manager lays out the cold, hard facts of the situation. He explains there are two ways this can go. Either his actor is an assaulter, or Jinho was an unskilled rookie who got in over his head. And luckily for them, he notes, the rumors about Jinho lobbying for the role will make him an easy target for blame. The actor scoffs at the very idea, asking if his skills looked so weak that he'd need to worry about some kid who bought his role. But as they scheme, Jinho finally collapses to the ground, his body overcome by a deathly chill. A medic rushes to his side, his face twisting in absolute horror at the true state of Jinho's shoulder. But the next time we see Jinho, Hez sitting up in a hospital bed, cheerfully declaring Hez completely fine. The doctor is in disbelief. An impact like that should have resulted in a serious rotator cuff tear. Jinho just smiles, claiming he had safety equipment on, though he knows full well that's a lie. His quiet recovery is suddenly interrupted by two familiar faces peeking into his room. The little girl, Jihai, bursts in, explaining that she gets to hang out at the hospital while her dad works. She then loudly announces that her teacher and her dad like each other, much to Lee Seola's mortification. Elsewhere, Jinho's manager is overseeing the agency's big move. He proudly states that thanks to Jinho, they can finally upgrade to a much bigger office. He then tells Jinho to hurry up and earn enough to buy a whole building, ignoring the actor's sudden, dramatic claims of pain. A far cry from the old days, when the agency was so weak that rejecting a single idea could make an employee quit. His manager then lays out the new contract, 180 million won every 3 months, prompting Jinho to dramatically wail that he's nothing but a slave. But the manager isn't finished. There's another, more serious topic to broach. With his rising fame, a flood of inquiries have come in, all asking for Jinho's help. He admits that 99.9% of them are obvious scams, but that's not the real problem. The danger lies in the stories that will inevitably surface claims from former classmates that he was always a cold-hearted person. He looks Jinho dead in the eye, needing to know if there are any skeletons in his closet from his school days. Any mistake, no matter how small, needs to be revealed now, so they can prepare countermeasures for a potential scandal. In response, Jinho simply pulls out an old, well-used smartphone. He holds it out, confidently telling his manager to run a full forensic scan if he has any doubts. The only secret they'll uncover, he smirks, is that he was a true, hardcore gaming addict. The manager can barely contain his smug satisfaction. He bursts out laughing, apologizing to a bewildered Jinho as he confirms the background checks were all identical. Every single person they asked said the same thing. Jinho was nothing more than a hardcore gamer. With that settled, he gets serious, explaining they've handled the internet rumors, but the lobbying scandal is another matter. Their strategy session is cut short when a young girl peeks through the door, announcing a visitor. It's the lead actor from the drama, who has come to personally apologize for the on-set accident. Jinho tries to brush it off as part of the job, but the actor insists it was his fault entirely. The two go back and forth, each trying to shoulder the blame for what happened. But Jinho cuts through the politeness with a shocking confession. He took that hit on purpose. A flashback reveals why. A fellow actor had warned him that the lead's self-taught combat style was reckless and dangerous. He explains that with more intense action scenes on the horizon, he was worried. He knew someone would eventually get hurt, so he took the hit on purpose to serve as a wake-up call. With a breezy smile, he insists he was prepared, so he's totally fine and needs no compensation. The lead actor is floored, his mind reeling at how incredibly tough this guy is. Flustered, he offers a quick apology and makes his exit, as Jinho realizes he might have overdone it. But as the actor walks away, those words echo in his mind. On purpose, a wake-up call. He slams his fist into the wall, not out of anger, but sheer, overwhelming shock. Leaning there, a blush spreads across his face as he's struck by Jinho's admirable character. After all the open hostility he'd shown, Jinho not only forgave him but even lied to protect him. And in that moment of awe, a wild, unbelievable possibility sparks in his mind. He realizes Jinho didn't just save his own skin, he saved the entire drama from a career-ending scandal. The actor is utterly mortified by his past actions, stumbling away in a haze of shame. 1 week later, Hez on the news, publicly singing Jinho's praises and shutting down all the nasty rumors. Jinho scrolls through the article, genuinely surprised. He was bracing for an attack, not a glowing review. Later, his mother asks him how the drama filming is going while she washes dishes in the kitchen. With only 2 episodes left, she wonders what he's planning for his next project. He tells her the director wants him again, but he's taking a break from dramas, which gets her excited. But her face falls when he clarifies it's only because he's too busy with other jobs, like a music video. He offers to let her take some time off, but she just tells him not to worry, she needs to work. She turns back to the sink, the quiet moment hanging in the air between them. Jinho sits alone, the conversation with his mother weighing on his mind. An idea sparks, maybe a pet is what he needs. He starts searching for recommendations. His thoughts drift to a memory of a stray cat he once saw. It was a weak, black cat, barely moving in a dirty alley. The poor thing looked like it was on its last legs, covered in flies. But nestled beside it was a tiny, healthy white kitten, clinging to its dying mother. The memory lingers as he heads into a studio for his next job. Still thinking about it, He walks up to Jae-jun with a simple question, cat versus dog? Jae-jun doesn't even hesitate, shutting him down with a cold glare. When Jin-ho asks why, Jae-jun sighs that he has enough malicious subscribers acting like dogs already. But Jin-ho's mind is elsewhere, suddenly mentioning that his mom seems lonely lately. He explains that with his new busy schedule, he's barely ever home. And now that he's a public figure, she's become a recluse, afraid she'll say something to cause a scandal. Jae-jun's expression softens, and a clever idea begins to form. The solution is obvious. A dog. Man's best friend, friendly, loyal, and smart. He gets fired up, declaring that a dog-like son and a son-like dog is the ultimate act of filial piety. Jin-ho, still confused, circles back to the previous topic, asking what he meant by malicious subscribers. As they walk, Jae-jun explains it's just fans who get jealous and harass his broadcasts. He then brings up a perfect example. The rumors about Jin-ho dating the actress Lee Seol. We see the source of the malice, Jae-jun himself, vowing to murder Jin-ho for daring to date when he can't. Jae-jun gives him one last warning. Be careful at the music video shoot today, and don't get too flirty. But his warning is interrupted by a beautiful voice calling Jin-ho's name. It's the actress, Lee Seola. She greets him with a warm, dazzling smile, happy that he arrived early. Jin-ho is instantly flustered, while Jae-jun in the background can only glare. This is exactly the attitude he was talking about. The director calls for a cut, and the scene begins with a close-up on a lit cigarette. This is Jin-ho's second time starring in her music video, and the crew is confident this album will be another massive success. Between takes, Seola worries about the prop, but Jin-ho cheekily suggests a vitamin cigarette, an idea she quickly dismisses as too costly. He smirks, telling himself to get immersed in the role, while Jae-jun, the SNS manager, can't bear to watch. A violent coughing fit erupts from the sidelines. Seola asks if their manager has a cold, but Jin-ho just smiles, saying it's something like that. The storyboard reveals the tragic concept for the scene, a man standing utterly alone in the rain. To truly capture the feeling of loneliness, Jin-ho exiles himself to a quiet corner of the set, but just as he's getting into character, a tiny meow breaks his concentration. He looks down to see a small, shivering white kitten looking up at him. All thoughts of his tragic role vanish as he's completely captivated by the adorable creature. The kitten doesn't run. Instead, it squeaks again, almost as if it's asking him to follow. His mind briefly wanders to famous magical cat guides from his favorite stories. He calls out for the little one to wait, deciding he absolutely has to buy it some snacks. Returning with a bag full of cat food, he's fully prepared to make a new friend. He finds the spot where he left the kitten, hoping it's still there. And there it is, already curled up on his leg, purring contentedly as if it owns the place. While Jae-jun texts, wondering where he is, Jin-ho sends back a strange request for a box and gloves. The little kitten paws anxiously at the cardboard box that's been brought for it. On the phone, Jin-ho makes a grim request for his team to find a pet crematorium. He then asks them to please watch over the kitten for just a moment. He promises to take care of everything after filming as the scene dramatically shifts. Suddenly, he's on set, channeling that feeling of loss into his character, standing alone in the pouring rain. The image of the lonely, fading kitten flashes through his mind, fueling his performance. He embodies the crushing feeling of being completely and utterly alone. But once the cameras stop rolling, he rushes not to a crematorium, but to a 24-hour animal hospital. Holding the rescued kitten, he calls his mom, telling her he's finally on his way home. And with that, Jin-ho arrives home, posing a simple, life-altering question to his mother. Her reaction is less than enthusiastic, a jolt of pure shock at what he's brought in. He holds up the scruffy little creature, but all she sees is a drooling, tear-stained mouse. Jin-ho insists it's a cat, but his mom isn't buying it, staring down the very unimpressed feline. He quickly assures her the kitten has had all its shots and just needs proper care to get healthy. Her expression softens. She feels for the orphaned animal, but is still hesitant about taking it in. But then, the little strategist makes its move, purring and rubbing affectionately against her leg. She looks down, her stern resolve clearly wavering under the kitten's charm offensive. Finally, she sighs and agrees, but not without laying down a condition of her own. The very next day, a car pulls up, and we're about to see the price of her acceptance. Exactly 1 week later, Jin-ho walks with a bouquet of white flowers in hand. He recalls his mother's ultimatum. If the new kitten scratches anyone, it's gone flashing back to a painful childhood memory. Still, he knows he has a way to handle this, a special skill for this very purpose. His destination is a quiet, solemn place, a pet ossuary. He walks past rows of memorials, each a tiny shrine to a beloved dog, or a cherished cat, now resting peacefully. Jin-ho stops, his gaze fixed on one particular spot on the wall. He notices a small note, left by someone who didn't know the cat's real name. Instead, they simply addressed the urn as Hyen's mom, the mother of his new kitten. He sets the flowers down, thinking to himself that cats are said to have 9 lives. He speaks to the departed soul, offering a choice for its next journey. A gentle smile crosses his face as he makes one final, heartfelt promise. He will take good care of Hyen, ensuring the little one is safe. With a soft meow, the cat's spirit says goodbye, its form dissolving into a single point of light. This light becomes the dog food watcher morning star, a skill born from a simple legend. The story tells of a small dog that would only wait for this specific star to appear. Even when its owner brought food, the puppy would just act cute instead of eating. Back then, the owner simply thought his dog was being a little foolish. The loyal dog maintained this ritual its entire life, until the very end. And it was only after it was gone that the owner finally began to understand the truth. The puppy wasn't waiting for food while it stared at that star. Reflected in its loyal eyes, it was waiting for him. And so, the skilled dog food watcher morning star is born, unlocked only by sincerely mourning a departed animal. Back in the present, Jinho confidently tests his new bond with Hyang, his parents watching in disbelief. With a simple command to sit, the cat instantly obeys, tucking into a perfect loaf. He tells it to lie down, and Hyang flops over without a second's hesitation. His mother, completely smitten, asks if she can try giving a command. She gently asks for a paw, and the little cat sweetly places its own in her hand. Overjoyed, his father eagerly steps up, thinking it's his turn for some affection. But when he asks for a paw, Hyang decides to give him a firm bite instead. Jinho's father yelps in pain as Hyang sinks her teeth in, prompting Jinho to wonder why she only turns into a tiger for his dad. He gently pulls the cat back, trying to explain that his father isn't a bad person. But suddenly, the ferocious biting stops, and Hyang begins to gently lick the wound clean. Jaejun captures the whole bizarre scene on his phone, as a system window confirms Jinho's new skill. He can communicate with all animals. He knows this is vlog gold, family and pets are a cheat code for views, and this clip is going to be a viral hit. A few days later, on a drama set, one of the lead actors nervously calls out to Jinho. His co-star looks on with a desperate expression, asking how in the world he managed to train his pet so perfectly. We see why he's asking. He's been trying to teach his own poodle, Choco, how to give a paw for a treat. But the moment the snack appears, the tiny dog goes absolutely feral, lunging for it with pure, untamed greed. The lead actor explains he saw the vlog, amazed that Jinho could even train a cat, while the poodle's owner just looks on, defeated. Jinho calmly explains that the little poodle's name is Choco, but then he drops the real problem. The dog thinks it's the alpha, and the actor is just its lowly subordinate. We see it in action. The poodle isn't just untrained, it's a tiny, fluffy tyrant, lunging for food with pure aggression. The actor is completely horrified, asking what he should do, but Jinho just smirks, warning that a biting incident is inevitable. His skill is clarified. He can gain an animal's favor and understand them, but he can't fundamentally change who they are. He suggests hiring a professional trainer, maybe even getting on a celebrity dog show, and then it hits him they've already gotten an offer. As he trails off, a new thought seems to strike him. A different opportunity, perhaps. The scene shifts, and we hear Myungmoon bring up a popular show called Criminal Crime. The hidden team leader confirms it with a smile. Not only is Season 4 coming, but a guest offer has arrived just for Jinho. The show is a high-stakes deduction game, a murder mystery where the cast becomes suspects, a perfect stage for his next act. The team leader lays out the genius of the plan. A variety show like this has no downsides. Even if Jinho fails, it creates a compelling narrative, boosting promotion for everything else. With the offer accepted, Jinho takes a deep breath, steeling himself for what comes next. He admits to himself that it's been a while, a flicker of nerves showing on his face, but he's not at a TV studio. He's standing before the Seoul Central Prosecutor's office, wondering how his uncle is doing. A memory surfaces from a few years ago, his uncle explaining a deep debt he owed Jinho's father, a debt he could never repay, so instead, he offered his prosecutor power to grant Jinho any one wish. A younger Jinho, sensing an opportunity, had to confirm if he was truly serious. With a confident smile, his uncle swore on the honor of the prosecution itself, and that confident smile freezes as Jinho asks to see confidential case files. With a sly grin, the younger Jinho clarifies his request, just 1,000 files, reminding his uncle that he swore on his honor. The prosecutor's confident facade cracks, and he nervously agrees, weakly adding a reminder about anti-bribery laws. But in the present day, that same uncle is beaming with pride, loudly welcoming his bold nephew. He proudly introduces Jin-ho to his staff, who bow respectfully to the chief prosecutor's family. They ask if he's researching for a new project, but Jin-ho plays it cool, claiming he's just studying ahead of time. His uncle waves it off, telling him he's already done more than enough to earn this favor. He gives Jin-ho the green light, on the condition that he only views closed cases and doesn't leak a single thing. And with that access granted, a new skill finally begins to activate: Heir of Sherlock. Its first condition being to read 100 detective novels. The second condition was even more tedious: correctly guess the professions of 1,000 people. Now, with his hand poised over the mouse, Jin-ho is ready to fulfill the mysterious third and final condition. The third condition: view 1,000 cases at the prosecutor's office. A tedious, mind-numbing grind. He clicks through file after file: theft, domestic issues, accidents, most of them dismissed short cases. He can't help but feel a little grateful. His uncle really did pull strings to make this marathon easier for him. But even with this help, he knows the final unlock condition is where the real trouble lies. Just then, a sharp voice calls out to a prosecutor parked down the empty hallway. It's his uncle, waving goodbye to a colleague as he heads home for the night. The woman, Prosecutor Park, turns and bows deeply to her superior. But as she straightens up, her eyes lock onto the person with him, and they widen in disbelief. She's staring right at Jin-ho, who stands there, unfazed by her sudden attention. He meets her gaze, a faint hint of recognition in his own eyes. He remembers her. His analytical gaze sweeps over Prosecutor Park, noting her perfectly disciplined posture and neat attire. She presents a plain, professional face, but he can already see the vibrant woman she becomes with a little makeup. His eyes catch the subtle blemishes on her skin, a sign of a hard partying lifestyle, and the faint scent of expensive perfume. Then he spots it: the faint marks on her feet, left by strap heels that no prosecutor would ever wear to the office. He knows their workload is crushing, leaving them with practically no free time during the day. So her real life must begin after hours, a world of bars, drinks, and a full face of makeup. He smirks to himself, impressed by his own deductions, even without the help of a special skill. But his analysis doesn't stop there. He can feel the pure contempt rolling off her as she looks his way. So when his uncle asks if she has plans, her clipped no is almost laughable. Seizing the opportunity, the chief prosecutor invites her to dinner, cheerfully announcing that his nephew is paying. Jin-ho freezes as a thought strikes him. His uncle mentioned the case files, the very same ones he had organized to achieve his third unlock. But the praise was for how well organized they were, and it hits him. It wasn't his uncle, it was her. Ah, so that's why she'd been giving him those looks of pure contempt. He turns to Prosecutor Park, realizing she's the one who did all the heavy lifting, not him. With a disarming smile, he insists that he genuinely wants to treat her for her hard work. He smoothly pivots, suggesting wine if she's not in the mood for soju or sake. And there it is, a subtle shift in her expression. He's found her weakness. He presses his advantage, promising the finest wines to pair with their meal. She finally relents, unable to refuse such a tempting offer, and Jin-ho knows he's won. But just as she agrees, Jin-ho suddenly gets cold feet, saying this isn't the right place for him. Taking him at his word, Prosecutor Park simply bows and turns to leave without argument. The chief prosecutor watches her depart, casually wishing her a safe trip home. He then drapes an arm over Jin-ho, smugly remarking that his nephew can't deduce his way out of everything. The chief happily reflects on all the expensive meals Jin-ho has been treating him to lately, and it finally clicks. It was all a bribe to get them here, to a sealed-off crime scene. Prosecutor Park is already waiting, warning Jin-ho not to leave a trace, though she's clearly still thinking about that wine. With her reluctant permission secured, the door to the apartment creaks open. The moment Jin-ho steps across the threshold, a system window appears, the final unlock condition for Heir of Sherlock. A brilliant light flashes in his eyes as his ultimate deductive power begins to awaken. His new skill activates, projecting a ghostly reenactment of the crime right before his eyes. He can see it all. The system explains, Heir of Sherlock uses all his accumulated knowledge to reconstruct a scene. All those detective novels he read were the foundation, his learning phase. Guessing people's jobs was observation training, and viewing case files was his case study. And now, this on-site inspection is the final piece, the practical application. It all makes sense. He glances at the spectral figure, wondering if Prosecutor Park can see what he's seeing. Of course not. With his eyes glowing, his perception of the world has fundamentally changed. He turns to the prosecutor, ready to begin his own investigation. While putting on shoe covers, he asks her to confirm a detail. She said the culprit was a first-timer, right? She agrees, explaining the scattered footprints suggested an amateur, leading them to a suspect who claimed innocence. She adds that the suspect and the homeowner had a terrible relationship, always fighting over small things, but Jin-ho isn't buying it. A first-time offender would be a nervous wreck, not calm and collected. He points to scratch marks on the sofa, asking if a panicked amateur would stop for arrest. Prosecutor Park counters, suggesting the homeowner could have made those marks herself. Jin-ho easily dismisses that theory, noting the victim was an elderly woman. She starts to see his logic. Aside from those marks, the sofa looks practically brand new, but he's just getting warmed up. That's not all. The real giveaway, he explains, is the culprit's path through the house. They went straight for the valuables, only making a mess after securing the main prize. He then asks a final, chilling question. Why did no one notice? Because the house was completely dark. He puts Prosecutor Park in the culprit's shoes, asking her to imagine the break-in. A rookie would first check the area, then jimmy the lock and sneak inside. Stepping into the living room, they'd be plunged into absolute darkness. The immediate instinct would be to pull out a phone for some light. But that's a huge risk. A single flash could be seen by anyone passing by. So, the only safe bet is to grope blindly along the wall for guidance. This would leave a trail of uncertain footsteps through the unfamiliar layout. It's then she realizes the flaw in his reenactment. The footprints aren't jumbled or overlapping. A smirk spreads across Jin-ho's face. That's exactly the point. The real culprit never touched the walls, navigating the darkness with unnatural confidence. And what's more, the suspect's known sensitivity to headlights is a classic symptom of night blindness. Prosecutor Park puts the final piece in place. Could someone like that really burgle a house in pitch darkness? The implication hangs in the air, and Jin-ho's answer is a calm, certain yes. With the theory laid bare, he confidently declares that this case must be reinvestigated. His skill, air of Sherlock, activates a testament to his ability to find clues hidden from everyone else. On the other end of the phone, his uncle is absolutely beaming, praising Jin-ho for a job well done. Just as Jin-ho predicted, the real culprit was a serial offender responsible for a whole string of burglaries. And the original suspect? Well, he wasn't entirely innocent. He was a thief too, just a less ambitious daytime burglar. Thanks to Jin-ho's insight, both the police and the prosecution managed to sidestep a huge embarrassment. His uncle wants to offer a reward, but Jin-ho just smiles, perfectly content with the outcome. He humbly deflects the praise, giving credit to his uncle and Prosecutor Park for listening to him. After hanging up, Jin-ho sips his drink, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. His uncle mentioned talking to higher-ups. Just how big was this going to get? But his mind quickly drifts to a more pressing matter, a potential cash reward for his troubles. He daydreams about it, figuring even a small anonymous payment would be a nice little bonus. Just then, his phone buzzes with a call from Miss Damie's manager, which is odd on his day off. He answers, a bit confused but putting on his professional voice. On the other end, Damien Tommaso sounds incredibly cheerful, telling Jin-ho the prosecutor's office contacted them. The manager then drops the bombshell. They want to appoint him as an official crime prevention ambassador. Damien has no clue how he pulled it off, but he's ecstatic, already picturing the massive PR win. Jin-ho holds his phone, stunned, realizing his uncle knew exactly what he was doing. He slumps over, mind-reeling just how high up did his uncle pull strings for this? The scene suddenly shifts to a luxury yacht, where Chairman Choi, Korea's richest tycoon, raises a glass. He's hosting a lavish party to celebrate the engagement of his granddaughter and her fiancé. But as speech time arrives, the chairman is missing, and his aides begin to panic. A woman named Mrs. Park, feeling something is wrong, heads to his cabin with Secretary Jang. They find the door locked from the inside, forcing them to use a spare key. When they finally get it open, they discover the chairman lying dead in a pool of blood. This grisly murder mystery is the opening scene for the new hit drama, Criminal Crime. The investigation begins, with Mrs. Park as the first suspect, who claims she has no alibi. When questioned, Mrs. Park smirks, admitting she went to check on the chairman, expecting he might already be dead. Next up is Secretary Jang, whose alibi is simple. He was supervising the banquet preparations. The chairman's granddaughter, Lee Seola, tearfully explains she was choosing a dress before heading to the hall. Her fiancé, Kim Jae-hoon, gives a similar story, claiming he was in his cabin until around 7 p.m. The investigators find it odd they had separate rooms, but he coolly explains it was a choice they made before marriage. Then, a crewman named Kim Dongmin steps forward, claiming he was on deck drawing until 5:30. He's an art school graduate, and he even provides an alibi for the fiancé, saying the couple saw him painting. This seems to clear the fiancé after all. Why would the real killer help prove someone else's alibi? But just as the crewman seems to be in the clear, the granddaughter leans in close to the detective. She whispers a secret accusation. She believes that very crewman is the one who murdered her grandfather. She proudly declares that she has evidence. and Jinho finds her dedication to the role almost cute. Her proof? A small, crusty object that was found right next to Chairman Choi's body. Jinho's eyes narrow with focus. It's a piece of bread. She explains that an artist like crewman Kim would be the only one carrying bread, which he uses as a substitute for an eraser. Besides, she argues, it makes no sense for the family to kill him when they all knew he was already dying. But the detective's question still hangs in the air. Why would the killer help prove the fiancé's alibi? Just to build trust? Jinho's mind begins to race, running a new simulation with the crewman as the culprit. His eyes widen in sudden, dawning horror as the scenario plays out. Seeing his reaction, the granddaughter smugly asks if she was right, and he can only marvel at her incredible deduction. Still, the detective knows a theory isn't proof, deciding to investigate other leads for now. From the control room, the producers watch as Jinho struggles with the impossible case. The other actors smirk, commenting that not even Sherlock Holmes could solve this one. But meanwhile, the granddaughter, Lee Seola, quietly checks her roll card. The instructions are simple. She is the culprit, and she loses if the detective finds out. The producers are banking on this, knowing that for a never-wrong detective, the biggest twist is for him to be wrong. They've paid a fortune for this guest appearance, and they're determined to get their money's worth of drama. Suddenly, back in the game, Jinho makes his move, boldly declaring he cannot accept Mrs. Park's alibi. Secretary Jang chimes in, noting that if Mrs. Park is the killer, then she can't be the fiancé, which makes perfect sense. He then teases the two, mentioning their real-life music video and how Jinho should have played the fiancé, causing Lee Seola to blush. The actual actor playing the fiancé, Kim Jae-hoon, just stands there silently, offering no help whatsoever. Kim Jae-hoon stammers a confirmation, but Mrs. Park suddenly looks downcast. She confesses that she feels far inferior compared to Jinho. Jinho is taken aback. What could she possibly mean by that? But he dismisses the strange comment, deciding to end the chatter and present his findings. He slams his hand on the table, drawing everyone's attention to the breadcrumbs. But before he can explain, Mrs. Park points a finger, dropping a bombshell accusation. She reveals Kim Jae-hoon's father committed suicide because of the chairman, making this a revenge killing. Jinho cuts her off, asking how she explains the gold watch he found in her handbag. Kim Jae-hoon's eyes widen in horror. It's the exact same model as his father's heirloom. Cornered, Mrs. Park desperately tries to deflect, claiming Secretary Jang is just as suspicious. Jinho starts by pointing out a strange photo from Secretary Jang's room, a military picture where his senior officer looks suspiciously like Kim Jae-hoon. Kim Jae-hoon is stunned, unable to believe Jinho found that, while Mrs. Park has no idea what's going on. But Jinho's just warming up, revealing a box full of thank you letters from Kim Jae-hoon to the secretary. Cornered, Kim Jae-hoon has to admit it. Secretary Jang was his sponsor, paying for his entire college education. With one connection established, Jinho pivots, presenting evidence of an empty knife bag found in the chairman's granddaughter's cabin. Lee Salah stammers a weak excuse, claiming cooking is just a hobby and she wouldn't know anything about knives. The evidence keeps piling up as Jinho, now fully in his element, prepares to drop the final hammer. He slams his hands down, shouting, his patience clearly worn thin by their lies and deflections. The room falls into a dead, tense silence, every suspect staring at him, the weight of his accusations hanging in the air. And just like that, the fragile alliance shatters as the aide and Lee Seola begin to panic, turning on each other. The constant bickering and accusations are getting to him, a dull throb of a headache starting to form. But Jinho pushes through it, activating his skill, his eye flaring with a sharp, analytical light. He sees their strategy now. They're just throwing mud, hoping to obscure the real clues with nonsense. He's hyper-aware of the cameras, the entire set, and the game being played around him. In this fabricated reality, it feels like every single one of them is a liar. Meanwhile, the host reviews the rules, looking at the card that defines Jinho's role as the detective. He freezes, a sudden, impossible realization dawning on him, if only the culprit can lie. A system prompt confirms the game's core premise. Find the murderer, whose defining trait is their ability to lie. Jinho looks over the faces of every suspect, the horrifying implication of their lies finally clicking into place. And with that, the time for deduction is over. The results of the culprit vote are about to be revealed. The votes come in, and it's a perfect mess, one vote for each of the 5 main suspects. But the final announcement sends a shockwave through the set. Detective Lee Jinho abstained. Kim Jae-hoon can't help but let out a smug laugh, mocking him for failing to solve the case. Jinho simply raises a finger to his lips, a cold smile playing on his face. Oh, he's figured it out, all right. Another suspect demands to know why he kept quiet, and Jinho explains it's because he couldn't say it. He reveals their pattern. Every time he got close to the truth, they'd shut him down, but they'd happily agree to his wrong deductions. But now, the game is over. He points forward, ready to finally name the true culprit. The scene cuts to the waiting room after the explosive reveal has already taken place. Liciola, pale and shaken, asks him the one question on her mind. How did he possibly know? His answer was simple, yet devastating. He knew because it wasn't one culprit, they were all accomplices. It wasn't just the contestants. Even the production staff was in on the grand deception. Jinho calmly begins to explain his thought process. He says that whenever he assumed a single culprit, the whole scenario glitched out like a broken game. Liciola is confused by his talk of graphics, but he just brushes it off as a detective thing. She playfully complains about how they all ganged up to trick him, but he just gets flustered. She scoffs at his excuse of being a powerless celebrity forced to play along. With a knowing smile, she reminds him that he's already a top-tier star. The light-hearted moment fades, leaving her in silent contemplation. She's climbed so high, so why does the gap between her and Jinho feel as vast as ever? His eyes hold the answer, a depth and focus that sets him worlds apart. And in that quiet moment, a familiar feeling washes over Liciola. It's a feeling she's always masked with a determined smile. She even turned it into a joke, playfully telling Jinho she was just jealous and would catch up. But in her heart, she wondered why, no matter how hard she tried, or what she sacrificed, no matter how much fame and success she accumulated, it always felt like she was at the bottom of an endless staircase, watching him ascend. She'd endured the hateful comments, all because she wanted to become a woman worthy of him. She desperately wanted to be someone people admired because she was Liciola. So she buried herself in work, taking any role that would raise her status, any path that led closer to his. But amidst the mountain of scripts, she'd forgotten what was her own dream in the first place. Meanwhile, back at his house, Hyung the cat is sleeping peacefully in the morning sun. He twitches in his sleep, lost in some pleasant dream, but that peace is shattered as a pungent smell fills the air, waking him in a demonic rage. A door bursts open as a furious voice screams Jinho's name. In the kitchen, Jinho is calmly stirring a massive pot, seemingly oblivious to the chaos he's causing. His mother storms in with the screeching cat, demanding to know why he's making smelly things at home again. She's terrified it will trigger Hyung's asthma, but he casually explains it's just soy sauce. Trying to calm the situation, he turns to the cat and activates his dog food watcher skill. This only makes things worse, sending Hyung into a complete meltdown as his mother orders him out. And so, our hero finds himself unceremoniously kicked out of his own home. He ends up at his friend Young Jae's place, who playfully asks if he's visiting a bit too often. Jinho deadpans that he doesn't have a choice, since he gets kicked out of his own home so frequently. Cradling the poodle, he then asks if he can boil his soy sauce here, a request Young Jae immediately shoots down. The absurdity of it all just makes them both burst out laughing. Changing the subject, Young Jae asks about his work, and Jinho confirms he has the day off. A sly grin spreads across Young Jae's face as he suggests they go out to eat. But Jinho recalls overhearing a phone call earlier, and asks if his friend isn't actually busy. A look of dawning horror crosses Young Jae's face as he realizes Jinho has figured him out. As expected, he was hoping to drag Jinho along to one of his schedules, promising it'll be easy. Jinho sighs, weighing his valuable time against the offer of famous sweet and sour pork, and reluctantly agrees. And so, Jinho finds himself at the modern headquarters of JH Entertainment. Inside a studio, his eyes land on a magnificent Gibson ES3 guitar. Young Jae casually mentions it belongs to the CEO and tells him to go ahead and play it. With a smile, Jinho picks it up, and a beautiful melody begins to fill the room. But they're not alone. From the control room, Young Jae and another man are listening intently. The man, revealed to be Young Jin-hyuk, the CEO himself, is absolutely floored by what he's hearing. Young Jae is stunned by the CEO's reaction, wondering if Jinho is really that incredible. The CEO, listening to the raw talent, can only think of what a gem he missed out on. The music pours out of the studio speakers, a testament to Jinho's hidden skill. When he's finished, the CEO walks in and offers a firm handshake, clearly impressed. Jinho bows deeply, still processing that he's face-to-face with the JH CEO. But the CEO cuts right to the chase, asking if the mid-performance tempo change was intentional. Jinho confirms it was, explaining that he did it because he heard the CEO singing along. Head realized the control room mic was accidentally on, picking up the CEO's humming. So, on the spot, he adjusted the entire melody to match that light, carefree vibe. Young Jae, listening from the doorway, is absolutely floored by that level of musical intuition. The CEO can't contain himself and just bursts out laughing, completely won over. Jinho just stands there, a little bewildered by the sudden, joyous reaction. With a grin, the CEO looks at him, seeing not just a player, but a true artist. And then he drops the bombshell offer. He wants Jinho in the studio for a recording. Jinho is completely lost, unable to process the sudden offer. The CEO muses aloud about how he's been trying to get his star, Leo, to write a band song. Annoyed at being called half-baked, Jinho retorts that maybe the CEO should try writing it himself. But the CEO just smiles, clarifying that the recording offer isn't for Leo, it's for him. Jinho can't believe what he's hearing. The plan is laid bare. At the year-end awards, Jinho will be the lead guitarist, but he immediately refuses. The CEO presses him, demanding to know why he'd turned down such an opportunity. Jinho starts his explanation, first stating that he's not confident with the rock genre, and for his second reason he suddenly grabs a handful of tissues. He frantically scrubs his face, complaining that he's already this handsome bare-faced head make the main idol look like a squid on stage. The CEO snaps, asking if he's scared of being called a parachute hire, but Jinho just yells that he already apologized for that. A memory flashes by of someone on a set being so impressed by an actor's looks that they asked for their contact info. A few months later, "We're watching a drama," he wrote, "where a character is being dramatically called a fox demon. The villain on screen swears revenge, promising that next time, things will end differently." In the present, director Damien Tommaso declares the show a massive success, but Jinho casually asks if it's really that big of a deal. Damien explains it's more than just ratings. The drama's filming locations are now major tourist attractions. He's confident they can even expect some awards at the year-end ceremonies, a thought Jinho quietly hopes comes true. Suddenly, Damien checks his watch, noting how late it's gotten and deciding it's time for them to leave. Jinho looks up from the couch, confused, reminding the director that he wasn't aware of any schedule for the day. Jinho smirks, knowing there's one guest who never needs an appointment. And right on cue, the world-famous designer Tim Jones bursts in, calling his name with theatrical glee. A huge smile spreads across Jinho's face as he happily greets his old friend. Tim throws an arm around him, announcing he's here to design a suit for his muse's award ceremony. Has a massive fan of the drama, even arguing online that if Jin doesn't win, the judges are blind. When Jinho wonders what'll happen if he doesn't get an award, Tim dismisses the thought entirely. He declares that the award isn't important. What matters is having a reason to make clothes for Jin again. The designer then marvels at how Jinho has maintained his physique perfectly since the fashion show. Tim imagines the bone-grinding effort it must have taken. But Jinho knows the only bone he's been grinding is from soup. Jinho smiles, admitting he's been eagerly waiting for a chance to wear Tim's designs again. The designer's generosity explodes as he offers to dress the entire drama cast, much to Jinho's shock. He then adds the casts of 2 other shows to the list, a number so huge Jinho starts to panic. But Tim's expression darkens, guilting him that none of this would be necessary if Jin had just worn his clothes on TV. Jinho tries to explain he was saving the precious outfits, but Tim scoffs at the very idea. He recounts the pain of watching the broadcast, seeing his muse in anything but his own creations. Completely cornered by this dramatic display, a sweating Jinho can only agree to the designer's demands. Time flashes forward to the night of the year-end awards, with paparazzi eagerly waiting outside the venue. A stir of excitement ripples through the crowd as a vehicle finally pulls up, and out they step, a dazzling sight as the entire cast showcases the Team Jones collection. The crowd murmurs in disbelief, a top-class designer custom-making every single outfit? The cost must be astronomical. This isn't just a red carpet. It's a private fashion show, so exclusive that even foreign reporters have flocked to see it. And as the main van glides to a stop, the real mastermind is about to make his entrance. Inside, Jinho calmly takes in the storm of flashing cameras, the world's attention fixed on his work. He allows himself a small, satisfied smile as his actors, led by the radiant Kim Hae-rim, own the spotlight. On the big screen, Yang Jin-hyuk looks every bit the superstar, oozing confidence in his designer suit. He sits at his table inside, a king surveying his court, the very picture of success. And across the country, families gather around their TVs, completely captivated by the stars Jinho has created. And it's not just the fans, even prosecutor Kim Dong-min raises a glass, watching Jinho's triumph. In the barracks, Jang Yeom-jin sits transfixed, a world away but completely invested. At home, Park Ji-yeon and Lee Seola are glued to the screen, watching the spectacle unfold. Online, Jae-joon is hosting a live party, celebrating his friend's monumental success with his fans. Even Ha-young is there in spirit, sleeping soundly, unaware of his owner's big moment. But his parents are watching, and as his mother proudly calls out his name, the sound cuts through Jinho's daze, his eyes snapping wide open. The hidden team leader grins, telling him to stop spacing out, it's his turn to shine. And as he prepares to step out, a familiar face is waiting in the crowd, holding a sign just for him. It's a dedicated fan, her sign held high, cheering for her Jin-ho oppa. The roar of the crowd and the flash of cameras greet him as he steps into the light. She shouts after him, telling him to make sure he brings home an award tonight. A small, confident smile plays on his lips. He's more than ready. He takes that first, momentous step onto the red carpet. The press goes wild, shouting his name, begging for just one look. And as he walks, his entire journey flashes before his eyes. Every role, every character he's ever poured his soul into, all of it has led him to this single, brilliant moment. He takes a moment, a quiet reflection on the long road he's traveled. Then, he turns to face the blinding light of the future he's earned. But amidst the roaring crowd, one person's earnest support cuts through the noise. She holds up a sign, proudly declaring she got into college thanks to his lectures. He's genuinely touched by this, reaching over the barricade. With a gentle smile, he pats her head, telling her she did a good job. The young fan is stunned into a blissful, teary-eyed shock, as others look on in envy. As he starts to walk away, a sudden thought makes him pause. He turns back with a charming grin, reminding her to wear a suit for her entrance ceremony.